Just getting a bit of a downside print here for retail sales coming out from last month, 0.4% versus a 0.8% increase on the month-over-month number expected there. Again, 0.4 for April retail sales versus 0.8 on the month-over-month number expected, in line with expectations. Meanwhile, for core retail sales, month-over-month, year-over-year numbers still a little bit lagging there overall. That was going to be the major economic release for the morning as far as individual data goes that could affect individual stocks. Again, bit of a miss there for April retail sales to the downside, 0.4 versus 0.8. We have a full schedule, meanwhile, of Fed speakers coming through this morning. The next one set for, I guess, 8:55. We'll get comments from Bostic coming through, then Barr at 10 a.m. We get Fed's Barkin again at 10:30, 12:15 Williams, Goolsbee later in the day at 2:30. So going to be one of those days where we have to really keep an eye on comments coming through that could affect the overall market. Once again, individual stocks moving around this morning include some of the retailers after Home Depot with a big miss on revenue. That's dragging down Walmart, Target, even TJX. I saw under a little bit of pressure. So we'll talk about some of the retail names coming up. Tech back in focus as well. It's Tesla's annual investor day at the close. So that event getting started at 4 p.m. Eastern. So might have to wait until after the close or maybe even tomorrow before we get a reaction from the stock when it comes to Tesla. But they are making some changes as far as Shanghai is concerned, getting set for that new and improved and updated Model 3 that we took a look at yesterday. It's Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. An interesting look here to get things going this morning. Not seeing much of a reaction here for the overall market. We went up, we went down, and now we're basically right back to where we started. Saw new holdings there. Another one that's holding on to a nice gain here pre-market. Not a heck of a lot of volume coming through for NU, but another one that reported after the close yesterday. It was all about the call, apparently, because the initial reaction we saw downside through that 6 number and then back to 650 this morning. So we'll keep an eye on NU coming up. More Chinese ADR action this morning as well. Baidu with a beat. Sharif is here as always. Baidu with a beat. Baba a little bit weak today after a nice bounce for all of them yesterday.
Yeah, and it was good to see that Baidu's digital ad sales continue to hold up. You always look for that. If you're looking for Google and Meta as well to see how they're holding up. So some interesting data points today, as well as the retail. That's definitely on deck this week.
Yeah, and debt ceiling discussions to come later on this morning as well in Washington. So hopefully we can get some sort of positive headline coming out of that. Again, about 2 weeks left, guys, before we get that deadline coming through for all this debt talk.
They'll figure it out. I mean, all you keep hearing is on one side, it's, oh, we like the progress we're making. We're not that close from the other, but that's just going to be posturing. So they'll come to a deal. I think the real concern, of course, is like short-term borrowing for the government's already, the prices go up, so you get a little bit more antsy as we get closer to it. Not the best retail number there. We'll probably talk a little Home Depot as well. Their guidance kind of pointed to a little bit of a trim in demand, so that could be weighing on things. All that said, we're pretty much flat on the day. I mean, the NASDAQ is slightly to the downside. At least we're very gently creeping up when you look at the NASDAQ, but really we haven't really broken out. 13.5, we got to there yesterday. I think we can maybe test that into today. I think that would be exciting. I'm expecting a few volatile names going to be out there. The regional banks caught a huge bid, so we're watching some Wall, Western Alliance. We're watching some PacW. And yeah, I mean, those are going to be big ones to watch. I know AI is going to be another one to watch here again today. Alphabet's still showing up some pretty good ranges at 116 held. To be sure, and then the chip names were pretty volatile. So you got to look for the pockets. I mean, the chips were moving a lot. As I said, the regional banks were moving a lot. C3AI was moving a lot. If you were sticking to the overall market, and maybe if you were a futures trader, you might not have seemed so exciting yesterday, but there was certainly plenty to watch. And I think that's going to be the case again here today with the outside chance that we finally get a breakout.
Yeah, there's gonna be no breakout, I don't think, but there could be. There could be.
Well, individual stocks, I guess.
I'm looking for catalysts. Yeah, I mean, yesterday there was a lot of nothing happening, but we definitely picked some great ones. We traded 8 stocks yesterday, and we had 7 of them were victorious, so that was a good play to yesterday. We'll see if we can repeat it today. We've got still the same names on my mind, man. Microsoft with some new phone link. So it can play nice with Apple iPhone, and that's, of course, a win for them. And then we have on the sticky note as well, Alibaba back down to that 85 support. We'd like to take that long. Retail sales coming in here, plus 0.4 versus 0.8. That's not great. X Autos comes in as consensus at 0.4 as well. So a little bit of a weaker retail number there. Home Depot is going to show you what can happen when you have lower revenues. Lowest revenue miss since 20 years, I believe, in 20 years. Walmart's been on such a huge run up lately. We'll see if they can come through and report a good number later this week. But Google as well, still in the channel. I definitely like the break short of 116. I'm going to be a bear again here today, but I do like AMD. AMD's been one of the best day traded names in the past year. So we'll continue to look to see if AMD dips down as well. But hey, I'm still on cloud 9 from yesterday. Let's see if we can rinse and repeat today.
It's 13F season, that time of the quarter where we get a steady stream of filings from larger hedge funds, institutional investors showing their positions from last quarter and then going into this quarter. So a ton of adjustments as we saw late in the day yesterday. Some of these started coming through after the close then. A huge move for Capital One to the upside, COF. On this note, Berkshire with a nearly $1 billion position in Capital One, again on a 13F filing. Also upped its stake in HPQ and got rid of UBS. So that's what happened to COF after the close yesterday, 89 up to 95, a huge move. 6.3% here so far this morning, helping some of these banks out.
Yeah, it's a peculiar move. He obviously knows something. There's no question about that. But to me, it was a little off-putting because we heard that defaults on auto loans had been up. Capital One has a significant auto loan portfolio in addition to commercial banking. It's not just credit cards. So it was a little, you know, he's clearly seeing something here in the economy that an opportunity. But to me, it was a little off-putting.
Yeah, we'll get more over the coming days. It usually lasts 3-4 complete days overall. I also saw Dan Loeb's third point making some moves as far as Microsoft was concerned, upping their stake in Microsoft. And then there was some shedding on that side as well as far as tech names is concerned. But huge move here, guys, for COF on that Berkshire note.
Well, you know, here's the thing. Like, I'm not going to sit here and question the value investor of our time, and that's exactly what he's known for. They got a 0.68 price to book here. So, you know, obviously maybe thinking that it's just maybe come down a little bit too far and the valuation is going to catch up. Usually, so here's the interesting thing. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know exactly what happens in the 3 days after Berkshire tends to pick something up that's relatively new or comes out of nowhere. Like, what does the stock look like? However, the old adage usually would be when financials get to a certain point in terms of their price to book, that one of two things is going to happen. One, they're going to glide higher, or the market's going to come down to sort of recorrect to that level of pessimism. So, you know, you can look at that in one of two ways. I think if you're value investing and trying to pick the best, you're going to look for the best value out there, and maybe that's what Mr. Buffett sees. I don't know that there's a trade in COF, although it's interesting if it was making a bigger move and it was closer to $100, that's what it looks like on the daily chart. So you can have an idea of how exciting that would be. I mean, it's a pretty clean $100 level to look at for resistance. It's kind of diddling in the middle of its range. So I'm not sure I see the trade in there today. The regional banks are a little more interesting to me. The other 13F filings you got, oddly enough, Scion Capital, that's Mr. Michael Burry, was buying some of the regionals. Several of them, they caught some bids. PacW was pretty interesting yesterday. I think Western Alliance may be setting up for a bit of an explosive move if it can get through 33. There's some room for it to get back up into those high 30s, and it plays both ways. I mean, if you fail that 33 level, is $5 till support. So I'm looking for that one to maybe make like a halt style move today. If it were to break 33 and halt up, maybe look for that little play off the open there in Western Alliance. I seriously doubt we're looking at Capital One. If it goes $5 to $100, I suppose I would probably trade it just on the off chance that there's a level there.
I see you posted Josh Allen hitting balls there, but you said there's nothing he can't do.
There's nothing he can't do.
Win a Super Bowl.
He can. He will.
I hope
he is
so. I hope
he is
so.
the future MVP of the league and future. Let's here's the thing. I say every single year that the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl.
I know.
However, with Josh Allen, this is the first time I believe it. Josh Allen's playoff turnover percentage is better than Tom Brady's as a career. Like, what people don't realize is his actual performance in the playoffs, his metrics, his efficiency is some of the best in the NFL. And full credit to the Cincinnati Bengals for being able to shut down that offense, but they knew what they had to do. They had to beat him on 3 different levels. They brought in Kincaid. I think he can do that. I think they probably still need a wide receiver, but I'm not the GM. Maybe Gabe Davis is the answer. Actually, I'm not sure that he is, but I still think they need maybe one more weapon receiving. But I really believe in that team. I think if they had Von Miller, it would have made a big difference, and he's going to be back this year. So this is, like, I'm actually speaking rationally about the Bills being one of the best teams or the best team in the league.
I wonder what
usually I'm not. I don't think that I'm.
No, they're
sure,
probably like the
they,
5th favorite or something like that.
It has to be
Because
Casey and Philly. Philly dominated that draft.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. And then
I was sick to my stomach at how
Casey
good
still
Philly
has
did.
Mahomes, of course.
Well, yeah, Patrick Mahomes. He's kind of good.
Wins in the playoffs.
It's like that, eh?
It is like that.
It's like that. He can't hit bombs though.
Patrick Mahomes?
Well, I know he can.
Yeah, he can.
Dad was a baseball player.
These guys are all such studs. I mean, you see, like Josh Allen in that batter's box. The guy's what, 6'5" or something like that?
250.
Oh man, these guys are beasts. But Blue Jays, took one on the chin yesterday, but they'll be back hopefully. Aaron Judge there, 2 bombs. Look, Capital One just hit its 52-week low, $84. So no surprise that he's coming in here trying to buy up a little bit of that. We know that he's in bed with Bank of America. It's always been Wells Fargo as well. And I think that with some of these numbers coming here, 17 trillion consumer debt. You mentioned it as well, Sharif, with the credit cards. Like, I don't know, maybe he just figures that it's all going to get paid out, and then Capital One, reaps the benefits of all of that. And obviously, if there's more action and people spending money on their credit cards right now rather than cash, then yeah. Maybe being in a high quality, I don't know. I mean, I'd rather be in Visa myself or maybe even AXP, but Capital One, obviously the banking system in the U.S. is, a little bit of a different one than here in Canada, but Neil's right. I mean, the Oracle of Omaha has made his play. And, the fact that he owns, I tweeted this out yesterday as well, what a crazy number he owns of, it's right here, Berkshire Hathaway on Apple. Right now, 915 million shares he now owns. So if Apple moves $1 today, dude makes $1 billion. So there's a lot of these holdings that he continues. And we said that joke before. Every time you sell an Apple share, Berkshire buys it. So it's just one of those things where that just keeps on going to the upside. Keep your money in the markets, I guess is what he's telling us. But I think at 4 or 5% on cash, you might have a little bit of, ease of sleep over the next 6 months. I'm a little nervous about this market and where we could possibly go. I don't like consumer spending down or consumer confidence numbers coming through. We also had the retail sales today. I don't know, man. I'm a little bit nervous about all this money that's being spent at such high rates. So let's see if it can settle itself down. We still have that R word that's going to happen if this debt ceiling does not come to a swift conclusion. So, and I don't think it is coming to a conclusion. So, and also 13F's only show, I just see this right now, long positions.
So this is the big thing that people don't talk about enough, because when you see X and so firm is accumulating a long position or bought shares of in the final quarter, you don't know if that was just a hedge on a short position. It's a weird thing that, like, if you manage that much money, 100, if you manage over 100, then you have to disclose. But if it's a big short position, you don't have to. It's just because it's entirely misleading then. If a company has been sitting there buying quarter by quarter, like, I don't know, maybe Michael Burry has some ridiculous short on all of the regional banks, and that's why he picked them all up because it's a hedge.
Well, he said he did, didn't he? Or did they
No, he bought that. Okay, well, he bought them all. Did he
Oh,
say,
it was that he was long.
He's
yeah,
long.
you're right.
It just said that he bought them.
But
I'm not saying he short them, but if he was huge short and it was a hedge, you wouldn't know. And that's sort of the problem with it. Now, when they're buying options, like, I mean, if they buy puts, I think they have to disclose that. But, an actual equity short position, they don't have to say anything about, which is just bizarre to me that's not required for big hedge funds. But anyways, doesn't matter.
It's a fun season.
All right, speaking of Apple, they just came out with a whole bunch of new accessibility features here this morning, talking about live speech, personal voice, and point to speak in a magnifier. So kind of cool, a bit of a minor headline as far as Apple is concerned. Sean, you were mentioning this headline, which is, I think, really, really cool as well as far as Windows 11. Going to give a lot of people a reason to maybe switch to Windows 11 with this new phone link, which basically allows connectivity between iPhones and the Windows platform, which, as far as I can tell, is the first time that's ever been available. So a lot of people kind of on the fence as far as switching from, maybe Android over to iPhone because of the ability to have PC accessibility for messaging, things of that nature. That's a huge deal.
Oh yeah, it was definitely for me. I mean, when I decided to get my MacBook Air, it was a lot because of the fact that it connects to my phone. So this is fantastic. I think they've had it with Android for a while. PC has. Technically, it's supposed to help the PC sales for those who are on the fence. PC sales still account for 90%. Windows account for 90% of PC sales, only 10% for Apple worldwide.
Yeah.
So, the market is there.
And it's always been the benefit, I guess, for anyone in the Google universe to have the ability to have, if you have Gmail open, you essentially have the ability to use messaging on the Android system. So, I mean, that could be a big deal, guys, as far as iPhone users are concerned anyways.
Point. Yeah, I think it's huge.
It is big.
Like my wife has a MacBook, of course, and she uses the iMessaging, and the iMessages are great. I mean, you can call, you can do whatever you want virtually for free. It's just like any other technology that's out there. It's not, it's like WhatsApp or, the chat or Hangouts or whatever. It's
better.
But you can't get it from your PC.
It's better than Hangouts.
Hangouts they got rid of. What's it called now?
It's just a chat. Most people will tell you that iMessage and WhatsApp are better than Google.
Yeah, I would think iMessage is probably the best, but I don't know. WhatsApp is also,
I like WhatsApp.
So I think they're just playing in the same area now, because like I have WhatsApp on my computer right now, so if someone messages me, I can just see it right there on the computer and on the phone, but I can't do that with the iMessage. So I think it's huge. I think it's better for Apple. I think it's better for Microsoft, and it just puts everybody in the same environment again. And I just think it's a win. Microsoft doesn't need any reasons to win right now. They're absolutely rocking. I mean, up to 309, one of the best charts you're going to see. Just keeps on bouncing off the 50 period. Huge move to the upside and holding upside right now. Microsoft today is a long. This news to me makes great sense. I like the release. I think it would force people to upgrade to Windows 11. I was just sitting, it was a couple nights ago, I was on, it doesn't matter, it's not going to work anyways. I was on my Android, what are they called? Like a Chromebook. And I was like, oh man, I can't get my iMessages on here. And then I was looking around for them, and of course there was no product to do that. Now, that's an Android computer, we're talking about Windows. But I just think that all of us here at work or whatever, most people, and I think this is still true, are running the Windows platform instead of Macs at work. So I just think it just integrates everything. It forces us to download the iPhone Link app, gives Microsoft more data against us, and maybe an opportunity to push new products or whatever, and who knows where it's going to go from here. But if Microsoft can play nice with Apple iPhones, then I just think that's a win for everybody. Now, whether or not it moves the stock, I don't know. But in these days, the market needs, catalysts, and that's what I put about Google. What's the catalyst to get them above 118 or above 120? Well, this right now might give Microsoft that chance to break right here, this 10. So I'm looking at 310. We've hit that the last couple days. I think we could break that early, and if we do, we'll watch out for it. That 312, 313 is the 52-week high, and we just made that last week. So we're looking at 313 again here today. I think we can get up there, but the market's going to have to go. For me, I'm going to be waiting for this 307 area. I like the news, and I think it's a win for both companies and a win for big tech.
Yeah, I like the win for Microsoft for sure, and I want these breakouts to start happening a little bit more. That 310, like that little consolidation that we're in. This is the weekly on Microsoft. I just pulled that up in my trade ideas here, and I never really love sometimes if you look at the 52-week high, it's going to tell you exactly what you want to see. However, I think sometimes you want to, if you look back, this just happens to have, missed a cut. You go back to April, and you had a lower high double top at about 315, 316 high, just above. So even if we're in the midst of one last little push to the upside in the overall markets, you have a few names out there that still have that room to go. And I look at that going back into April of last year, that 315. It was a double top because it was the beginning of 2022, and then you kind of hit that a double top, and then obviously the reversal. So you have a little bit. You've almost filled that entire move in with about $4 to go. We'll see if it happens. Slide that back into my trade ideas layout. And so there's multiple ways that we can get there today. It could just be a clean 310 break. Certainly, we've seen like a dip and rip. Although Microsoft doesn't feel like it's, you usually get that dip, breaking lows, and then holding $3 lower, make it through the high, and keep going. Those are things that the chips do or Tesla does. I'm not sure Microsoft has that type of move in it. If it's going up, it likely just breaks out 310 at the open. And even if we take out that 313, there's still a couple of dollars there that are worth it. Obviously, the NASDAQ and the overall market is starting to roll back over here today, so that makes a little bit of that less likely. Don't want to call it bear, but we did start out with a little bit of a disappointing number, which could have put a damper on things, at least at the open.
All right, market downside here, guys. Fed's Mester making some comments right now. The latest, I don't think we're at the hold rate yet. So again, Mester saying, I don't think we're at the hold rate yet, suggesting maybe still some more upside to go as far as interest rate increases. Here we go with a few analyst moves this morning. Not much to see. GE Healthcare we haven't talked about in a while, but that recent spinoff. Gilead, Expedia here to the upside. It's worth noting, here's Western Alliance from Bank of America. There was also a Morgan Stanley note on the entire, negative note on the entire regional banking sector. So could see some pressure on these today.
Yeah. What's going on there?
We'll
Put that back up.
They were all strong, though.
There. Oh, Carvana.
Carvana's that's not a huge surprise. CIBC upgrading RBC. I think Shreve was like, yeah, that's like some friendly action there.
With no price target, maybe we missed that.
No, I mean, sometimes they don't have a price target. It's just straight upgrade. But yeah, it's interesting to see like those banks to the downside when they're all up. Like, I mean, they're on the wrong side of the board there. Well, they're on the right side of the board, I should say. But both of them were incredibly strong. We never look at GE Healthcare, but possibly because it's not much of a trading vehicle. It is pulling back in. That could be an interesting value in a little bit, but nothing out on that board sticks out outside of those regional banks, man. I'm already looking at Western Alliance at that 33 level.
Well, we had Carvana on there.
Oh yeah, sorry, Carvana. Yeah, Carvana obviously is going to stand out as well. But the thing is, yesterday on Carvana,
I think that 12 is pretty good.
It was a bit of a oh goodness, now my chart doesn't want to load up. There we go. Like yesterday on Carvana, like we had a little bit of a bounce. We just rejected this breakout. It was a good breakout, don't get me wrong. When it took out that 11, you got up to like 14. Didn't quite ever get to that 15, 16 area that we thought the move could get to. So it's trying to establish a bid. I felt like it did that yesterday at 10. So it gets a little bit, when that happens, you get this double top at 13.50. Didn't quite get to 15, as I was saying. I think 10 is your level of support here today. So maybe that's 10% down. So maybe it consolidates and gives you a bit of a breakout. I don't know, maybe that's like a 12.30, 12.40. But the dip into 10, that looks like an interesting support level. It just feels like it's flying a little bit in the middle here. Whereas WAL is within a point or two of a pretty significant level right now as we speak. So at the open, I think Wall at 33, maybe a little more explosive if it could punch through, also sets up for a pop and fade. I'd probably sit out Carvana and then just see if it's breaking out past that 12 or if we can get back into 10. 11, I don't really like it so much.
Yeah, I was going to talk about Carvana, but you just hit those levels. I think that's good. I like the 12. We'll just wait to see what happens. I feel like this is going to be a bearish day. We put that on the sticky note, and I think that we are going to be red for the day. But that doesn't mean that Carvana is going to be red, but just watch out for that, that little bump up. I actually want to get some puts on all these names, man. I feel like when I look at Bed Bath & Beyond down at the pink sheets and all these banks down there and Party City and some of these names that really we've seen get really kicked in the teeth. They have some nice bumped up opportunities and then just straight back down. Although it was nice to see GameStop the other day go upside. But there's Google right now. It's already breaking down, unfortunately. I think the biggest trade on here is going to be Google at some point today. Whether or not we rip up, this only offer I have right now, it's at 117.50 to see if we can get something short up into here. I don't think. With that number that came out, I was sort of hoping that it would spike up, but it went the other way, and then we'd be able to get a fill and then bring it back down. But for me, Google right now is trying to break through 116, and it looks like it's happening already here. It had a hard time over the last couple of days. This is why I've been selling, man. I sold 117 or 116, probably right around here, 116.50 or so. Google, nice move here, but looks like it's not wanting to break out past this 118 on this is just a 20-minute but it doesn't really matter. I'm just wondering what the catalyst is to get it up here. Could it easily go? Of course, but if it gets to 118, does it really scare you enough to go to 120 to punch you out of your position? Like, I just really think that this short up here is going to be a good one that will look back. And I just feel that once Google settles down, it's going to be around this 114, 112 areas where I think it goes. I hate to say that because it is my largest position, but I like the way it looks here on the daily, and if I think that I could sell some calls against it, but I'm not really in that game. So right now I think Google to the downside here until we break that 118 for sure. So I'm going to be shorting this name as much as we can here today. So that's my downgrade for myself would be Google off price action.
First segment brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code TTV, bottom of the screen there, gets you 10% off. Just saw Home Depot pop up on a volume spike there, 2.3 still downside. Was under way more pressure than that early on this morning. If you remember back on Friday, we got that consumer sentiment number that was maybe a little bit of a precursor to this retail number this morning. Both downside, obviously, but all of these, Home Depot, the catalyst, missing revenue big time right across the board. All of these, Lowe's, Walmart, Target, all under pressure as a result. Just keep in mind, again, Mester here still making some comments on the overall market, scaring these futures a little.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Brendo. We knew that retail spending was going to be tight, especially in the face of rising interest rates. It was just a matter of time. So it's just going to be how steep is it going to be and how long is it going to last. That's what I'll keep my eye on.
Yeah, overall, we'll get more later in the week, guys, as far as earnings are concerned from the retail group, but not a good start anyway.
No, not necessarily how you wanted to start it off. And look, maybe that said, the last couple of earnings seasons, we've actually seen this play out before with some of the major retailers where you have gaps to the downside and then you find yourself just sort of clawing back up here. So in the back of my mind, I look at this, which is, it would have been a flat bottom break at 285 on Home Depot. There's no question about it, but you've gapped through there. But we've done this before where you make the move down, you recover all the way back up. So if I think it wasn't that good of a report, and maybe this is a bit of a sign of things to come, and I'm not overly bullish on these, maybe we do get back into this range, and it's a back above 85, and suddenly you're in the 90s where you already had overhead resistance, and then the idea would be, can it hold green? I mean, I could see, because it's happened before, that it gets too green, and if that were the case, I think it's worth looking at. I mean, obviously 85, that could come into play at the open, that previous support level, but that's one of those, I need to see it fail first, as opposed to if it got up to like 90 or so, like right around yesterday's close, you just want to start. I think I would just be looking for that short. I doubt any of this happens, but I don't know if I want to chase. I don't want to chase this one early. I find with these earnings plays, either I'm trying to get a hero dip buy because I think they're selling it off too much, or I'm just kind of looking for the hero. Okay, well, maybe at the open you get some exuberance and you catch, like, usually it's a stink bid. I guess this would be like a stink offer or whatever at the open, and then you get some great fill up at like 88. Risk it a couple of bucks, and then it goes back to being red. So unlikely those things happen in fill, but every now and then you catch one or miss it by just a little bit. I've gotten that lucky fill before. We'll see if it can happen on HD.
So retail sales is actually month over month is way up, right? Like in March, it was minus 0.7 for retail sales. Now in April, it's coming out 0.4, so plus 0.4. So quite a big difference there. And that's what I'm saying. The consumer is taking on tons of debt right now. And I don't know. I think retail sales are actually pretty strong. And I don't think it's going to hold. So I look at Walmart right now. Walmart's coming up to this 155 area. We've already bounced off there before. This is when we got a whole bunch of super chats because I called this as a put to come in here, and a couple traders made that. And I just feel like 55% of Walmart's sales are in grocery, which is why they have a chance to still do well, because no matter what, people need to spend money and eat, right? It's just discretionary spending that's going to be a problem. So that's why you see Home Depot talked about doing some smaller projects instead of the bigger ones right now. So, I mean, although the consumer still seems to be spending money, like I said, retail sales up for the month. Up for the month, was down in March, up in April. So I could see Walmart doing okay tomorrow. We're going to see what happens though today. 23,000 shares, not much happening, but it is red against the market. So I would say Walmart. All these names are fades, but you guys know it, and I don't trade earnings plays, so Home Depot will have to wait until either it gives us a level to really trade off of, or, you know, it just moves too dramatically in one way, and then maybe we play the retracement back. I don't think it's going to get anywhere near positive, as they had their lowest revenue miss, their biggest revenue miss in over 20 years for Home Depot. So still only down 2.5%. That's actually not even that bad. So let's see if it can hold out. And I would say that you'd still want to look short. And, you know, 284 is where the 200 period is, but, you know, 283 could easily get taken right off the open. So let's check a look on the imbalance locator. Just Square really on their BAC. I mean, Square, what is Square doing today? Probably down. Let's have a quick look once it updates. Yeah, down almost 2%. So that's not good. And then nothing else on here that's too much of interest. Ford, still 1150. Yeah, there's a lot of stock that are just in the way of each other right now. So let's pass on looking at the imbalance locator and go see what Arun has to say.
Yeah, let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market here as we head towards 9 o'clock. Back to the downside we go. As we were saying, Arun, a full slate once again today of Fed speakers. So getting a little bit scared here are the futures, it would appear.
Yeah, I mean, we had a decent amount of Fed speakers yesterday, apparently, and the market barely has moved. So apparently these guys aren't really saying a whole lot right now. It does seem like the market's just waiting until we get closer and closer to that debt limit deadline, which, you know, we got a couple weeks away. And as we get closer, if this market is taking a break until we get to that point, as we get closer to that date, we will start to see some acceleration in terms of volatility and some movement. It's been coiling for a while now, so anytime you get a movement where the market's been waiting for either breakouts through multi-month highs, or if we end up failing here, it's going to be a large move. The longer it takes, the more of a buildup it is, especially as you get to a deadline of that degree, which will cause major movements across the board. So if this market needs some time, sure. If these Fed speakers are going to say something, it does seem like we're just going to move a little bit and then pause a little bit. Nothing big and exciting coming out of their mouths. So take it for what it is right now. The market's in a range. We're going to have to trade in the range until we get the breakout, and we need a catalyst to get the breakout, and the catalyst is about a couple weeks away. So it does make sense this market would slow down and then accelerate as we get to the end of the month. So we'll just keep an eye on that until that happens. We get to the range and we work the range here. 4175 up top. I've been saying it for a while now. 4175 up top, 4100 down below. Anything sub 25, so 4125 going on down makes sense in terms of long potential if you have a reason to go for the long. And then above 50 makes sense for 55 ideally, above 55 towards 75 on the top end of the range if you have a reason for the short. You're going to have to play this range until we get that reason for that breakout.
Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. I'm just seeing that note from CNBC. Elon going to be live on CNBC at 6 p.m. tonight, so must watch TV.
Oh, baby.
Coming up tonight. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that, guys. Every single morning comes right to your inbox for free. Use that QR code on screen right now. Enter your email address. Shows up in your inbox every single day with everything you need to know in the pre-market. Let's go to regional banks here to kick things off. We saw a nice move, not only right out of the gate yesterday, but into the close on that Michael Burry note, suggesting that there were some purchases made. PACW, I mean, down 1% here this morning, but did have a little bit of a run through that high early on in the pre-market this morning. We mentioned that COF tie-in there from Berkshire as well. So maybe some underlying buying going on here?
Yeah, and here's the thing. Maybe I spoke earlier as to why he was doing this, and it was a bit bewildering to me. But on further reflection, Brendo, this stock had been beaten up 8%. And you have to wonder, year to date, you have to wonder if it was, if that's a fair reduction in the value, because it really had nothing to do with these regional banks, and it's in a completely different business model. So maybe Uncle Warren's looking to buy the dip here, buying almost $1 billion worth, Brenda.
Yeah, pretty impressive, guys. And here we are right now, positive again for PACW. Is there a trade here in this group today?
Western Alliance is trading just because it's at a pretty big level at that 33. PacW, This one, it was a good move to the upside. I don't know that, relatively speaking, it was as strong as what you saw in Western Alliance, and you're still very much in the middle of, it's just so choppy, and you know the volatility is going to be here on this name. What I would say is you held $5 pretty decently. So the last couple of sessions, 5 was a bit of a thorn out there, and that was the price that it halted down and then carried underneath, and that was a good short that day. But the $5 level looks like it could be the one to watch. You held in the afternoon. It pulled back on that Bury note, so Bury note was right around here at about 3 o'clock or so in the afternoon show. It dipped back in, held 5. You're gapping above it. Looks like the 5 could be a little bit of support. Need to see it get tested at the open. Volume's not necessarily fantastic, but Western Alliance, as I said, just it was stronger yesterday. It's a little bit stronger today. It had the better reception to its earnings and its deposits, deposit picture. So it feels, if you're looking for the long and one that would break out, it's much more removed from the lows. It's got better, more sort of stable support underneath it at like 27 even. Just technically, it looks a little bit better. And you could be breaking out past that 33, as I mentioned. If it were to do that, obviously the big supply zone up there in front of $40 would be of concern, but that's a ways away there. So let's see what can do. Let's see what can happen. It's not a ton of volume right now, so it's not really favoring a breakout. And as I look at it, oddly enough, the spread is widening as we get closer to 9:30, like a 25-cent spread at times here on Western Alliance. So probably have to wait this one out in the open, but it's $1 away from that 33 anyway. So I want to see some buying above there. Always the off chance that one of these is going to halt, but it wasn't really a halt fest yesterday on those names anyways. What do you think today, Randy? Yeah.
Yeah, I've already called
Are we
a bear.
changing this bad boy?
Yes. I was just waiting for Randy to do it. It's going to be a bearish day. I think PacW down here at 450 is something that you'd want to look at. I mean, here we go on the 20-minute chart. I just think you wait for key levels to come through. Like I said, I feel that the play on COF and the play on Bank of America and some of these banks is the thought that the debt ceiling talk has just brought these things down a little bit too low, and it could be correct on that. So if you want to take a shot right now on that, then I think you are going to be wise to do so down here at 450, but I don't like to hold anything overnight. I feel great for an intraday trade, but there's 450 right here. If you can fall back in, then I do think you can at least get to 5, which would be 10%, right? I mean, let's not forget, when these prices are so low, don't get too greedy. I mean, obviously we want this thing to go back to 9, 10, 12, 15, back to $100, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. So for me, it's only one little dip area down here between $3.50 and $3. That's kind of on the disaster there when we went all the way down from $6.50 down 100%, or not 100%, 50% that day. Now you're up 100% after that, and you fall back into 450. So why did it stop here? So I feel like there's some buyers down there at 450. Let's see, that held all last week. And I just think that this was a disaster moment. So if you bought it, that's great. There's the relief rally. And then I think 450 holds. So that would be an area for me to park a bid. If you get filled there, then you just watch out for 4. If you break 4, then you're back down into here where you got to now judge to see if there's buyers. And I don't want to be part of that, right? So for me, I think you go long at 450 and you get out at 4. And that is that. It's a pretty easy trade, man. It's 10% worth of risk to the downside. And I think you get a little bit more than that on the upside. So for me, PacWest is a long at 450.
Just seeing this APLD back to the upside here a little bit. Did test that high and then came right back in. 45% though on this note down here. 180 million over 2 years for an AI agreement this morning for APLD. So heads up on that one as well. Baidu, meanwhile, out with their quarterly earnings. QIYI, I think, is the ticker of their subsidiary. Streaming subsidiary that also reported, also beating estimates. But nice report here right across the board for BIDU today. Yeah,
and we've been talking a lot about the state of the Chinese economy and how it's been beat up and hasn't been able to recover as quickly lately. And if Baidu's earnings are any indication, it looks okay. The one that I had my eye on was online marketing revenue that improved 6% year over year. But the CEO coming out and basically talking a little bit about Ernie. Ernie is their version of AI, and they are in talks with Chinese regulators to expand that, Brendo, into all their product offerings.
This 125 comes into play yesterday, trying to be support right now for Baidu as well after the early gap, guys. But huge day yesterday into earnings for Baidu.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. It's actually now reversed everything and come back into the downside. So we've seen this before a lot of times with, especially some of the Chinese names there. You get a bit of a dip on good news, which is exactly what's happened. It was breaking out 125. That's a big level. So you look at the consolidation. Obviously, you stair-step down into this pretty cleanly, about 50 bucks or so. I think it's more like 45 bucks from that 160 top. So, I mean, above 126, maybe this has a little bit of something. But when you dip that far, I'm inclined to say, not going to be touching this one at the open. Let's see where it wants to settle down here a little bit, because most of it was a little bit positive. Quite frankly, not sure what is actually spooking it back into the downside except the same old selling news. So I'm not going to anticipate that it's already caught a bid at that 125, 126 level. Let's just make sure that that's actually happening to even think about trading that one. There's other names out there that I think might be a little bit more clean than Baidu here. Were it holding the top end of the range above 130 and looking strong, maybe you'd think it was a continuation of the trend. But yeah, that's not a great look when you're dropping $5 pre-market.
No, these earnings reports are just, we're just gonna have to wait to see what happens with Alibaba. I mean, that's the only trade that I'm gonna make today. It was the trade of the day yesterday, as we were able to buy this dip right into here and then get it out right at the top. We got a lot of it out up here, but still waiting for that 85 to come through. We hit that pretty good, man. We opened yesterday at 87.50. We got these longs down here at 85, 86 bucks. So 85.80 was a print that we had in our account yesterday, and that's the bottom. So I don't know how we got that, but we managed to figure that out. There it is. So we're going to wait to see if it can do something similar. And there's the move all day, man. I want to shout out to Reliable Rudy. He was telling us that, if you get this 86, you should be able to get back to 88. And that's exactly what happened. And then that seemed to be a little bit area of resistance. So I think up here at 88, you can see a disaster move to the downside, to be honest with you, because it didn't hold. And you definitely want these things to hold. So I'll look at 85. I'm not as convinced as 85 as we were yesterday, but here it is here on the 20-minute chart. And with their earnings coming through, it's never a good sign that, Baidu apparently has a good report and then gets absolutely crushed, while when we get the opportunity to come over here and trade it. So I would say the same thing could be true for Alibaba. The only thing that I'm waiting for are all news on those IPOs. So here we go. There's 85 right there. Here's 85 here. So if we do come down to this area, I think it's a buy, and then you wait to see what happens at 84.50 or something like that. So I'm going to give Alibaba a chance to breathe. I'm bearish today, as I've already said. So hopefully we can find some shorts to catch and not the longs, but if it sets up and it gives us the long, hey man, like I said, it was yesterday's trade of the day. It was Alibaba, and we'll see if we can rinse and repeat that today.
All right, it's Tesla Day, Tesla Annual Investor Day, coming up at 4 o'clock market time today. There's been a lot of talk of late over the past few days of what Elon is planning as far as the succession plan. Great show, by the way, if anyone hasn't watched it. And demand, a little bit of softening in demand going into this event. Obviously, we got the Twitter news last week, the CEO finally chosen for Twitter. So I think a lot of attention is going to be put on comments here this afternoon from Elon as to what he is planning going forward.
Yeah, and hopefully maybe we'll get some news too with respect to the refresh of the Model 3. Apparently the Shanghai facility is supposed to be closed for a couple of days for the retrofitting. But come to my screen, Mahad, because in the most Elon way to kind of announce that he is now focused back on Tesla, and Twitter is not behind him, but not the main focus anymore. Here's an email that he sent out to the entire Tesla team yesterday. I would like to gain a better understanding of our hiring. VP should send me a list of their department hiring requests once a week. Think carefully before sending me a request. No one can join Tesla, even as a contractor, until you receive my approval.
Elon's back in charge anyways. He never left, guys. What do we do with Tesla here?
I mean, the other way to look at that one is not just that Elon's back, in that maybe he's looking at, hey man, controlling costs a little bit there. And I think that's maybe that got helped out by running Twitter, which was overrun with costs. But I think that could be the case, and that would normally seem a little bit bullish to me, but the stock is doing absolutely nothing right now. Yesterday, there was that nice sort of breakdown of that flat bottom at 166.5, 167. It worked into 65, which I think is now the obvious support level down just beneath 165. But if you look at what happened top, it got to 170 and turned on a dime. So that's where my eyeballs are going to be here first today. If we get another early pop in, it's going to be hard to resist a 170 short on this. A lot of times you can see a bit of a rally and maybe there's some excitement going into the afternoon at the close when they have the event. But I look at that 170 until it gets broken. I mean, it wasn't quite to the penny, but it was pretty darn close to right up at that 170 for the fade on Tesla. I was looking at some Rivian. I don't necessarily like where that is, so I think Tesla's going to be the one for me in terms of looking at the EV names here today. That 170 for a fade after what we saw yesterday just looks too nice. If it sets up the exact same way as the morning yesterday off of 167, well, there was plenty of opportunity to make that trade throughout the morning and get yourself the $1.50. But first look will be if we pop in and give a shot at that 170.
All right, yeah, I mean, you're under the 50 period. I think it's a short as well. I mean, any kind of pop obviously would be a short if I think it's a short now. So there it is right there. 175 would be the ultimate area to really be scared if you're short, because at that point you could pop to 190. But even then, that's only $15. It's not huge. I think Tesla does continue its march to the downside, unfortunately. Once you're under the 50 period, I don't really want to look long on this name. But, with I guess they could talk about costs again to get this name going. But I feel like might just be another sort of day where we sit and watch Tesla for a little bit. I mean, big moves off the open yesterday, as you can see, huge move to the upside. We opened the day at 166. There's that 170. I mean, about as clear as day. Unfortunately, I was looking at Google and missed that trade, and because we were short Google all the way up, I had to get out as well. So that's just a monster. That should have been taken yesterday. It's stupid that it wasn't. 170 all the way down there, $5 straight down, and then that's only before 10 o'clock. So you had $4 up, $5 down, so you had a $9 range there yesterday before the stock even got going, and that's 10 o'clock. Then we make that bottom of 165.50, then make it all the way back up another $4 to 169 again. So, I mean, pretty active day, and I feel like we could be like that today, but with what's happening at 6 o'clock, let's just wait to see what happens in the stock. So yesterday's close, 165.50. So, you're going to look at probably, I think it's going to be a bearish day. So I would definitely say we'd see 165 again. And if you break that, you just want to go short against it. So I would look to see a break of 164.50 today, yesterday's bottom. And then you just use 165, 166 as your sort of protection on where to get out. So I am, bearish today, so I'm not going to be going long Tesla.
Get to C3 AI here, but just reminded me there was an AI note in that note talking about Tesla's Investor Day because Elon made another comment. He keeps going back to this idea of revisiting the AI idea and coming up with his own version of an AI company. So one of the things that this new Twitter CEO has provided him is more time to do such a thing. We already saw the robot earlier in the year, right, for Tesla. So maybe now we start to get into some of the software side of things for AI. 23 trying to hold here in the pre-market for C3 AI after an absolute monster day yesterday on those preliminary earnings results. 24, though, ended up being a problem.
Yeah, 23 is the price target set here by Piper Sandler. They reiterate their neutral price target there on AI 23.
Volume non-existent, essentially, so far today, only 800,000 shares. But do we see any kind of a follow-through move here, guys, for C3 AI?
Like you said, volume isn't that big, and look, the breakout was going to be on yesterday. So you looked at the daily, it had a nice consolidation. 21, it's about 20 and a half actually was resistance previously. Come to the charts of the daily here, it kind of made that clean breakout if you look at the daily, and then got to 24, 25 as we were mentioning before. And the way it played out, there's your 21 break. It manages to hold the dip. The entry was sort of like 21.50, taking out the high, hold into 23 and a half. It was a pretty much straight shot to the upside, but you're at that resistance zone up at the top. So it's a bit tricky. I mean, a 25 break in some ways would be almost obvious. I feel like if you pull back in, 21 and a half to 22 are realistic levels for this to come all the way back to. So you're getting overly aggressive up at the top here on C3AI. I don't love it. I like the fact that 23 just held in the pre-market, but as Brendan said, that's not on a lot of volume necessarily. A lot of the volume has been overnight, like D pool and dark print dump. So, not a lot of active trading at that 23. I need to see it really establish a level at the open to like any long up there. Too tight to that 25, which I think is going to be worth it to take a shot shorting. Understand it's got that short interest, so you usually want to play with hard stops there. I'm always willing to make a top wick if I short something like a C3 AI up at 25.
Look, the reason why I was on the sticky note yesterday, we had it right here going long through 21, and that was such a great trade yesterday, was we had some AI talk, right? They released their preliminary results, and it was upbeat, plus you had the 32% short interest. We talked all about that right here. I think this moved past 21, and we take the long, right? So it's not on my radar today, and I think there's gonna be better trades than C3 AI. So yeah, I'm gonna stay away from it. But yeah, great trade yesterday. Obviously breaking through that 21 was fantastic, and the reason why we had that level was, you have to find it, was right there. It was really 20.50. It's that break there. Give it to 21. Nice upside move, but now you're sort of topping out a little bit. That's the 1 minute chart, so the 25 level that Neil talked about. On the 5 minute, hasn't been up here in a minute, so that's going to be a good short for sure. Even 24.50 could be a decent short into 25. So I would just say wait on it. It still has 32% short interest, so if it does pop up, there is a good opportunity to take that short. For me, if you're looking for a long, though, I think it could fall back into 2021, and that would be a level right into there again. That's the level that broke yesterday, which is why we like the long. So I would say it's back into that level for support. So $21, it would not be a surprise if we see 21 today on C3 AI. I hope you took your money yesterday.
All right, let's wrap things up here with Microsoft and an Apple tie-in of sort, as we talked about a little bit before 9 o'clock there. Finally, there's always a hesitation, it seems, every time Windows or Microsoft comes out with a new version of Windows. There's always a bit of a hesitation for people to make the switch over to the latest version. Windows 11 we're talking about here. They come out with this announcement. I mean, Microsoft's not doing anything at all. They come out with this announcement of Phone Link, which is going to provide Windows users access to, or the ability to link your iPhone now to the Windows desktop platform, which is huge for anyone who's kind of been on the fence as far as maybe switching over to iPhone for that very reason. There's also this, which was kind of interesting from OpenAI. They're preparing and readying a new open source AI model. So if you remember way back when OpenAI started, it was a open non-for-profit organization that was building this non-for-profit. So they're I guess going back to those roots. Obviously, Microsoft with an investment in OpenAI, maybe in response to what Elon was saying.
And he was asked, and by he, I'm talking about Satya Nadella, was asked that specifically, how a for-profit corporation feels doing business with a non-for-profit. In this case, it's OpenAI. Sorry, OpenAI. Yeah, losing all my my AIs there. Yeah, but in all seriousness, it should be kind of refreshing to see that it's being driven for some purpose other than profit, on paper at least.
And it happens the same day that Elon makes another kind of double or triple down on that very same idea that he is going to go back to some sort of open source AI project as well. The rundown, guys, brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on the desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Bottom right-hand corner of the screen right now, Trader TV 20 gets you 20% off over at Trade Ideas. Shout out to Michael Noss, everyone over at Trade Ideas, as always.
Yes, sir. And speaking of which, I have my weekly up for. I'm going to show you here on the daily and the weekly of Apple. You can, on the daily, you have this nice little tight cluster, and it's been a pretty long run to get here, 171 to 175, and you've been consolidating this entire time, but there's a reason for that. You're getting lower highs on the weekly. You were above 180 previously, then you were rejecting 180, and then if you go all the way back, well, I mean, not quite a full year ago. It's going to be that August high, 175 again. So I feel like if you're making another lower high and continuing that pattern, then Apple's kind of a dip from here. And if you think about where the market didn't go yesterday, a lot of that blame, for lack of a better term, we put towards Apple. That's not going to be the best. Can you do that? Not really, but there you go. If you look at yesterday, it was basically failing 173. It held a 171, and every day there's been a bit of a more shallow dip. yeah, there's no way to make that chart look any better. So I think that 173 would be the first look for me for a bit of a fade, but it's more about where we are at on that daily that just has me looking short unless it breaks 175. And if it breaks 175, I'm thinking that 180 level. So I'll be geared in. I just feel like other things are going to get to the top of 4. And very quick, well, it's only 5 minutes to go. Just to remind everybody, I'm still looking at Micron because we didn't really talk about the chips yet, but 65 up top on Micron on the daily. We're here now. There's already a bit of a dip in. I want to be short into that number. Probably even give it a little bit past 65 even. But yeah, that's a big top up there. If it clears 66, I think this could be in the midst of a run. Super strong name yesterday. But at another level, another stock that's at a gigantic wall as we speak.
Yeah, I like that Micron. Yeah, long or short. I mean, just play it off that level there, $65. Good little play right there. Some stocks moving around because we just got the imbalances out.
Yeah.
Look what just happened with Meta, by the way. Meta just got destroyed down to the downside right here. So let's just find out what exactly is going on with that play. So, whoops, we don't need to edit that right now. So here we go. The NASDAQ imbalances are out, and there's Meta leading the way with a sell. So that's why Meta just ticks down there to 236, drops about $2 or so on that sell imbalance. So, hey, whether or not, I see what you're saying, Shakib, I'm all over everything, so don't worry. Whether or not this is going to be a bull trap or not, or bear trap or not, everyone's thinking bearish. Generally, it's the other way, right? And so there's Amazon, nice little move up to 111.20 there. So they go the other way on these imbalances. But this is what they're trying to do, right? They're going to affect the stock here off the open. New holdings with a bid. We talked about their earnings report a little bit as well. That's on our sticky note on our watch list. You can get that watch list tradertv.live.com. So watchlist.tradertv.live. All right, so that's that right there for the imbalance locator. Microsoft, we're talking about that a little bit on the board. I still think all these are sells today. So, you know, I do have obviously a bearish bias, but I just like this 310, just like how Micron, this is not as obvious as Micron, but right here, it's been bouncing its head off 310 the last couple days. And then you have the high of 312. 313 is the 52-week high. We just made that the other day. So I like the fade here in Microsoft, although I do like what they're saying about the phone link there with Windows 11 and being able to connect to the largest base in the world with iPhone users. So I would say that that's a great opportunity for them. I would look for a dip buy opportunity in Microsoft, and that's why I'm waiting around this 308, 307 just to see if we can, you know, give ourselves a bottom to work off of, but right away, I'm pretty bearish. You can see what's happened in the market. When we came on here, you know, which was now an hour ago, which is right here, and the market was basically flat, you know, that's when I mentioned that I was going to be bearish today, and it's just kind of ticked down there. Obviously, we get the retail number, and we have more numbers and more Fed speak to come today. So I feel like the best thing to do is sit on our hands for a little bit and see where this market goes. But the best stock to trade recently, especially off some crazy moves early, has been something like AMD. We got $2 move yesterday in this name off the short early. So we were short this name right up here again, $95, $96. Capture it down here to 93 before then switching over to the long yesterday and hitting the long. So my number one P&L stock and the number one on the show was AMD yesterday. So I feel like you could trade that again, man. Look at that bottom. You know, huge move from the bottom to the top, has a chance to do that again. So look out for 98, possible as a short area. But here we go. Is that a real tick up right there? Yeah, 98. So here we go. We're starting to move again, back up to the upside. The best trade for me to sit around and wait for is going to be Google, and that's where we're waiting right here, 117.50. I like that short the best out of all the ideas, but I want to watch AMD in case we do dip down. Shopify also a good one as well, breaking below 61 right now.
Yeah, with about 90 seconds to go here, you mentioned Meta obviously with that sell imbalance. NU was that buy imbalance. It is on the midst of a breakout on the daily chart. It is worth mentioning here. Like, this is a clear break with a bit of a gap to fill up to like $8. So if it can hold 6 even, I want to see maybe how the volume plays out at the open. Again, not a stock that I've generally ever traded, but you know, the setup is if it holds a bit of a dip, like sell the news or sell the gap here, then if it can hold that dip area 6 to 620 and round out from there, that's usually a setup that can work. Just want to be patient with it because you know, SoFi was a similar play for me yesterday, and it's just the front end, getting in a little bit front end, you ended up getting that dip down in, and it did not hold. So when looking for a dip buy, sometimes you want to see it really wipe out the bottom Sometimes it has to do it a couple of times, and then you want to go for it. So NU is on the radar, not at the front of the mind. Goodness, Tesla's already coming down. So I didn't see Tesla on the imbalance locator, but it's already broken 167 and headed to 165. So we could see a test of yesterday's low on Tesla right quick. As we got 30 seconds to the bell on a Tuesday, Wall headed to the upside. Micron's getting close to that 65. That could come in pretty early, testing that big level on the daily. Tesla and Meta looking weak already, so it's going to be a wild open, I do think. And buckle up, because we've got a good one here for you today. Some Fed speakers a little bit later on that we got to worry about. But in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Sharif.
All right, well, that's it, man. We are now open. Like I said, I'm watching Google here. I'm watching some Microsoft as well. Google's still at 116.50, looking to do something there. AMD ripping up to 98 right now, sort of as expected. And then Microsoft taking out that 310 area that we really liked for a long. So there goes 310 right away. We talked about it breaking, but no surprise that it breaks early. That was kind of as expected there for Microsoft. And there it goes, man, just absolutely ripping up. You have to watch out for that 313 break now, 310, 311. Oh, man, too bad. Too bad that happened early, but, you know, it never really dipped down. Microsoft just hung out at 309. I guess that was the dip by opportunity, and there it goes through 311. What an absolute monster is Microsoft. Yeah, bearish today? Not so far, man. This day is absolutely ripping to start the day with a straight move higher.
Yeah, Meta even caught a tiny, I mean, not a huge bounce, a bit of a tiny bounce off of 235 here. It's starting to glide a little bit higher. Still, if the market's going to carry up, I felt like I was going to get Micron at the open. So I did put a starter at 680, and then we turned at 64, 67. So going to be patient with this. It needs to get up to that top and test 65 before I get into it. The NQ is headed to the upside, so should be patient in terms of looking for shorts. WAL, I was looking for a potential breakout there. Nothing. Okay, no, never mind. It's starting to break out to the upside. 33 was a big level on this, so if it gets to 33, I think that can be a nice level for us. But again, it has to get there, and I was watching this one over PacW. Just felt it was a better trade. Here comes Micron. Micron's going to start to test higher. Where was my fill? I'm there. I just got that 80, so 64.80. This is one I'm giving past 65 as a reminder of why I like it. Where the heck did my daily chart go? Oh, goodness. I don't know why all those go to NASDAQ and the other one stays in New York, but there's 64.5 on the daily. I want to give this a little bit past that 65 level and really try to get back in on the back end of this trade, meaning as it starts to roll over. Tesla's all the way back at 166.5. 167 and 170 are the two levels I like there.
This market is very aggressive right now. We're short Google, but only against this high of 117.10. So we're short right here at 95. So, here it goes. If it breaks higher, we're going to get out of it. Then we'll just regroup at the spot that we wanted in the first place, 117.50. So we'll there it is. It's going to rip up right now. This market is really turning green. It just turned green. Wow. What a great long. I cannot believe Microsoft's already at 312. There it is. So that's just a quick little L there for Google. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet. But again, not anything. We were just hoping that move could have happened, and it didn't. So now we wait for Google to make a move back up to the upside near that 117.50 area. But hey, man, if this market wants to still continue to run, then that's going to be something. And look at Microsoft. We talked about it. We said why we wanted to get long on there, and we don't have it. So maybe we wait for a pullback here on Softy. It has gone to that upside, man. Microsoft now looking at 312. Wow, what a day, man. Up 1% for Microsoft. Just looking, I mean, I'm happy as hell. This is a big holding for myself, but not happy that we're not long already. Maybe you do get that 52-week break now of 313, and that's coming in right here, right away. There's 313.60 as that wick top, but we have a 52-week close on e-signal of 313. So here it comes up to that, a little quicker than I would have thought. And there goes Microsoft. Nice upside move right here. I'm gonna put another Google short on around this area if we can get it, and there it is right there. We have a small trade now at 117.10. This is where we got blasted out last time. So let's just see if it holds that. Of course, our play is up here to 118, so we have to wait for that to fill up first. So now we'll take the short. We will not panic and get out. This is a much more comfortable level for us. Microsoft trying to still take that to that 313. Wow, what a great move that is.
Yeah, oh my God, that's so strong. Apple's actually green on the day now. It almost got to 173, which I thought was going to be the first. 173 and 175 I like. I'm watching that one at the 72 half, but I took some at 64.80 on Micron. It then made the wick above 65, kind of it didn't halt, but I mean, it stopped at 65.20, slammed back down. I was then able to get on the way back in, 64, like 98, and I got some there at 91 as well on the way back down. So once it cleared back underneath this supply zone in the afternoon, I started getting out. I got the first fill at 70. I'm going to take one out at 50 and then look for the low of the day at 64. So obviously a pretty strong move to the upside in the overall market. As I mentioned here, Apple, not quite at 173. Let me zoom in. Yeah, that's not too much bad. That's not that bad. 173, that's the first level. If you look at yesterday, it's sort of early afternoon resistance, and 175, I think, can get taken out. Micron, I thought, would be the first thing I'm in. It's the only thing I'm in right now, and not really trying to rush anything. Tesla just tested 167. That could set up there. If it breaks out, obviously I like a 170 to the south side. Oh, and just another one. I mean, AMD is making a bit of a push into 100. So the last time AMD got to 100, I just plain shorted the 100 level. Sometimes it gets pretty simple. Like if it stopped exactly at 100, you didn't have to give it any extra pennies or anything. It was a pretty easy trade. I would try the same thing again today. Just understand, usually it's better the first time than the second or third time through. PacW is, like I'm sitting here looking at Wall, and PacW is the one going. Wall was the stronger one yesterday, but it looks like PacW is taking the reins today for whatever reason.
This is a pretty good move right now, that's for sure, in these markets. We just took 20 cents on the reloaded Google short, down here to 116.9 to 116.89 right there. But we're going to have to hold on to that trade and see what's going on with some other names right now. Beyond Meat, Square, Lucid. Let's check out Square quickly. Oops, I'm on the wrong screen. Let's just check out. You already know my Google Play, man. If that goes up to 118, then we'll look at that again. All right, Square right now. Okay, not doing much. That was my bad. Down 1.29% and still trying to go. The name that I was looking at for a short, I've been sort of wanting to get short Apple, but it has made a nice move to the upside right now. And again, it's just following that Microsoft. Microsoft's at 312.50 right now. Oh, look, we have all these wicks. Sorry about that. It's going to be impossible to see this. But that high right there is 172.63 for Apple. We've wicked up there a couple times. Maybe worth a short here for Apple. I'm just a little nervous just because I'm seeing what's going on with Microsoft, as that's up to 312.50 right now. And AMD is, we said that would possibly be a good trade as well. But no dip longs at 96 for AMD. I think I'm going to try an Apple short, but here's AMD right now, just absolutely, motoring up to that 99.50, but then stopping and retracing back a little bit. So nice move back down. We're still on this Google short as well, which I like. So we just might have to throw Apple in the mix here. We shorted that yesterday. It was huge.
Yeah, it just broke 172.5, that Apple. So I think it gets to that 73. It's just too big. And the trend, if you look at it up at that high on the weekly, it's just too obvious to take a shot there. HD, no pop to the upside to try and fade it. It's actually just heading down. It's at 277 and still falling here. So not a great look for Home Depot, down 4%. I did just, give me a break.
Here comes 100, by the way.
I know, two things happening at once here. I was trying to get some out in front of that 64 even. On Micron, it just dipped to 64, like 20s, and then didn't fill me. So I'm trying to get that AMD. I'm going to have my stop order. You know the one I like. We're going to use that one. It's going to work today, and it'll be just fine. But Micron working here, as I want to get this next out in front of the low and then try to hold through. But AMD is at that 100, Sharif.
It's going to break.
C Limited, Neil, SE down big, 14% down into the right. Come to the screen if you're able to, Rob. On the back of bad Q1 earnings, we're looking at low of day at 75.67, guys. SE.
Okay, yeah, let's hit the like button. What's up to Shakib? What's up to everybody as well up there? I'm going to try to take this break of 100 right now on AMD. Let's just see what it does. I'm not going to sit in front of it, although I don't hate that idea right now for AMD. But here goes Google, man. Google just took off a little bit. Up there, we got a short at 25, so it's trying to make moves higher right now as well, as we're short Apple. This could be disastrous. I got to watch out for Microsoft's going to take that 13 level as well. But Apple up here, 173. If it takes 173, then we could definitely get out of that one. We will average into Apple as well. But here's Google on that play, and then here's Apple. So I want to watch out for this 173. It is a nice move up, and if you're looking at the NASDAQ chart again on the 30-minute, we are kind of just hovering around these highs. highs once again that we've already seen. So 13,491, 13,500, right? That's key enough. Let's just key off that number, 13,500 right now on the NASDAQ. So that's going to be a very, very key level to watch out for. As there goes Google trying to make it back up to that 118. We are not in panic mode at all right now with Google. We're just going to sit on it, wait to see what happens. We'll get some more shares at 50. That's where initially we wanted this trade anyways. So we'll put an offer there and see what happens as Apple and Google. Apple's been okay, man. Apple's still sitting down here. We're short that name, and here comes Google back in just a little bit as well. So AMD, Neil, I know you're short that one. Good price up there at $100. So let's wait to see if the market now falls down. Well, now that we only have shorts. Look at that, those position boards. Yeah. Google and Apple, Micron and AMD. Whatever happened to us trading small caps?
Well, I was looking at Wall and PacW went. That's what happened to me, but it's fine. You know, you look for one to break and the other breaks. You got to pick one. I'm not watching two of them and trying to trade both of them. But AMD didn't quite get to 99.90. It printed 99.91 too, apparently, allegedly. But I got an 88 fill. My other offer was, which I can probably cancel now, was up above 99.90. I was trying to get more shares right in front of 100. Didn't get it. I got some out there at 60s. It's going to make a run at this. We didn't come all this way not to test the 100 level. So, you know, if I'm going to reload this one, it has to show me a failure pretty much at the same price. It looks like this is a screamer today. And one of the reasons why it's obvious how strong it is, like that's AMD. This, like Micron, which was the strongest of the chip names yesterday, rejected that 65 and has come back in. I did take that fill 64.20. I'm looking for a place to reload this. It might, right now I want it close to 65. It might set up underneath VWAP, but I'm looking short off this level all day long on Micron, whereas AMD looks like it wants to take out this 100 here. There it goes. So no hard stop. I wasn't really giving it any extra room. I just took the hard stop out. If we're going to scalp it, I'm going to get out of it right quick. I haven't checked NVIDIA to see what that bad boy's doing. And yeah, I mean, if you're watching PacW, it is making moves here, and I think that one could be worth it. If it goes into a halt, I'm probably going to shift over to it, but it's not front of the mind right now.
Yeah, I of course went long on AMD as we promised that, and there it is right there. A nice little move to the upside. Let's see how far it wants to go. Let's freaking go right now on AMD. So here we go. Hit the sirens. I don't know if that just did work. Our things do not work. Rob and everybody else there, our animations are not working. That's okay. We'll wait for Mahad to come through on that one. But there it goes, man. AMD, let's go. Hit the sirens. Hit everything you want. It's not working. Nice upside move here for AMD, man. That's what we waited for, that $100 break. So let's see. I'm getting pieces out as it's going up, man. We took a decent position there. Yes, sir, on the break. So we're hitting that money, but it... $100.33. There's the drop back down. Our best out, I think, is 45, 46 as we just keep on taking pieces out right now. So, you know, fire first, ask questions later is AMD. What a good trade that was, breaking through 100. But that's the thing, right? You go short, Neil. I think that was a good shot there. And there it goes. I still feel like it's only up 30 cents right now. So
market's almost at 13.5.
Yes. So
NASDAQ,
it's a nice break.
NASDAQ.
Nice break. We're still winning on the Apple short and the Google short, by the way. So we just got a great fill down there at 91 on Google. Meanwhile, AMD is taking numbers right now to the upside. That's a good trade there. And so we've got long that's working and two shorts that are working. So this is strange.
Well, actually, yesterday you saw some of that. Like
Yeah,
yesterday, that's how it was with, especially with big tech. You had to separate them, which one's weak and which is strong. Now, Meta was obviously weak. It had that dump when the imbalances came out here. It's trying to break this channel to the upside. I gotta respect 240, but if this fails the break, when the market fails the high, then Meta just comes back underneath 237 and it sets up for a little bit of a short. Obviously, you're getting a big move in some other names. I'm going to go to Shreve in a quick second, but there was a pullback in PacW here. If this were to hold about that 550 area, the pre-market breakout high, that could set it up for a secondary run. Shreve, what you got, bud?
MICS, guys. MICS, Singing Machine, up nicely on the day, over 100% on the news that it's ending. It's at the market equity program. Here's the price action looking to break that 2.25. Started the day out at 1.25.
The thing that pisses me off is if I wasn't looking at the regional banks this morning,
Jesus.
and Mike's was going to be the one. Because it is what it is, man.
Yeah, these markets are. I am quite frankly, we put those over to bears, and I was talking about shout out to you, Shakib.
13.5 already?
Right now, like shout out to Shakib saying this could be a trap today. And it looks like we may. Wow, holy shnikes right now. AMD, like I always talk about one good trade, like. Wow, like we talked about AMD long. We talked about how great it was yesterday. It was my #1 name yesterday, and it looks like it will be in that pocket again here today for us. So for me, so that was a good trade there. Let's see if it continues to go. 80 cents now. Well, we punched through. We got 11s. We didn't even get a good price. I don't know what you got, but we got $100.11. So we got a lot of slippage. But hey, man, I'll take slippage all damn day right now. Yeah, I guess we got to reset that. If we can, maybe we can get Mark over here or something. No, I don't think any of the things are working. Oh, yours is working. Oh, that's good. Okay, so that's good.
That doesn't make any sense.
You know, it does make sense. Maybe it's just not open overall. But okay, we'll get that figured out. But Apple right now, we just shorted it against 173. Let's see if that works.
Yeah, so here's the NASDAQ very quickly, guys. Come to my chart here, and you can sort of see 13.5 on the NASDAQ. If something is setting up to the short, I'm still on Mike's. Setting up to the short, I'm still going to like it. Micron is not giving me the reload, but Apple got to that 173, so I got 88s in there. This is one where I don't want to have a hard stop on Apple at an even dollar level. This is more about getting a feel. You're catching a bit above 13.5, so I need to give this at least to that quarter mark before it's going to be dead wrong. But the one if I'm being real, I do like the Micron short better. I just feel as the market's this strong, I want to be getting filled at the 65 for a reload as opposed to a lower high. If we're grinding up like this, it's like be patient. If you want to short, get your price, get your price. That's how it should be. Microsoft, I mean, it's got room to 315 if you go to the weekly chart. And I guess it's not taking any prisoners. That's just where it wants to be. It wants to be at that 315. Tesla, put it in the weak camp for now. That's staying true. I thought maybe it was going to break back out, push higher, and give a 170 for the short. But Tesla wants the under. If the market rolls over here, it's hard not to want to be Tesla short underneath that 166.5 again. As a matter of fact, it might just break 165. It's crazy. This market's screaming, but it's not everything that's going up here.
Wow, this is like AMD, guys, is $1 now in the money. We just broke 101 right here. So we have too many outs. We don't have too many outs. We still have position on, but a lot of outs here at 50s and 40s, right? So we don't appreciate this huge move to the upside, but we've taken some out. That is for damn sure right there, as it's just made a huge, huge move. Okay, so Google, here comes Google again, right back up to 118. This is kind of the levels that we thought. 118.50, the blowout level for Google. So I'm going to get some more short as we get going to the upside right now, and then watch out to see about that 118. That kind of sucks if we get taken out up there, but hey, this is part of the game as Google's starting to rip higher, as is AMD, as is Apple, man. Apple's right here at 173. We'll get out if it takes that level. What's up, Sharif?
I'm looking for a news catalyst here on AMD, Sean, and what I'm seeing is Daniel Loeb's Third Point amasses a new stake in 4 new stocks: Google, Micron, AMD, and Baba. That's the only thing I see for AMD.
Yeah, okay, but...
Okay, I mean, that would make sense. Let me just see if this is working.
But yesterday we didn't know why Micron was strong, relatively speaking. Like the chips all caught a bid. It was just weird. You didn't really know which one was going. Obviously, not all of these are moving exactly the same way. But if you look at what's happening to NVIDIA, NVIDIA's through 291. That's a huge technical break for NVIDIA here. This is a daily of NVIDIA. I don't have to tell you what this number is up here. That's 300. It's not nonsense when NVIDIA does this to think about numbers like that. So above, this will fill in at some point, but if you can hold out above 92, 91, where I think there's a dip buy, then that 300 can come into play. A bit of a technical break here on NVIDIA. Quite frankly, that's a big runner. This is making me like this in Micron even more, quite frankly, because both those two are screaming. Intel's up today and Micron's down 1% and taking out the low of the day. So my next bid's at 63.5, and I'll fade this one off of VWAP. Apple, which is the only other position I'm in right now, that's starting to curl up that 73. It hit it again and started to come back down, so I was able to add to it. I need to give this a few shekels above there, but yeah, I look at this move and say, just separate the weak, the strong from the weak here, and AMD, NVIDIA strong, Micron weak, Tesla right now weak, Meta might be in that strong camp again. It started out, they dumped it at the open, it's right back up at pre-market highs. So Meta has, it's not a gap, but Meta has pulled all the way back into like 238. Just remember 240 has been a bit of a problem for that stock. So I'm in 2 shorts, obviously I have to manage them well. One doing not going to be any trouble, but with this market screaming, Apple at that 173, it's not breaking it, but it's also not dipping either. It's not like it's falling away from this level.
Yeah, it's pretty close right there to break. So, but we're going to get broken out here on Google. Google's all the way up to 118, and again, we did the same thing again today. We didn't wait enough time because now my average price is 40. So, this has to come down. It can still come down 40 cents, but we're going to watch out for a pretty strong 118 break. And then I'm not. Again, it's a good thing we've made, decent money there on AMD because right now, these shorts today really are not paying anything out now. So what a big move it is for Google. Like that's the NASDAQ, but Google right there, just short. Able to get some out, but yeah, none recently, as Neil just very wisely mentioned there about Apple. It's not dipping, nor is Google. And here we go. It's going to have the same action as AMD probably once it breaks that 118. So there it is. We're now going to get out of it if it does continue to go too much higher than that. So there's the initial break. Now let's see if it does have any pull forward on that break. If it doesn't, then maybe we do retrace down just a couple pennies. But, there's the 118 break, and it only went down to 117.95 before getting bought back up to that 118 level again. So I still got to keep my eye in the corner of my eye on Apple because that's trying to test 173 as well. But there's the high break on Google.
Apple feels better now.
We're almost out of this because this does look like it wants to take out 118. So just a couple more pennies and we will be out of this. Too bad because we did have a great trade there obviously on AMD, but giving it back here on Google.
So a couple of things. So Google did break yesterday and got to 118.5. I think I can still look at that. And I wanted the overfills here today if it got to that 118. Apple is still kind of going here. I wanted to get to 2 names. One, thank you. Hamster, you literally read my mind. It's a bit creepy. Yeah, it's creepy, Hamster. I was actually pulling up Coinbase when you just typed that. That's so the $60 level, you can obviously tell why. It dipped to 58. It just double tapped 60 here a couple of times. 61 was the bigger level, but this can play off that 60. Intel got to 30 and did this, 29.90 and did this. Then a reverse here, so maybe put that in the ish list along with Micron because Micron just printed to the downside. Congratulations! Intel going down, but I think that the last move on Intel happened exactly when Micron broke the low. So I feel like they're following each other. They broke 64. I got 63.5. I do feel like it's possible you could see a 62.5, but the market finally starting to come back in. One more load up on Apple there. NVIDIA's looking okay. I should have maybe just got more aggressive on that 18 level in Google. I was waiting for overfills. There were none to be had. So it got to 118, and I was too patient, but this is still the back end of the trade. I like the back end of the trade. So on the back end, I don't mind getting it into 118 here with the market beneath 13.5. So I'm going to start the journey in the 60s. I probably don't add till it gets to 70s and 80s. Taking the back end on this. Apple, what the heck, Apple?
Not going down.
It was just, okay, Apple was just pulling back in. I'm like, okay, this is it. It's pulling back. We're going to get VWAP here, and it's right back up to 173. So much for the curl. Now it's testing the high again.
Yep, here it goes. It's going to break through 173 there. We were able to get some out on Google, of course, when it just came into the 60s right there. It actually came into the 50s, but stopped at 55.56 right there. So we'll have to wait to see if this one can turn out to be the big one for us or not. But there goes Apple right now, breaking through 173. So see you later on that one. But I don't know if that's going to be a reload or not on that short as it just takes down 173. I'm pretty happy just being short right now on Google and watching out for that as Apple just kind of dancing around there. That might be a good short at now. I don't know. But there goes Apple. So we will flush ourselves down the toilet on that one. Alibaba makes another great high here of 88 again. Like Alibaba was in trouble early, man, down to 86 bucks, and then a nice move up here into $88 one more time as we just sit here and watch out for this trade on Google to see where that's going. But Alibaba, good little level up there at 88.50. We touched that yesterday, and there it is right there again today coming through for Alibaba. That, we'll wait. I like to see a pullback in that as well. Shopify making a move to the high side as well right now. Oh man, so many things are looking like great shorts. It's just The market is not. The market is actually ripping up to 13.5 again. It did bounce off there. We could short Shopify into yesterday's close, which is right here, 61.60. That could be a decent short right there as we hit the 200 period again. So I think we could take a risk on a Shopify short against 61.60. I'm gonna put that on right now in case this market does bounce even harder off that 13.5.
So take the L. I'm going to take the L on Apple here. Got to. But again, try to take the paper cuts, right? Like I only want to give back small portions of what micron because that's working. If it's a wick high, I don't mind jumping back into this. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what it looks like there. So there's the wick top. Sometimes it'll happen to you. So I'm jumping back in, give it into the high of the day. Alphabet has not done a heck of a lot since the back end. I thought we'd get some fills in the 80s. That hasn't happened just yet. I'm going to give you some context here in a quick second because when you're at overhead resistance, this is yesterday's high. That's 13.5 in the NASDAQ. You just wicked that high. So if something's setting up for a short at the top in a situation like that, I'm going to take it. Obviously, I'm not going to get that micron trade. And, obviously, I thought Tesla's relatively weak, but this is kind of come and gone. You're actually breaking lows, and I don't want to short this at the low of the day. Definitely a relatively weak name that I would be looking short, but 164.50, I'm hesitant to really punch that bottom on Tesla. Should have found my way into this maybe at 167, but that's a lot of hindsight. So I'm back into Apple. I'm now into Alphabet. We're just holding on for dear life on Micron, thinking that's going to be the flush of the day. But it's probably going to make some sense to get some out of Apple on the way down to VWAP as strong as it's been because I didn't do that last time. I got greedy with it, said I wasn't going to scalp the trade. I'm not going to get anything out till it gets to like 40, 50 pennies, then it'll be a bigger move. No, this is flagging and stair-stepping to the upside. So if this level is going to work, I need to at least take something out and respect the fact that we're in an upward trend on that one. Going back over to one name that we haven't mentioned, C3AI, no break, no test of 25, none of that nonsense. So, I'm not really looking to short this thing unless it was at that or close to that 25 level. Nothing there, so no offers out for me no longer on C3AI. Alphabet starting to creep back up to the 118. We're still on the back end of this. The high was 118.05. A little dark pool wick doesn't matter to me. I'm stopping the high of the day. I'm looking to get some out when we get to VWAP, and then the retracement 117. 116 is still support on this stock, so if it gets down there, I'd be all out.
Okay. Yeah, I showed it to Daryl and everybody there, man. I was just talking about taking that Shopify short at 50, and then it just tanked 30 cents as soon as we mentioned that. So I don't know. Missed opportunity on that. And we're going to wait. Yeah, I know I should be long. People saying, why am I not short when I talk or long Microsoft when I talked about that? And yeah, you are right right now. So we're going to have to watch out for Google here coming back up to the upside. We're short at 61s now. So this is going to break. And there it is right there, 118.05. We do have our stop order in. So hopefully that will trigger if we do get too much higher than where we are right now. So there goes Google looking like it does want to continue its move higher right now through 118, and then that next high is 118.40. So we're gonna have to wait to see if that's something that gets printed at some point because there it goes, taking out 118. We're just a little bit higher. We're gonna get out at 118.10 because there it goes, and there's the blast up to the upside. So there, once again, man, flushed out there on Google. Nice move to the high side, and it just keeps on going. So we'll sit in a small short just to see what's going on with that. Microsoft trying to bounce off 312. We do have a wick bottom of 311.80. I feel like if we're going to do anything today, we'll have to watch out for that Shopify as well. But Microsoft is going to be a long, right, at some point. So, it already is a long, but let's see if it can take it down again. We'll go long right now at 50 on Microsoft and then try to give it back to about 312 or so. And then watch out for this bottom wick right there. 311.80 on Microsoft is something that we want to look out for there as well. So far so good on the AMD long, but everything else is not great. These shorts have not printed today for me, but we'll see if it can come back in. Again, we did get stopped out on Apple. That's pulling back. I know you have that one, but we're going to wait to see if Microsoft wants to hold this little level right there, 311.82 or so.
So I took the back end of the trade on Alphabet. You see, take out that high. I'm out of it. Going to take our cuts where we can. Again, just trying to keep it controlled here. We are still beneath resistance. Apple did pull back, but guess what? Just bounced off VWAP, right? VWAP doesn't necessarily matter this time of the day. A little bit early for it, but 172.5. That would be the level where it's holding. So 73 It was worth the wait till 73. I did get stopped out, wicked out of it first. I'll take one. Thanks a lot, Rob. Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
Well, you know
brother.
what? I usually I'm like one coffee short because I usually grab one at some point during our little rundown that we do, and I didn't get it, so I want that coffee, and I need my cup of joe. But that 73 breakout did mean a stop out for me. I just jumped back in when I made the wick high, and if it can't break VWAP, we're obviously, I don't know how many times I want to come back to this wall. If we're above 13.5, I don't want to reload this thing on Apple. We did feel like if the market was going to break out today, it would need Apple. Well, Apple is up today. So we'll see if we can respect it. I like where we're at in terms of resistance. Every time the market's gotten to resistance, generally speaking, looking for the shorts to hold has made sense to me. And the way I look at it is you only need one of these and then take 4 or 5 paper cuts elsewhere, and then you should be okay. Now, the problem with Micron is where the heck to get back in. I was wrong about this maybe retesting the 65 level and ended up putting in a lower high. And the question is, can I get back into it? Intel, I don't even see an entry point for this just yet. Nothing that sets up risk to reward. It's just too far down at this point. Man, we're going to go to happening now in a quick second, but there's a bunch of names out there moving that could be setting out for a bit of maybe a long dip. One of them is going to be NVIDIA. Let's go to the desk right now for happening now.
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by Zulu Trade. Are you ready to dive into the world of investing but finding it hard to keep up with the market trends? Well, listen up. Zulu Trade 2.0 just has been launched, allowing you to follow and copy the trades of successful leaders from around the globe, making investing easier and more accessible than ever before. So what are you waiting for? Check them out using the QR code below, bottom right of the screen. All right, guys, let's see what these markets are doing. There is a clear divergence today between the ES and the NQ, as the NQ is still green on the day despite that big pullback, 0.15 to the high side. The ES, though, a third of a percentage down to the downside. The Dow taking on the chin as well, also down 0.5 point. Toronto not faring better either, almost 1 percentage point to the south side. What's moving? Well, AMD is a secular semi-move today. Possible run-up on the news that Daniel Loeb's fund increased its stake in the company. Here is the chart, the 3-minute chart for AMD. I put a little thing for you guys there so you can see it now. Looking to move into higher days, 101.24 the top. SE down big on an earnings miss. C Limited, the American Depository Receipt down over 14% at a point now, recurling, looking to take that 80 resistance level from earlier in the day. And Tesla, week ahead of the annual general meeting tonight in Austin, Texas. Elon Musk slated to speak later on CNBC at around 6 o'clock. We'll be looking to see how Tesla trades, guys, in the aftermarket.
So now things are starting to roll back to the downside. You just consecutive red candles on the 15-minute. Bar is about to talk. So
yeah, that's a problem.
I mean, sometimes you're better to sit in your positions with your stops and your entry areas already established, and then when they start speaking, you're just sort of managing your trades as opposed to looking to put something on. So Tesla, I'm not hitting that at the low of the day. No, let's see what happens after his comments start. NVIDIA hasn't had a red candle since the open on my 15-minute, but there's only been 2 of those. Now that we're past 10 o'clock, it is the top end of this consolidation. I do feel pretty decent about this at 291. And only because, it's a bit of a breakout past that level the last few days. So I like this back in the previous resistance turning into support in front of 291. That'll take it dropping $1.50. So if Bar does that to the market, then maybe we can pick up some NVIDIA. Because it's pretty clear AMD and NVIDIA are strong, Intel and Micron are weak, and I'm not going to fight that until it tells me that that's not okay. Meta is one that I thought was getting a bit of a breakout. Still got some higher lows here. Hasn't quite been able to punch through, so I guess we'll wait for Meta to make a bit of a bigger move there. We'll see what happens. And Coinbase, 60, yeah. Do as we say, not as we do.
Coinbase is...
it touched $60, went to
Microsoft
60.10, and is now at 58.80. So that would have been okay.
We try to go long Microsoft. We are long Microsoft at 15s right now, but it's about to, there it goes. It's going to break right now, and there it goes. See you later on Microsoft. That did not hold. So, that's too bad, man. We were trying to get those 312s. It breaks through 80s, and we get out a softie, and now hopefully this will continue to go to the downside, and maybe we can be patient finally and wait for something. Oh, it's 10:03, so I feel like that was a decent trade right there, but just did not work out for us. Shopify here, we have that short, so we talked about trying to be patient. That one did come back, so we'll put some bids now in at 30 exactly, and then even lower than that. As Shopify, the last time we missed it, it dropped down to 61.20. Let's see if we can get a fill down here right now for Shopify, and if that is up near the top of the day, I think we got a pretty good fill. If it takes out 60s, like we said, yesterday's closed, and we can regroup on that one and see what's going on with Shopify. But we're right there on the bid. Will it fill us? No, it will not, apparently. Or yes, it will as we get it. Okay, good. Some fills there on 6. Okay, good. There it goes. I was gonna say we didn't get it all, but there it is. There's the short now coming through on Shopify. AMD long is wow. I'm gonna have to get out some more of this, man. AMD is all the way up into the 40s now. So this is $1.50 in the money for this AMD trade. So far so good on that. Thank you so much, Rob, for that. Right now, yes, we are trying to do great. So cheers on that one.
It says hot stuff.
Mine is you're doing great.
I like that one. You're doing great. They're great. Oh, can I shout out?
It was only the truth.
I don't have to ask to shout someone out. Shout out to Renata for pointing out Airbnb. It might have caught a bottom.
Ooh, I talked about that yesterday. What is the price?
Disaster down. It held 104 a couple times. Look, it's 2 days. I always look for it to hold a bottom 2 days, the same low. So 104 got held for 2 days in a row, the higher low this morning. The breakout is at 106, it looks like. This is just an ugly wick there on the in the pre-market. So 106.15, it looks like to me. Maybe like that 20. I think it needs to break the quarter, hold volume above. You look for trend upside. There's just a gigantic gap to be filled in there that I like. I was mentioning NVIDIA there for a second. No real dip just yet. I mean, it's challenging the top and looking like it's rolling over at least a little bit at 93, and then it's not getting into VWAP. That said, 91.5 looks like the entry point to me, or at least tighter into that. So I'm going to get a little baby fill in there. If we can catch something on the way back in. Apple, that still has that wick from yesterday. It's broken VWAP. I think you got to at least look 72 or 71. I don't know that we're going to get 173 again. The market has failed that high. And a couple of them I'm looking for, oh, wait a minute, our position board's not there. I am short Apple, 172.87, short Micron, 64.9. Oh, there it goes. Look at that. It's you ask and you shall receive. So it is said, so it shall be done. Alphabet was the one I was going to go to next here. This is at yesterday's high, or at least close enough to it. So maybe should have waited for that. I elected to take the first curl off 118.5, but we're below 13.5, and we're at that resistance level. Maybe play a little over-under action here. So 118.40, I think it was in the 40s, but I say 50 is going to be that level here for Google. It is in the midst of a breakout. I need to see volume hold above that price before I sort of chase along at that high. That I'd much rather go dip buying on NVIDIA on its relative strength here than necessarily punch the high on Alphabet.
All right, so we were able to, I'm still in that Alphabet trade as well. We'll have to see what's going on. Microsoft did make its move back upside, so, that to get stopped out of that one may have sucked, but we'll wait to see if it does want to take it back, as the market is taking back some of these levels as well. So that's 311.50 was the very bottom there for Softy. So let's see if that still comes into play, but we're still trying to test that 13.5. So that on the NASDAQ is a pretty key level right now. And, if we take it, then, all the shorts will be dead. And if not, then they'll probably be okay right now. But I don't know. I'm just watching it like a hawk. Here it goes. I'm not even looking at my trades. But we did get out. Not out of it all, but out of 30% here, 10, 20, 30, all the way down there on Shopify, and it bounced off of VWAP. So that's going to be a level to look out for there on Shopify, VWAP of 16.14. We got out at 15, but the VWAP is at 14. So, oh man, maybe that does go back up to the upside and take out that 61.60 level, which is where we're concerned with. Not really a reloaded position up there, but we are watching out for Google, because if that does come back down into the downside, then maybe we can get something with this stock as well. And then, Apple, we got taken out at the top of that, so that's over for me. And I know you still have that, which is nice. And then AMD, we're almost out of that, but we just took $1.50 on that play. So hopefully it'll all last out for, for temporarily a little bit longer.
I think you got to hold AMD because
SoFi 450.
What else is, like, okay, so obviously Google's strong at the high of the day. That just wicked the top, so I'm back in on the back end of that. But outside of NVIDIA and AMD, to an extent Google there, looking for things that are holding relative strength to the market, testing those highs while the market is pulled back underneath that 13.5 zone. So, that puts those two chip names into that category. I'm looking at Alibaba, that rejected 88.5, but it's actually holding support. So you get a bit of a flag formation there. Maybe that's not, it's not necessarily breaking down for a fade. Alphabet, as I said, it got to yesterday's high. I can zoom back in because that's ridiculous. And then I'm short again, waiting till the key price level. Maybe it wasn't worth it at the 118 and should have waited for yesterday's high. We'll see if that ends up being true. And if you lose here, at least I'm trying to get these on the back end of the trade, consolidating after it takes out the key price level, and then be not against the trend too much. I do see a firm making a bit of a move, and Airbnb is still on my radar as well. That has not really made that thorough break of that 116 area just yet. It's wicked a couple of times, not really seeing a lot of volume up here, so it's trying to suss itself out here. I just want to see it hold that bid a little bit longer, consolidate, and show some signs of strength, because the market's coming back in from here, and if we go red, I think you want to be cautious with longs up at the top when you just maybe broke yesterday's high and you're pulling back in. If we get a little bit deeper and start making a nice support level at 13.46, then the longs look a little bit more appealing on some of the stronger names. Sharif?
Carvana, Neil, down big, 6% on the back of that downgrade this morning, looking to hold 1080.
Oh, 10 was the level I liked.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about Carvana
I like
earlier.
10 better,
Right now. Okay, we're still holding on AMD. We only have very, very small piece left, like 5% left on that one. My concern really is just in one name now, and it's just in Google. So we're back into the short. We do have a couple Fed speak coming up right now. Well, I mean, it's coming up all day. I tweeted out, it's on our watch list as well, right there. 10 o'clock right here. So Fed's Bar speaks, 10:30 Barkin, 12:15 Williams, 2:30 Goolsby. So yeah, there's some ghoulish action about to happen here potentially in the future.
Hopefully
so let's
not
just
too
wait
ghoulish.
to see what's going on right now. So there's the big short for me right now, and it's just going to be Google. We're going to hold on to that. I would love it to come down into 117.60 right now. That will be a day saver if that does come through, but right now that is what we are waiting for. And then one name that's been a winner for us, and so let's just get some more out as we'll punch a little bit out there, 29s and 30s, is Shopify. So we're on the bid here at 24. Hopefully that can come through. The thing about it is, even sitting here on the bid, it's the only way to get filled, because if you try to punch something, it runs away from you. So see, you got to sit there. See, I'm like at 24. See, people aren't pulling, and it's having a hard time going through. So there. Oh, well, all right, now it's back and forth, so we do get the fill there, but you do sort of see what I'm saying. As here comes Google pulling back a little bit.
18.
Let's take it. Let's take some out right now, again, on this trade. I hope it breaks 118, man. But again, we trade our own books here. I have a lot of shares, so I'm going to take something out here at 118 flat. That's our price, so we're at 118.02, so we just got a 118.02. So hopefully this can come back in. We take out 10% there. Let's fall down, man. Like I said, this could be a very, very big trade if it does come through.
So, I mean, NVIDIA, I just got the dip. It's hitting VWAP right now. I'm going to do the over-under game here. So we got to that sort of support level, NASDAQ going red and then trying to hold the other side of it. If we consolidate here, I'll probably look to add in front of 291. I got the half entry there. Pull back from 92s, but that half entry on NVIDIA is going to be the long. Apple's starting to work pretty nicely to the downside. 72 is 72 is still a bit of a problem for Apple as I look up I just want to see what's going on with that Airbnb. But yeah, it's bouncing off that 172 as we speak. Yeah, this might be worth a bit of a trail, but I'm not at that point just yet. I wish I had another one that I liked long, but I feel like these two chip names are the way to go. So AMD and NVIDIA, I'll get some out on the north side of 292 and then look for reloads off of VWAP here. So, patience is kind of working out here, just playing off the futures. If we get back to 13.5 and reject it, that's a reload spot for the shorts that are good. I hate when it goes to your order and doesn't fill you, so sometimes cancel and then throw it in again. Trying to get that 292 on NVIDIA. The sole long for me right now, and I feel like those two chip names are the right ones to be in, at least showing that relative strength. Micron, I still want a re-entry. I thought maybe we were just about to get to VWAP, and that's obviously not happening. So another pull back up where I don't quite get what I'm looking for to re-enter that trade. Still holding on a piece for the dream. At this point, the dream is like $62.
Oh man, that sucks because Google went all the way down, broke through 118, but I didn't get any fills there as it broke back down. I mean, I got the one fill, but then it went all the way down to 95, and we didn't get that one. So now we're going to wait to see if we can get it again on a move down, man. Now I'm bidding like 96s, 99s. So hopefully we can get a nice little break there, take some more out of that. Actually, what 99s? I don't want to bid 99s. Hopefully we can get a 96, which is that bottom there that got bought up. So you know, would like to get it out at the bottom if it can come through again for us. Like I said, you know, have some shares on board here, so would like to get this out at least a little bit because it's been strong in holding out. I mean, it's up 1.3%, so I want to be right on this, but at the same time, I don't want to be hella wrong and then get destroyed again like we did on the first short. Like that's back-to-back shorts there for Google, man. That yesterday we didn't wait enough, and then today, there it is. Now we get a 96. Okay, so we complain a little bit and it comes through. So let's see if it now wants to make that move even lower, man. This is exactly what I need to have happen. And there's the buyback for Google. Like I'm not, you know, we're trying to make a little bit of cash here. So would like to see this name drop down and not just take out 10 cents, 15 cents here. Like let's go down Google and see if we can't make back what we lost. So that's what I'm trying to do on this one. Shopify's been a moneymaker, that's for sure. More outs there on the 50 period at 25. Quickly, Sharif?
Nat Gas, very strong, guys. Up 3.25%. Boyle up 6.5%. UNG up 3%. Good day for Nat Gas.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna be checking Tel at the end of this broadcast. But so I got in at the 11.20, 118.20 or so. That's about 25 cents worth of risk to the top. First out at 18, that's 1-to-1. VWAP could be an issue because that's where we consolidated before, but that's the next decision point for me. Apple is now starting to, okay, now it might give up this 172. So once it breaks 172, I'm thinking low of the day with a trailing stop, and that's what we'll look for next. Micron's climbing upside here, but Nvidia, we took the dip trade, didn't find a place to add to it, got wicked there a little bit. So as the market's picking up, this actually looks, sometimes when you get wicked, it's like almost like that 91 a little bit better because it ran some stops in there and the market's trying to bounce here. So I'm going to go back in on NVIDIA, just give it a little bit underneath that last little wick bottom and then see if this is still the one to the upside. Not a heck of a lot that I love to that upside, just given where the market is. Airbnb, again, shout out to Renata. I was looking for a little more strength above 106. Now you could be bouncing off VWAP at least. If it does that, maybe we look for it breaking out breaking out the high with a 106 stop could be in play. But this is why I didn't really jump into that trade up there. I needed to see some actual volume and buying above 106. It basically tapped above and then instantly reversed. Not a good place to get into that long, but I still like that level. If Tesla's ripping, is that ripping? It's not really green yet, but that Tesla 167 could come into play. I got the 4 that I like. Apple's solidly in control. Google's starting to come back. It hasn't been a great one on Alphabet, but it's starting to make more sense. Micron's in control. And then NVIDIA, we just got that re-entry on that one. Looks like it does want to, in fact, hold you up. But this is the difference, right? Back end, front end, like which way is a better way to get into the trade? It's always the back end because you're confirming that you're getting the bounce or the retracement instead of trying to make it happen and trying to predict it. I do it all the time. We said we'd do it again, and you'll never reduce these to zero. The amount of times you get that FOMO wanting to get into the move that you missed to the upside, it makes you more, it just makes you more eager to jump back in on the back end of a trade, right? So allow it to bounce and you'll be better for it the next time.
Yep. And good example of that would be AMD. We waited for that 100 to break. It breaks. And yeah, look, I mean, wow. AMD today, it's up 5%. What? Like this name here, breaking 100, we're still in it, and it's 101.70 right now. So, some breakouts are absolutely fantastic. And the one that also would have worked, of course, was Microsoft, because that's at 311, 312 again right now after the 310 break. But that was a little too early for me, so we missed out on that one. But okay, so Shopify, profitable, not profitable, rips up, takes it out. So, out there, flat day on Shopify as it does take out that high. Good job, Shopify. It really got going here. Now it's positive, much more than the market. This reverse long could be something for sure. And this is why we take profit out on Google when it comes back down to the downside. So we've averaged it back in, but it is looking like it wants to take out that 118 and change. You just got to make sure we have in order to get that out because, yeah, this is ripping higher right now. Whoopsies, Google going to the upside. We have shares on it, so this does suck, but this is happening right now. 118. 50s, I guess, for yesterday. What was exactly? It was 118. Yeah, 50. So it's like right here, right now. So it looks like it does want to take that out. Google, yeah, eating my lunch today, that's for sure. 118 and change upside here for GOGGL. Oh, we got a super chat. Why am I trading Google instead of Goog? It's just a volume thing. That's all. Google has more volume on it than Goog. So thank you so much, Weaver, for that. But you can trade them both, and they should move exactly the same. If I started with Goog, then I would probably still be on it. I just start with Google, so more familiar with the way that trades, although you wouldn't seem to think that today, going short into an up 2% day. Bad trade for Google, that is for sure.
Yeah, I reloaded Google here. I'm just going to quickly show you that, but I'm going to get to NVIDIA in a quick second. But right up at that top, it just hit the high. So again, 1-to-1, and then it hit the high of the day. I got back in, and then 118.50. I'm just above 118.50. Maybe not exactly that, but close enough to it that it's a distinction without a difference. So it pulls back in there. This is where you could just see 120 on daylight today. All the levels didn't really hold up, but we're limiting the loss here. We'll probably lose. Thankfully, not as much as we did on Micron, but I was not nearly as aggressive as I should be on Micron. This is now above VWAP. So this would be the place to be able to get back into it. If it fails VWAP here, then I'd be looking for a 64 short. Otherwise, we're still looking for it to get closer to 65 even. NVIDIA was a long we just grabbed back into. It then carried up to 292, got an offer at 93. We'll go rinsing and repeating off of VWAP on this. And again, probably a little bit early for the dip buy and caught the front end of it, so had to get stopped out first. Apple's bouncing a little bit. That could be worth it for a bit of a play. I'm still watching that Airbnb. Not a heck of a lot going on with that one just yet. But now you're getting a real push in Tesla. So Tesla, if this can get back above 167, that's the press it needs to have. It's still, hasn't really broken the high. You could always see a failure back at 167 here, which would set it up for a tight stop short. But I like NVIDIA. If I was in AMD, I'd be wanting to hold that one to the long side. Now, outside of that, I'm looking for some fresh breakouts. Coin has been known to rip faces off when it puts a double bottom in, but this isn't exactly charging back to the upside. I'd almost say I'd be looking for a short somewhere on Coinbase. Just shorting it at 58.80 when I'm not sure I'm wrong till 60 is not the way to go. You have to be really patient when you short coin on a bit of a bounce there. So let's go to Sharif for the small cap recap. Because really, we hadn't been looking at any of them. Go Mikes.
At all.
Yeah, it's mostly quiet in small cap world, though, Neil. There are a couple of runners. We talked about this one earlier. MICS mix making that 250 high, rejecting off 250, but holding above VWAP. So in my book, at least, it's still playable to the north side. There was another one earlier today by the name of APLD. It made a big move early. It had some nice pre-market movement starting around 8 o'clock. Topped out, though, here, Neil, at 503, retracing now below VWAP out of my books for a long.
Oh, my goodness. So you might have guessed it. Okay, never mind. I'm on the AI chart, but I didn't want to. I was slapping the fail on because Google broke that high of the day, so I slapped the fail on it. That'll be the last out for me at this level. I mean, it's obviously I've traded 2 levels on it that I thought were right. Got it on the back end, which improved yesterday. So the only thing is executing better, I think, at this point. That's all. I'll hang my hat on that for Alphabet. AI is making a break of this top. At least it looks like it wants to make a break of this top. I think 25 is overhead resistance. I paid for locates on this, so I want to be able to have that reversal play in C3 AI if it makes the break of 25 even. This is now what's going on in Alphabet. This is carrying the market back to the upside as we are approaching 13.5 again. So you've now broken through yesterday's high. 120 can be in play. You've held VWAP. You're stair-stepping to the upside. It's just a matter of joining back in on dips. I think that's going to be the way to go. AMD is leading the chip names, so hit enter twice so you can see it's leading the chip names to the upside and hopefully dragging some NVIDIA with it. This was relatively strong, but I don't want this to go to the way of the dodo here. It's bounced and can't get through 92, so you're getting lower highs in there, and I don't want this to turn into a Micron or an Intel where all of a sudden it's like AMD's going and the rest are relatively weak. So Intel, there's a lower high, maybe giving you an entry, but it's got to be Micron. It's got to be.
Maybe Microsoft is just a little bit.
Forgot about Microsoft.
No, I'm saying maybe it's a little bit overdone here. I'm long at 312.40, and this is twice we've been long at this level, and it just I just don't want to miss the move up. Like if we take it now, it's coming back. I still think that we can get this 13.5, but I guess we just maybe should wait for 13.5 to maybe come through first before we like really worry about it coming through. But right now on the NASDAQ, it is bouncing around, and there's Microsoft again. We've already tried this. We had better prices down here before, 13.11, 13.12. So there's 311.50, 311. I mean, I don't think the market wants to break too much lower than where we are right now. So let's wait to see. We've bounced around here a little bit. Here it comes back into the 50 period as Google continues to move higher. So that was a good out there at 50. But the NASDAQ is pulling back just a little bit now as well. So let's see what does happen there. Microsoft, we just missed a 20 reload there. So we'll see if we can get that again. We'll go a little bit higher. But yeah, this is not, it's coming back in. We're going to have to hold this a little bit against us here. If this goes back down to that 311.50 area, let's just try to use a little bit of a larger time frame because, you know, we're just getting stopped out. But there it is. That's 311 flat that we went down to. That was the past top. Obviously, Microsoft is going a little bit today, so we have to watch out for that because we're already up that 0.9 while the market is flat. So I don't know. I was bearish today, and as pointed out by our viewers, especially you, Shakib, said, watch out, man, we could make a move to the high side, and that's exactly what we did. But now you're starting to pull back just a little bit, and I don't have any shorts on board. All we have is a long, and that's going to be Microsoft. So let's wait to see if that one wants to work. I still think we could take it out. The past 52-week high is 313, so why not try to test it again? 313.50 would be fantastic, but it doesn't look like we're getting that. Thomas D, down volume trending up volume trending down. VIX moving up. Yeah, I know we have more downside. That's the frustrating part. But all my shorts keep getting squashed, man. We had a short in Shopify. That was gone. Google short is gone. Microsoft, I don't know if it is a short. So I don't know. Right now, a little bit of a confusing spot. We have some more Fed speak coming, but it's 10:30. Doesn't look like Barr did anything or whoever it was at 10 o'clock. So for right now, the market is in the dead zone. Really, it's just hovering around. It's doing the same thing it's been doing all morning. Big move up, came back down, now just hovering. So let's wait to see if we do get an eventual bump to the upside now.
Yeah, one thing that's at the highs, it's not the high of the day, but not necessarily at the high from last week. So on Thursday, Amazon got to 113.25. Amazon's breaking 113. Just, I mean, worth noting here, that is, you know, not the actual high from last week. So if it breaks like 25s, then you've really broken through this level. Again, chasing highs beneath 3,500, maybe not the way to go. But if Amazon were to break out here, it's just you got to be looking long just because how much room there is. On the crazy earnings move, you know, you got to 120, but it's the air up there at this particular point. So it's worthy, but I want to see volume above. Kind of like Airbnb. It's not an auto punch on that long, not some even dollar level. But if it holds that quarter mark, and I see size at 13, I saw size at 20 on the over, so I just want to be careful there. I finally have gotten some Micron as it started to come back in. But even here, like it goes above VWAP. I'm like, okay, we're going to start to get fills. It started to reverse, didn't get anything. Actually had to punch in some at VWAP. It just not really getting the fills there as it comes back to the downside. But you're right, Amazon is. Add Amazon to the list.
That's 1.7%.
Yeah, with the growth chip names, add Amazon to the list upside. I just feel if it holds above that, you know, that 13.25, it's going to be worthy. Maybe we get some out here in the middle on the way to the low on Micron. Just going to get a bid locked and loaded. I know I like this one short. NVIDIA is continuing to hold VWAP, so I like this long. Obviously, Amazon will be better, but no ifs and buts were candy and nuts, and there's the rest of that saying. If we get back to the high of the day, I'm going to be out of NVIDIA and then look for the next trade. I just want something a little bit stronger to the long side. I see a lot of people talking about Tesla. It's at 167. The pre-market high was at the quarter. So this could be setting up for the break. Okay, you want to take out this top, take out that quarter, maybe give half to like the even level, risk 30 cents on it. I just want to see it take out the top and show the good volume that I know it can on Tesla. Just cautious with this. We're still beneath 13.5. Like, man, like we
I
wick
know.
that
I don't
top.
think it wants to go, man.
It's hard to punch longs the way this range-bound market has been when you see us putting in lower highs. It's like that's just a bit of a trap a lot of times. So, yeah, I'm not going to force the action. It's easy to get excited about this breakout, but there's something telling me to sort of stick with what we're waiting for. Amazon's a stronger name. I'll look for that to set up. Apple and Micron, those have just worked off of their levels. So I can hang on to Apple, maybe look for reentries on a lower high. I'm not there just yet. Wanted to short beneath VWAP, but this one is working to the downside. I haven't slapped the trail on it just yet. And as I said, like Micron looks pretty solid. GDC pumping. That's a small cap. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. No, it's literally been like a couple of days since you guys talked about this one. Don't tell me. Yeah, okay. All right, so this one's going again. This crazy failure, yada, 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 recent high 830. It's like you guys mention it exactly when it's breaking the key level at 830. So, congratulations! Because the 830 break was pretty much exactly what you wanted on this. I think there's room. If it gets to $10, there you go. I knew that. Anyways, I knew 830 because I looked at the bigger chart. But if it gets to $10, this is $10. It's going into a halt right now at 902. Just try to remember what happened last time. It's got some big levels on the way to the upside, one of them being that $10. I'll see what locates are like because now you've got a halt situation to the upside. As long as, yeah, there it is. Now it's halted. Early indication 944 is going to be the reopen. 10 is a pretty monstrous level. If the locates are cheap, I'd look for like 10, 1250, 15 is places I want to see it failing on a reversal to the downside. But I'm not chasing it because 830 would have been the break unless you had it here off VWAP.
Good coverage there on GDC. Okay, yeah, G unit right there. Okay, nice move back up for Apple. We went long off 172, but it doesn't really matter. The longs don't really want to work, but there it goes. 13.5 maybe coming into play one more time. We reloaded up. Let's get a little piece out here of Microsoft. We got some 08s there. We'll take some out at 30 if we can, and there it goes up to the upside. We'll take some more out around 40, and then we'll see if this does want to continue its rally move, rally cry back up to the upside right now for Microsoft. Hopefully it can get up, but again, 312. It's not really moving. I'm actually disappointed in where Microsoft is. I thought if we're going to break some of these highs that we'd be a lot higher. So once again, man, failed take here, in my opinion anyways. Like everything else is absolutely ripping, and we're here watching Microsoft. Already made the move today, so very, very cautious look here on MSFT. I feel like we want to get something out even in these low 30s because of the way this is moving. Like how much of a pump up do we need for someone to come in here? There we go, we'll take a 33 and buy this damn name. So we're at 38 right now, not 37. Go Microsoft, at least give us something. I'm trying to take something out now because I can realize that this is weak, right? And if the market goes the other way, Microsoft probably breaks lower. So we got to watch out for that. Like, look how easy Apple is to the long. We have 20 cents here like it's candy on Apple. Like that was... We got shares down there at 172, 30, so it's all good. Let's take some out on the upside. But this name really moving here, no problem on a break. Meanwhile, Microsoft having big time problems. And 99 problems, AMD ain't one, as that is $2 in the money to that upside right now, but on very, very little shares. So it's just Microsoft that was identified here as being very, very weak. Good thing we got a couple outs. Okay, good. We did get that 38. So, wow, Microsoft, a little bit of a save on that bump, but still, look at this. Nice move up for the NASDAQ. Microsoft goes 20 pennies. So, definitely a weak name here in MSFT. All right, Sharif, what's up?
Not much in crypto world today, Sean, to be honest with you. BTC is down 1.4%, ETH down 0.6%, but some of these equity names were doing worse in the pre-market. Let's look at coin. This is the chart for coin, guys. The 1 minute chart shows a bit of a recovery at the moment. We started the day red, big move down at around that 10 p.m. We're trying to go back green. We're still down 2.85%. A lot of these crypto names, they're in the red by not by much.
McConnell said something?
Yeah, McConnell said something. Yeah,
anyways, so a bit of a right turn in the market. Well, the market just right turned off that high, 13.5. It got broken again. we got to 13.52, and then we reversed. So this is what happened on the NASDAQ. You just broke that 13.5, rejected the same high, and you're back underneath. So that's a decision point for a lot of names. Just to recap, I had just gotten into Amazon. It was holding above. I did say I would take this break and then give it back into like that 113. If it can hold there, the previous high, fantastic. Then we can have a trend to the upside. I'm all out of NVIDIA, rang it up there. I mean, it happened to be at the top when this happened. So like you got to that 13.5 level. I was offering in front of the high of the day anyway, so I would have gotten that fill. And then it just so happened to make a bit of a turn. So it's right back into 292. I still like these 91 longs for NVIDIA, so we'll go back to playing that game. But the range has been put in for NVIDIA. A good strong move for that one. I was able to finally get a little bit more of an ad on Micron in there as it put another lower high. So that last spike up that got us past 13.5 did put it back into VWAP on Micron. I don't give this trade back to the high of the day because that's nonsensical risk to reward, but I can give it to this recent peak and then look to play the bottom end of the range here on Micron. So that's looking pretty solid. That GDC, which we left you with just now, still halted, indicated now open. It was indicating a 950 open. Now it's indicating an 890 open. That would be slightly down. So just watch out. I mean, we've seen these things rug before, indicating now flat open. So not as exuberant as it was about 2 minutes ago.
Nope, not as exuberant. This market, I don't know, man. We're gonna have to wait. We just got some more Microsoft. I'm waiting for this thing to boil up, but I don't. It's trying to dance here at 312, and I told you, like, it seemed like it's weaker. I just wonder if we are going to get some kind of a buy side down here. That's 30. Where's my out? 34s. Yeah, so that's like. Oh man, I don't want to see that bottom wick, but if we get taken out right there, then we're gonna have to lose another $1 here. It looks like on Microsoft as that comes back into the downside again right now. The market fading out a little bit. That was McConnell. Only way forward on debt ceiling is spending negotiations between Biden and the House Speaker McCarthy. That seems like that's written wrong. On debt ceiling is spending. Okay, negotiations between Biden and the House Speaker McCarthy continue, I guess. We'll have to figure out what's going on with that. It doesn't look like that's much of a story there yet. Meta moved down. It's too bad about this stupid Google, man. That's twice in a row where we lost on shorting off the open and then it faded out. But today it didn't do that. Got as high as 119, which is fantastic. I'm going to have to log into my account. I keep saying that and sell more. But yeah, if it's not going down, on no news, maybe it goes up on good news again. So nice move again, 1.78% as AI seems to be all the rage. But the other one that I'm in, of course, Microsoft, saying no right now. And there we go. Here's Apple at a pressure point. We started the day short. Unbelievable that we were short 173 and lost on it. But now it's down to 172, and it looks like it wants to break lower as well. We're almost out of this one, man, as Apple coming back in as well. So I don't know. If these markets don't want to hold, then we got a couple losers on board right now with Apple and Microsoft. So let's go. Hopefully Microsoft can get back, which it's doing right now. I'm going to take some more pieces out there at 24, 25. Now let's see if it can go back up to the upside. But for right now, a couple losers on board on the long side, Apple and Microsoft. But Microsoft could work. We're flat on Microsoft. We're at 24. So we take a piece out. Let's see if this one wants to work back up to the upside. It's Apple right now. That's down to 173 and looking pretty sick here. So Apple doesn't want to bounce, it doesn't look like. We'll take the shot. We're long at 12, so it's not like this is a bad position. I like this position. Coming back in on Apple here. Let's see if it wants to hold. Unfortunately, I can't show you much on the charts as we have a bunch of wicks here, but we are broken through the 50 period, so that's not good as Apple making a move down. Looks like it does want to break. Just did 172. We're almost out of this one. What's up, Sharif?
Fed Barkin speaking, Sean, making statements. Demand is cooling, but yeah, not yet cold, etc. I just want to let you guys know possible market moves as he speaks.
And look, we're always cautious of that. Thank you, Sharif, for pointing that one out. I just put a trail on Apple actually.
So weak.
I have aggressive limit order, probably way too aggressive. I don't need to actually bid up there. But I'm trailing this to the quarter mark on Apple. Once you broke 172, like once that broke to the downside, and I wasn't able to get any sort of over VWAP fills there, they happened. I just wasn't there for them. We'll see. I mean, you could see the low of the day. I don't want to put a price on it because I'm not really sure how far it can go. If we double tap 13.5 and reject it on the NASDAQ, this can get ugly. I did go for the breakout on Amazon, but the structure was pretty simple. see it hold above the quarter mark, take the long off the quarter, give it back into 13. If that doesn't work, there's always VWAP to catch that trend back in there again. So again, just trying to like limit the losses on some of those. If you're taking long at the top or short at the bottom, you don't always want to give it all the way back. That's just the way to go, in my opinion. Tesla, maybe a little bit stronger, holding above 167. Not maybe, is a little bit stronger. Currently holding above 167, so that breakout could still be in play as the market is pulling back in. I don't necessarily want to just hammer anything along. Airbnb's now out of the pocket, broke VWAP here, so it hasn't been able to maintain above 106. You might have to throw that one out. GDC, I know a lot of people are still looking at it. Yeah, I guess it just broke that $10 level. It is churning, and I said I would get the locates. I did not actually do that, which is a little bit frustrating. So I'm going to go ahead and process those now, because now it's in that zone where one little pullback, I'm going to like it to try and trade that maybe halt down or harsh reversal if I can catch in. C3AI, which I thought could do the same thing at 25, clearly not going to have that happen. Micron, we just reloaded the short. Haven't taken anything out just yet, but with the market falling back in, this should feel good to go to the low of the day on Micron. But yeah, strong move there on GDC. My guess is it's going to be too expensive to want to trade it, but I'll just double check the price on the locates anyway.
It might be okay.
You never know. If you pay for them after the halt, and it's already halted once, I find that's when the price gets jacked up usually. So we'll see.
JP Morgan, we're back into Apple a little bit there. JP Morgan here, down to 134. That was yesterday's kind of open there. It's red here on the day. I mean, not much volume, so maybe we don't have to look at it, but it just came back in to this 134 area, which was yesterday's open where we bounced off of. So maybe talk about being a little bit more patient. Excuse me, maybe patient down here to 134 for JP Morgan as that's coming in just a little bit now as well. But some of these banks are a little dangerous, obviously, with some of this debt ceiling talk right now. But I think everything is at risk if that does not come through. Palantir looking to break lower as well, 940 right now on PLTR. I'm actually surprised it's actually held up okay after earnings. I thought we'd be more back into that 850 area again because that's what often happens. Big move up, and we just touched out again that 1020 area on earnings, then to move back down. So nice move. Like this is the same move. This is earnings day, same move. But this one was faded all the way, 3 days after, all the way down. So now you're at 3 days, started to go down. Yesterday rejected, so watch out for possibly $9 there coming through on Palantir. So here goes Microsoft again, man. Unfortunately, it's still right here. It's not really moving. We did take advantage of a little bit of a spike up there. So in and some outs now on Microsoft. We're still red on the name, but we keep getting out on the top side. So for 30, 34 cents, it's like we're making like a dime every time. Like this needs to get going a lot more than this. So hopefully Microsoft can continue. But right now the NASDAQ does look like it wants to break lower again. So the shorts should be printing here as the longs. It's just funny because we're still in this range. Like we're pushing buttons, but you don't really need to be. So yeah, still in the range. The best trade out of them all, of course, was AMD, just taking that breakout and then holding it all day as AMD continues to be at the high of the day now. So that's a really strange one because it started from the bottom, like 97. It just kept on going, man, straight up 5%. Really aggressive. We take that 100 break long, and that's really been the only trade that we've been able to win on here today. So that was a good one for AMD. Just the problem is we're light on it, but we took a lot out at 101, which was pretty good. So, yeah, Apple is weak today, chill vibe, that's for sure. Otherwise, man, I don't know. This market would be Deadsville here. But Apple right now down to 171.90. It's funny that we had the short, but unfortunately do not have it now. I know Neil has some good, but yeah, we got out of that one. Let's see if it goes back up to the upside now. We could get a little bit of a rally as we're bouncing off the 50 period here in the market. Let's see if we get a move up. There goes Apple a little bit. We should take something out here at 04. There go 405s, whatever, man. It's a dime. We need to get a lot more than that. Let's go Apple, and let's go over to the big desk with Sharif.
Guys, a decidedly red board today as we get bad retail sales data this morning. It's affecting everything, guys. Consumer discretionary, consumer staples, consumer services, they're all down. Etsy taking on the chin, 6%. eBay down 3%. Nike taking on the chin as well, down 2 1/3%. Generac 4 1/4. There are some green names. To be fair, AMD up big. You see Sean in that one, 4%. lifting up information technologies and semiconductors in specific. Amazon, though, a bit of a secular play in the consumer discretionary world, up 1 2/3%, guys, but a decidedly red board.
Think bid 100s incoming.
Ooh, that's that low?
No. It's at major support at 116.
Oh, 116.
It's just like just now, it just got to this. You said Nike was down. I'm like, oh yeah, Nike. It's more like 115 half. It doesn't really matter, but you can see the support in the daily. That gets taken out. I think it's like, opportunity to get into or back into this name, depending on what your frame reference might be, as that shoot a drop can take you down into that 100. Where I think it could be a little bit better of a value for Nike. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. It's just I kind of like that look on Nike. Nvidia, I'm out of it. However, still strong above that 91. It's kind of pulling back in. If it can continue to hold that 91 area, I'll wait for it to make a bounce this time. But this 93, that's a double top and a lower high. Man, it feels like a short up there. I'm already in Micron, so there's almost no point. This consolidation, it's not really moving. It's weird. The market continues to pull back, but given how much this fell, it might actually take a drop, a test of up higher in VWAP first, and then a break of that 64 for the sellers to jump back into this one. As the chips had been relatively strong, Google's trying to put in a higher low right now. So I was fighting it on the way up. We had 2 short trades, effectively 2 short levels. First the 18 level, failed there, short on the way back in, didn't work. Then it failed yesterday's high, was able to get some out, then it didn't work again. You're just continuously getting higher lows on Alphabet. If it plays back to 118, that feels like a long, and VWAP the same way NVIDIA would be, but it needs to get back down there. So I'm just going to try to be patient. I don't really want to force anything here. I got a trailing stop on Apple, whereas I'm giving Micron a little bit more room. And might have forgotten about this. I don't know if we forgot about it. Well, I forgot about this. But Netflix, very, very tight range trade for Netflix today. $2 range on Netflix. It has been down the last few days. I'm just going to point this one out in case this day turns red. Here is what 330 looks like on Netflix. So you're holding a consolidation after 2 days worth of dropping and failing 350. You're holding a consolidation underneath yesterday's low. You've got a 330 level with a $5 gap, a $7 gap underneath it. So if we get to 330, I think look, I mean, it would be a lot for the market to get down there, but Netflix 330, it's probably good for a long off there as well, a scalp trade, but it breaks that, floodgates open up. Not calling it the Alamo, but certainly a strong level there for Netflix if we were to get down to it. I likely go long before I went short. NVIDIA want VWAP, maybe doesn't want to give it to me, but I'm not going to compromise. That's where I want to wait for the bid.
All right, market's starting to go back to the upside. Yeah, I don't want to get too much out here because if we're gonna, get hit on the way down, then we got to make money back on the way up. So here we go. Now we're in the money 30 cents on Microsoft. Microsoft's been fine all day, man. I don't know why I keep sort of dogging this name. It's been good for us. And there it is, another move to the upside one more time. It kind of keeps on stopping around this $50 level. So we'll get some more out up here now if we can do that. We're long at 312.19. So we just missed a 45. Apple working as well, but again, not really going too much. We got dropped outright there on Apple, but we're making it back now as well as this goes up to 172.15 now. I have an offer at 16. What? Why do I? Okay, there it is. Well, it filled, so that's good. Hopefully that can keep on going back up to the upside right now for Mr. Apple. And then, of course, everyone's favorite stock when I traded apparently is Microsoft. So we're trying to make some money back on this name right now and put us into the positive land. 312.60 would be nice. But again, like the futures go and then stop. Like there's 13,500. You don't want to go, then fine. Like whatever. We'll just keep getting it out on Microsoft. But we are very, very cautious of these tops. Like look at that move. It takes forever to get going to 50. And then it's like one little rejection of 500 and you're down 30 cents on Microsoft. So yeah, man, that name is not the one, but this one is, man. Apple is the one. Let's go Apple. We got a nice trade here, making that money back up to the upside as Apple looks like it wants to go. This is a big beneficiary of the Microsoft news, of course, with it being able to be attached to Windows 11, so you can sync your iPhone now with your PC. And that's been something that I feel like, I don't know, I haven't missed it because I just became Apple just a couple, I guess, I don't know, a year ago or so. But that doesn't really matter. I communicate with the wife. She sends it here, but it's nice to get it on the computer like you can WhatsApp and all the other things. So it's like nice to join the party finally, Microsoft and Apple making nice. So let's see if that can be a good little headway for a tailwind for Apple. Not a headwind, but it seems like it might be a headwind for Microsoft because it doesn't want to go, man. Microsoft's still pretty weak. If this name doesn't get going soon, we're going to have to cut our losses here on Microsoft for the day and then get back once we identify a better level because it's not moving past this 312 right now. Just nervous that if the market gives it up, Microsoft is just going to tank.
So I said we wouldn't be stubborn about it with Micron on the lower high. It just broke that consolidation. So short at VWAP, you get that sort of failure here, short in here, stop out there. Bingo, bango, bongo. Like if you're gonna look for the setup, you got to trade the setup. If it does get back, meaning VWAP, or maybe recover downside if the market fails up top, I don't mind putting the trade back on if it sets up. Otherwise, we wait for 65. Obviously, Nvidia is now back at the high of the day. Amazon. We did have that initial break in Amazon. It never got to VWAP on that dip, but it's challenging that high. This one, I only want to be looking for the breakout long, just given where it is on the daily. There's plenty of other names that are at shortable levels, which I think are much better than to necessarily fight Amazon here. If we're not getting VWAP, then it's going to be this 113. Look for it to hold that low where we got wicked out before, and then Tesla is absolutely churning toward that 170 level. So, this one obviously I picked Amazon. It was a tight stop, but realistically, Tesla would have been just as good. I guess I could have had both of them. Google's about to make a double top break of 119. To me, that's more of a scalp play than anything else because you're so close to 120. So when you take a breakout like this on Alphabet, you've got to be thinking about scalp a bunch out. Well, I'm thinking about scalp a bunch out and then maybe hold on to a small piece there because obviously this market has had some trouble punching through. It's a strong name, so I would lean towards looking for the long first because I think a lot of the shorts that were winning off the 119 that reload here, well, you haven't seen a red candle just yet.
On Google? Oh, man.
Well, I mean, since the playback, there was red candles on it, but
Tesla.
on the higher time frame chart, there aren't as many. That's
No, yeah.
Not
Google's,
the 3 minute I'm showing.
Oh, man, we lost too much money on Google. That's back-to-back days there on that name. But, yeah, there it is right there, coming back into that level of 119. That's a great one. I think that's a great level. So, all right, we've got more out of Apple. So we're only into half of this trade right now. I really wish it would go, man. I really wish this market would start to get up to the upside. But you're still just in this range. I mean, until we break out of it, then I don't really see a trade other than just trying to scalp out of these and avoiding the disastrous move to the downside. But maybe we don't have a disastrous move to the downside. Maybe we just start to keep going to the upside here as we await a possible, more talk about the debt ceiling, more talk about Barkin's talking again. We talked about that as the Fed just sort of marches out some of their members here today. So we'll wait, man. There's going to be some hawks, some doves, and we're just going to have to sort of hold out to see where these levels go. But Apple taking out the profit, we're out of 60% of it, and then Microsoft just bounced again. So there it is. 40s, 48s. So, it hasn't been great because it's not really moving, but we did get a couple good little fills there. I'm not going to be long this name. I'm not giving it down here. If we break through 75, then we'll get out of Microsoft. It's not strong enough. We wished it would go. We already missed that early trade right there off 311, 310. Just thought that if the market was still strong, that maybe Microsoft would be. And unfortunately, we're just planting red roses here because it doesn't want to move higher. So that is that trade right now with Softy, and Microsoft falling down, Google up at 119, and Apple hanging out at 172.19. But it's money talks right now with Sharif.
Sean, it certainly is. I just want to mention real quick here, the Fed's bar making a statement right now saying that the agency is considering stricter rules on accounting for unrealized losses for banks over $100 billion in assets. We saw what happened with the regional banking crisis there, where a lot of them had longer dated assets that were well out of the money but weren't realized on their balance sheet. So we were talking about mark-to-market accounting. So it looks like the agency is considering some rules there. Let's have a look and see what currency is doing. It's a bit flat. The DXY up but barely 0.11 to the high side. Only the loonie ahead of the greenback today. The loonie up 0.15. Everything else, the euro, the quid, the yen, the Australian dollar, everything down against the US dollar today. Even the Russian ruble that had been having good success against the US dollar, down again now 1%. Also, BIT and ETH, they're both down on the day. Earnings, guys, not much for tonight, but some good earnings, retail earnings tomorrow. We get Target and TJX.
Yes, I mean, I don't know any of those names on the, Doximity, but we don't trade that.
No.
But before the open, yeah, you get a couple more. I mean, HD wasn't necessarily the best for them. We'll look at those more as bellwethers. Sometimes you get like fun fills there. I was looking to short a pop. There was no pop on HD, Home Depot there. But I feel like you paused for effect when you mentioned that the loonie was up, so I'll just... I was like, why did you just pause for effect? I'm like, oh, because you probably thought that we'd be quick enough on the take to be able to get that. So my bad. Should have done it. The loonie's strong today. There you go. If you're interested in that, we're in Canada. So that's why we care.
Yes.
Although, quite frankly, traders, typically speaking, don't like it. If you're a prop trader, you don't like a strong dollar. Oh, sorry, you don't like a strong loonie because you trade the U.S. markets primarily. So you get paid. You get USD, and that conversion can suck. Alibaba, how have we not mentioned this name once today? Well, it's not true. We mentioned in the pre-market. So this is 88.50. This is the third time we've gotten here and reversed. So back underneath 88 even. It does set up for a flat top break, but flat tops can't break unless they get above the price. That's sort of obvious. I think this is probably a traded in both directions kind of situation. So fade off 88.5 and then maybe a breakout. I did like Pinduoduo if it could have. I would have come back to this day two if it was still sustaining the break above 66, right? I just think there's a lot of room above it, but it's not. It failed the breakout yesterday. Eventually got back up to the top and held it, but it's gapped underneath. So nothing really to see there for day two on PDD. I'll talk some Tesla. I got you, crypto gangsta. But I didn't elect to go long 167. So it reestablished that flat bottom 166, half 167 that we're shorting in the morning. It got back above it, then kind of messed around there. It broke out from that price. I didn't go long. You saw me go over to NVIDIA and Amazon. NVIDIA worked, Amazon didn't. Should have been on Tesla. At this point, you're in the middle of nowhere because 170 is obvious resistance, and the 167 is where I would play back for any dip buys on Tesla. But this is clearly one of the stronger names here today. It's continuously consolidated and gone higher as the market was coming back down. That's a good sign of relative strength. And Alphabet is now breaking that 119. So Google just continues to churn. I still like maybe a Micron short in there. Airbnb is getting close. Man, I like that one as well. Now, see, this is much better on Airbnb. I know Renata is looking at that one, and Yalan mentioned in the chat as well. This one is now starting to set up above that 106. Didn't want to be chasing it on the front side there, but clearly a much stronger move above that 106 now. I'll play this long back into 106 as the market gets going. Just a stronger look here in Airbnb. And this is about the gap fill more than anything else, right? Like the stock got hammered, double bottom, now trying to break out from both yesterday's high and the morning range as well. So there's at least $2 worth of room. Like 108, 109 is the next sort of supply zone for this stock. So, you can get, I want in anywhere from here to 106.
All right, so now we're finally starting to get up to the upside here as the market is trying to take out day's high again at 13,520 or so. This is just the NASDAQ, of course, trying to get going to the upside. Now, with only 5 minutes left before it goes over to Sharif and Neil, Microsoft is finally going back up to the upside. So all good on this one. Oh, man, today's, yesterday, I keep doing this every day and then people miss this. Today's lunch, Moroccan spiced chicken with warm couscous and vegetables. So enjoy your meal there tonight. That sounds pretty good. Finally, here we go, man. Hit the sirens because there we go. Thank you so much, Mr. Softy, as you go back up to the upside. But we don't have any outs up there, do we? No, we do not. So we'll put an offer. That kind of got going there pretty quick upside there for Microsoft. So let's just punch something out. There we go. We'll get a 63 out. That's a good fill to the upside now as we're finally starting to break. So yes, sir. The net is finally starting to come back in a little bit now as there goes Microsoft. And we do a pretty good job of holding it all the way back up. Holy shit. Microsoft is going now. Yes, sir. $1 in the money on Microsoft now as that is really starting to rip up here. So that's going to be a great trade at the end of the day. And as I was just talking it down, that trade. And there goes again Apple. Oh man, like we held on to that one, making some money back there on Apple as that goes into the 40s as well. So let's just wait. I'm I'm going to take one more piece out on Microsoft because why not? That's a good move to the upside there on Apple and on Softy. And there goes Microsoft taking names up to 313. That's a great move, man. Buy, and take advantage of it again for Microsoft. So stay in the zone with strong names. And there's a move back up. Wow, we just made a decent amount back on this market right here at 11 o'clock. So there it goes, man. Wow, what a good move. Thank you, Microsoft, for that as well, because, hey, man, you are a friend of mine, that's for sure. 312.25, 312.30. I'm going to put another offer right there, and if we can get that, then we're doing pretty good here on Softy. $1 in the money. Oh, we got out of AMD. By the way, we got out there, we took $1.70 on it, and now we'll wait to see what happens with AMD as it topped out at 102. Just too many times right there, too many times up top. So we'll take a 55 fill right there and watch out for 102 coming through on AMD. But yeah, man, take advantage of these moves up. I was distracted. There we go, Microsoft. We just got we actually got that fill up there on Microsoft. Wow, that's a good one, man. 313.25. We take $1.10 there on Softy back up to the upside. So whoosh, what was going to be a little disastrous there turns that frown upside down a little bit. Thanks, Moroccan spiced chicken.
Yeah, Darwin, I am still owed a Taco Tuesday, for the record, because every time you talk about the lunch, I'm reminded on a Tuesday that I still have not had Taco Tuesday. So a couple of things have happened. I'm going to join Sharif in a couple of minutes here. So Airbnb's kind of gone. I got my bids out, and I got my stop, so I can pick up that fill when I log out and back over. Google got the 119. I would think 120, we've been talking about that level for a little bit. Yeah. You have to go way back on the daily to get to that one. NVIDIA above 237, that's breaking out to the upside. There's still some availability. Oh, goodness. Let me go to coin for a quick second here. So relative strength and relative weakness, this is what Coinbase looks like as the market screams. 3.5% to the downside, can't even get to VWAP. I have not made a trade here. I'm going to look for that. I'm going to look for this one, probably short into that 59. I'm going to get my orders out there. Now, I am now into Airbnb. So we play that one back into the 106 level. But got to get locked and loaded to move back on over. One other thing, I am being patient with Micron. I thought, after this last move, we'd get a retest of 65 even. So you're still kind of trending to the upside. Were it to fail VWAP, I don't mind jumping back into this trade to the short side underneath. But if it's going to be above, I want 65. Or at least close enough to 65. That's a level on the daily that it is failing. Have to be short. I have to take multiple swings at this if they present themselves. So Micron still available, just going to wait 30, 40 cents for it to get a little bit higher, and then we'll engage there. So I just got into both Airbnb and NVIDIA on some dips, breaking 93.1 and the other one breaking 106. And Micron has to move higher. Same thing with coin, but I am still looking short those two names. And Apple, it's at VWAP, and I think it could make another push. 173 is still the level for me on Apple. But as I said, I'm moving on over. So we're just going to log out in a second, double check some orders. As a matter of fact, let me just, Airbnb bounced off of this. So here's 106.25, right? So it bounced right off the previous breakout. That's where I wait for my dip buys, and then it got right back up to the high. So I actually just took some out there. So I'll adjust my stop because I wasn't using that other key for some reason, which I should always, which automatically gets out 100%. So you don't have to worry about your share size, what you have on. So Airbnb long, NVIDIA long, still just Apple to the south side. But I'll be joining Sharif in 2 seconds, and I'll let you take it to the bridge, Sean.
Yeah, the bridge has already been breached because it is past 11 o'clock. So thank you, everybody, today. We just loaded back up on Shopify. We were short initially. We lost a cup of coffee literally on this name. It was like whatever we took there, we lost right there on Shopify, but it just came back in, and we just noticed that it did fill the gap all the way back to the 61.34. So we'll try it. I am sitting here. I'll cancel that a little bit because it is falling back in. I wanted to try Shopify against that 30, whatever this bottom was that they just put in there, 32, 33. So let's try it now on Shopify. We'll see if we can get a 40 fill. We just canceled our 40 fill. I don't know why, because it did actually fill. There it is. And now we'll try to hold out on that one. Microsoft, man, wow. I cannot believe we got a 313.20 fill, right, 27 fill or something. But that was an absolutely great runner to the, whoa, what? All right, Shopify just went to the downside there, so it just took us out like, well, I didn't even get a chance to really reload that one there. So that was, we'll lose on that. Now we're down 3 cups of coffee, but that was a downside move. Again, as I thought maybe we could resist that, but no, Doesn't look like it. Shopify making the move down. Now that's okay. 61.20 maybe coming into play on that one. Apple, again, we got out of a lot of these moves when they ripped higher, right? I mean, Apple right there, 45. Good outs here as we noticed that the market was struggling at some of these levels when you have Fed speak coming through all the way. Jamie Dimon saying they will not buy any more struggling banks, so that's in as well. DOJ charges former Apple engineer in theft, car theft, tech for China. So autonomous, we'll see what happens right there. Former Apple exec, so maybe some pushback here for Apple on that move down. But all right, Microsoft's still trying to work as well. But Sharif, he's ready. He's over there. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks, everybody, for watching. And I'm going to be there at about 1. I can't remember what time I'm on, 12. So we'll be there soon. Neil for now, and Sharif immediately. See you guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. Neil will be here shortly. And what a morning it has been on these, let's call them markets. Yeah, the ES doing nothing and in the red. And some of these NASDAQ names, you just can't stop them. They keep going. Let's get right into them because I want to say Amazon is chief among them. Maybe up there with Google. I think they're rivaling each other at the moment for who's stronger on the day. And then you've got Tesla waking up, going red to green. You know, Apple's been a bit of a dud, likewise with Meta. But Microsoft showing promise as well, looking to touch high of day at 313.71. There's a lot of big tech names that are carrying this market right now because there's not much green in anything else. One exception to that is chips. These guys have been very strong. By these guys, I'm talking about NVIDIA and AMD. This is the chart on NVIDIA. It's been the laggard, to be honest with you. Obviously, it's a sympathy. For some reason, AMD, I still can't figure out what it is. We reported earlier that it could have been Daniel Loeb's acquisition of some shares there. Can't really tell. Yesterday, it was Micron that was making the move. We weren't sure what the reason for that one was. It looks like they're taking turns. In any event, NVIDIA 293.58 high. AMD, the rocket, up 4.55%, 102.04 the high, basically 102. So it's been up and to the right, and now, you know, a bit more subdued in the ascent, but it was a bit of a rocket ship right off the bell there. And even prior to that, when did it start making the move? No, it started making the move right at the bell. It had been a bit of a dud. So a lot of market on open orders coming in there, and you see the huge 5-minute green candles taking us up from essentially 97.5 all the way up to well over 100. So it's been a hell of a day on AMD. What's up, Neil? Oh, remember Shake It?
No, I didn't. That's not what I did. I hit a key and something. What the hell?
All right, well, I'll let you figure that out. I don't want to make you panic anymore. The one that I've been looking at here, I've been looking at a lot, to be fair. The one that has been a bit of a quiet one was one mentioned to me by Obi this morning in the kitchen. It's SEC Limited. It's an ADR. It trades on the NYSE, and it's down bad on earnings, 14.75%. It's at a crossroads right now. It's at 75. And, you know, I mean, I don't really see a specific daily level at 75, but you always look for these important area retracements. Look, the better level here is at 74 to 73. Let's bring in the side chart. This is the daily on SE, se.ny, guys, okay? Big move down. Look at that, 92.5. We touched at some point this morning, and now we're knocking on the door of 75. Now, there's a clear bottom to the trough here. You got to say at 73. Okay, the wicks touch 73. The closes are nearer to 74. So you have a bit of a range there between 73 and 74 that you should find support in. Now, you're not guaranteed to make it down there, and that's why I'm saying to keep an eye for how it trades at that, you know, important 75 level. So that's my my look on SE. I don't anticipate it to just close at low of day. Obviously, I'm trying to look for some sort of a bounce to the high side here. I don't feel like I'm...
That is an ugly at...
Yeah. That's C Limited, baby. That's bad on earnings.
Is that a real wick above 90 that was tradable?
So I think this morning, because you know it's like how it is in the morning.
Oh, my goodness.
Let me look at this real quick here. Let's figure out where the price action was. Yeah. So 4 a.m. opens up. You trade on very light volume to 92. And then 6:15, the earnings come in, and
No,
it's a
no,
big. That's a Huadunk. So
It is, but I'm
Yeah.
like, my first thought was that really available to you to get that wick to short it above 90? I don't think it was.
6:15. You know, we can't even trade at 6:15. Can we? What time is it open?
I'm trying to remember because I know it's staggered. Day Trade of the World is staggered by gateway, so you can.
Okay.
I think you can North American servers that early because I can put orders before 7 o'clock because I get in here before then. I know for sure I can put orders after 6:30. That's for sure.
You're here by then.
I feel like servers come on at 6.
Okay.
And then you can trade after that, but different gateways. Like some gateways, you're able to put orders after 7.
Yeah.
Some gateways, you wait till like 8. But you can execute after 6 a.m. at Day Trade of the World. So just a couple of things here. If we can come to my chart, I did get this little pullback into NVIDIA here. We had the long off VWAP. The first time sucked because I got the front end, and the back end when it was bouncing was good. Got out at the high, then ended up with the breakout. It's now starting to press to 239, so 293.30. 50, 30s and 50s has some resistance up there. So I took one leg out. I'll continue to rinse and repeat off the 93 even. And then Airbnb. So this is turning into a setup that I'm liking a little bit more and more as it just broke 107. I'm likely to, I want to hold this for 108, and I'll show you why in a second. But if we don't hold above 107, we'll definitely play back in here. I'm just going to put a trail for some of my shares underneath. I want to maintain this breakout trade. What I like about the setup on Airbnb is that whole, you get the Huadunk day, and then you try to hold a low, doesn't do it any of these days. Then you have the double bottom after it breaks a low, consolidate higher, hold the higher low, break out the top, and then you're trying to fill in the gap. So this is 107 to 108. 107.30 here to 108 previous supply zone. I want to ensure that we're getting something out inside the range and maybe holding for a break outside of the range in Airbnb. So it's only at 1% now, but in the grand scheme of things, I just love that setup. And shout out to Renata for pointing it out. She was like, 106 break. I'm like, yes, when you have the stock Huadunk multiple days, look for it to have that consolidation day, hold a higher low, break out the top,
Solid
and
trade.
then we'll see where we can go from here.
Renata is Shatra.
Sorry?
Shatra.
What does that mean?
Which means like I don't even really know the exact translation. It means
Bueno,
you're solid, you're good.
Solid, good. It
Yeah.
doesn't, I think you get the message across with that one. I'm not going to try and say it with a little practice there because I feel like you're the expert.
Aaron the machine gun there and I, we always exchange pleasantries in the morning. And,
I got you.
And I give him some Cantonese, he gives me some Arabic in the morning, and it's all good. So, yeah, that's how we start our day over here, Neil.
Nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with expanding those horizons. I have learned literally no French for when I'm going to Paris. My wife has been all over it. Like she'll have she's got one of those apps. I don't know which one. I should probably check where she's learning it for when we go.
That's cool,
I guess relearning it because we all learn it here in Canada. You literally have no choice. They make you learn French.
So grade 9.
I retain absolutely none of it. As a matter of fact, just the other day, I was complaining and reminding a friend of mine. Shout out to my buddy Dave.
Shout out Dave.
It's his fault that I don't know French. Because
Why? What was he doing?
Well, he did French immersion where he basically, French immersion means you learn a lot of French from like a really young age and it becomes like a second language. Well, I sat next to that guy. And so me sucking at languages and him being the expert, I sat next to him. You guys can infer what that might have meant. So he was an enabler. And that's the reason why I'm not good at French. I took advantage. Whatever, man. You
Yo,
forced me to
Neil
take-
is spitting. He's giving you real stories here. This
I
is
suck.
authentic stuff.
But I
man.
legit
Like,
sucked at French.
Yeah,
There's
well,
no
we
way
all
fans would
did,
let
dude,
I
so-
legit sucked at it. But we are now breaking back out again.
you
Here's
serious?
194 on NVIDIA. Sorry, 294 on NVIDIA. My goodness, what am I even talking about? 194. I think we can get 295
Crazy.
here. I want to be offering out in front of 295. Like every time it gets to a big level, it has reversed. So we just saw it get to 293 and put a bit of a U-turn on it. So that working to the upside. As I mentioned, Airbnb now exactly $1 in the money. I don't want this to fail that 107 level. And I am still in Apple, but it's just relatively weak, man. So it gave you the one shot above VWAP there. I got nothing on those little VWAP tests above VWAP, but still trending to the downside. I had to get stopped out first on this, unfortunately, but still a weak day for Apple. And just want to check back in on Alphabet. That'll be the dog for me. There's no question about it. Like, there's no way fans. I mean, looking short at yesterday's resistance levels on Google, the only thing that was good about it was being a little bit more patient. But you're in the midst of a break that's headed toward 120. I think that's the next obvious
many
level.
rocket
I mean,
ships.
there's no question about it. Like, that's a rocket ship headed for that 120 level.
So
But
many,
a bit
Neil.
of a little bit of a turn here on Airbnb. That's usually when I see a wick like that, I'm pretty much always doing the same thing, which is looking for that little trail out for myself here. So, you know what? I always ask myself, like, what would I do if I was flat to stock? If I was flat to stock, I'd be looking for the dip here. So I was about to put a trail underneath. I'm like, no, I can just get some out there. And if it pulls back in, I like the long back into VWAP 106. I just want this trend continuation because, as I was mentioning before, I think it's got room to at least test 108.5. Like, get into this supply zone here. So we'll give it some room. But it just gave me a bit of a signal there that if you put that wick high and fall back in, let me just take that one out. We can get the dip buy if we like it. So a couple of names working into that upside. I'm assuming Tesla, I mean, that's got to be a 170 by now.
No, rejected. Below 169, actually hanging out the high 168s. Really? Yeah. But it's holding, hold on, give me a sec. Let me just ensure that that's the right level. No, that's the incorrect level. No, so.
Yeah, it was so strong. Like, when I logged in and came over here, Tesla was so strong. The market's back at the highs. I anticipated 170 by now, so.
It hasn't given up the ghost,
slowing down a little bit here. Tesla's slowing down. I mean, the chips are accelerating.
Yeah,
so
that's
there's,
true.
I was just showing you guys NVIDIA because that's what I'm in, but AMD's just chilling at the high above 102. It's now gonzo. I mean, it's been gonzo for a while. What else do we want to look at here? Obviously, like, I just went over NVIDIA. Oh my goodness, it's already at 295. All right, I'm out. Sometimes you should look the gift horse in the mouth. I was just saying 95 was a curl. You know what? I was actually going to say, if we get a nice little slow move into 95 and consolidate up there, I'd look for the 95 short. However, the way I would go for it is to look at the weak chip name and maybe try to get back into the Micron short. So that might be the better way to play this, is to look for that Micron short at some point. So I like it. The long NVIDIA definitely going to end up working out here, but I'm out of that one. I'm looking for a Micron short. I don't know if I want that 295 to the south side just yet. That was a pretty quick move on NVIDIA up there. So Airbnb will hang on to. Obviously, Apple, that trend has worked out. I know there's some small caps out there for you guys to be looking at, but the one I was watching, there was a bit of a failure at 10. We'll see what happens there. I know you're looking at a couple of them, but the big cappers have been moving a little bit much today, to worry about them.
They have. I mean, it's been all the rave, Neil. I mean, it's moving up. We got Google at day's highs. We got everything at day's highs. The one that I want to talk about, though, and this is the one I've been watching while Neil has been trading, is this 75 level on SE. I hate to keep harping about it, but it's the one that I'm going to continue to watch. I want to see how it trades at 75. It's going to probably take a while. It's going to be boring, but it presents me with several dollars to the high side of a retracement. I'm looking for a VWAP retracement. Currently on my chart, VWAP is at 77.35, so I'm looking for at least $1.50 to $2 here on this one. But it did break 75. It had been holding the level, but that's not really what I'm looking for it to do here. I'm looking for it to get bought up, even if it does break that 75 level. Get bought up immediately. Show me that it's forming a bottom, forming a base, and then we'll see if the buyers start overwhelming the sellers. Are sellers exhausted at this point, right? So we'll have to wait and see. No biases so far. Let's let it unfold. The other one that I've been watching, and I kind of been just watching, with a little bit of interest, but not ready to fully pull the trigger, is this MICS. Now, remember, I talk a lot about how these small caps go through cycles, and looking for little pieces of evidence, hints as to where in the cycle we are with these small caps. Here's what I'm talking about. Now, this one, if it had been 3 days ago, this dip below VWAP, let me bring in my other chart here because the VWAP is represented quite a bit more accurately on here. This is the 5-minute chart, guys, on MICS. The 5-minute, in fact, you know what? I'm just going to add it in right now. It's going to take me a second, but I don't care. We're going to go MICS.NQ. All right, and that way you guys can see it. It's right there. All right, so this one, if it had been a few weeks ago and we had gotten this break of VWAP here, especially this test of 2, this would have held that level and gone above VWAP, maybe done a dance and been within a range of 245 to 2, but it would have retraced. Now we're getting indications of the same trade that I had in January, which was you make a high, you break down below VWAP, you consolidate, and then you have a second break to the low side. And this is exactly what we're getting here. The level I'm looking for it to hold out at is this halt level, which is 160. This presents us with a 20 penny to 25 penny, depending on where you got in, opportunity for this second breakdown. So I like the fact that it's showing us what, where in the cycle we are with these small caps. The fact that it's not getting bought up and going back above VWAP is that we're getting that continuation breakdown. It's a good tell and one that you can use in the upcoming days. Of course, this is fallible and it just gives you an edge, but it doesn't mean it's going to work on every occasion, but it's good to know. So MICS, that's how I'm seeing it today. I'm not really necessarily trading it, but that's what I'm extrapolating from this particular trade, Neil.
So a couple of things here. Bit of a turn in the market. So NVIDIA wick 295. AMD just pulled back a little bit. Google did not get to 120, but it got pretty darn close and it made a little bit of a right turn. So you're seeing a few signs that we could be dipping a little bit here. Oh, another name, it's in the chip space that I got my eyeballs on. Intel, very similar to Micron, lower highs, relatively weak, and it's maybe making a breakdown. I'm going to prefer Micron here, but that Google 120, that NVIDIA 295, look like they're going to be solid options. Now, Apple, I was hoping we'd get something tied to VWAP. It could just be breaking down exactly where we speak. We'll see what happens there. And I see you, Eric, in the chat.
Eric in the chat.
PayPal sell-off. So I was just pointing out relative weakness, a couple of chip names. PayPal is at the low of the day as the market's trying to test the highs. And it just on volume broke the bottom. I mean, on vol broke the low on my dailies. Okay, so my 15 minutes fine. The 15 minute will show you the story. So PayPal just tried to do what Airbnb did, establish a bottom, hold it, give it the high or low, but it didn't break out. So it doesn't break out this 6270 area and actually fails that level and continues down. 60 even could be in play. Come to Sharif's chart for a second for the daily on PayPal. There you go. So you're basically through the Alamo on this, consolidated underneath it. I think you're probably headed to 60 even. If you're looking for longs there, just the trend has not been broken. Like since it gapped down and broke on earnings, there has not been support that's managed to hold on a retest.
Are we at all time? No, we're not at all time, but we're at very much.
Pull the weekly out. We have to go way back.
Okay, so yeah, we have to go to 2015, and it looks like we get to 30, Neil. Looks like all-time low is 30.
Yeah, but you can see it. Like if you pull that recent breakdown. If you got that line
this
up
one
there.
here?
Yeah, that was the Alamo. So zooming back out, right? There we go.
Look at that.
That's the Alamo. You're beneath all of the major support that the stock has more or less had since its breakout to all those all-time highs. And so it's about as bearish as it looks like.
Oh, no question about it. And I had a story about this one that I keep teasing that maybe I'll get to, but it's one I feel I'll be judged about, Neil, and therefore I'm hesitant to express it on the air, but maybe I'll drop it in there. One day. You gotta create a.
Or you can just tell us now.
No.
That's the other option. You can just tell us now.
SE guys,
I
looks
just
like it's
basically
breaking
admitted
down.
to cheating on grade 9 French.
I know. Yeah, bro. Honestly.
What can anybody do to me about that, though? It doesn't really.
Nothing, really.
It's like zero consequences, so it's really easy to say that.
Yeah, I know. What are they gonna be like?
Zero
All right,
consequences.
give us back. Anyway. SE guys, I was talking about this one trading at 75 and how I was watching it to see what it's going to do. No, it doesn't look like at this level it's quite ready to stop. So the next level of support is the one we talked about here on, I believe, was it the daily? No, hold on. Let's bring in this chart. I just had a level here set up for it. Where are we going to go? All right, the daily. Yes. This is the level we talked about, the 74 to 73 level on SE. This is the daily on SE, 73 to 74. Looks like that's the bottom end of this trough that we made back between, late April and, well, up until a few days ago, till about May 8th. So a bit of a bottom there, and then we had a big move up. And, in anticipation of earnings, 74, we got up all the way to 92. 90 is the better level. Anyway, it's down now. I'm looking for support here, at least initial support. Maybe it breaks it eventually, but we'll see if it gets there. I'm looking for that bounce on SE, 73 to 74, a bit of a buy zone. We'll see how it trades around there. Guys, that is one that I've got my eye on. Bouncing up into 75 again. All right, MICS, let's see what this one's doing.
Mike's.
Yeah, Mike's. It's still creating newer lows. There's a newer low. We haven't seen a higher high. You've got rejections off the 50 constantly on the 1 minute chart. So, yeah, still bearish on this one. Nothing really here, Neil, to be honest with you. No trades yet. Not just going to punch in for the sake of punching. Looking for something to set up. If you guys have any trade ideas,
I'm setting up
tag me in the
into
chat.
Micron. Oh, it's Micron. Into Nvidia. So that 295 level out on the front end, but I don't want to ever be short until you get the back end of the trade. So there's the double tap. So it broke 95, got to 295.26. I have the highest 26 there. Double tapped it, then opened underneath. So took the first pop as it opened underneath. And looking for, maybe it's a VWAP retrace, 293 and 294, the obvious price levels in there. So I haven't been able to add to it just yet. I do want to get something a little bit closer, if I can, to that 95 top, give it to the high of the day, see how far it wants to work back in. I'm still thinking dip buy on Airbnb. So again, it ends up retesting the high, and sort of whether I get out here on the way up or I see that failure and trail out there is obviously doesn't matter. If I do it there, I give myself a better opportunity to get more out of it. But we already took out at this level, and we're looking for the pullback into 106 on Airbnb. I still think Micron can be a bit of a short there, but NVIDIA, that's the one we'll look to add to. Alphabet, it didn't get to that 120, but it looks like it does want to reject shy of 120. This can bring the market down. Remember who was doing the hard lifting on the way up? Those big chip names, Google and Amazon. So as they start to come back in, if the NASDAQ starts to give it up, I mean, there's a lot of potential. Even a pullback that holds the previous breakout price, you could still go 20, 30 handles down, which does favor working some shorts in this area here. So, that's what I'm looking for. If I can add to NVIDIA, fantastic. Oddly enough, the weird thing is that Apple bounces into VWAP on this latest move. So this could give an opportunity for me to get some fills, reload on Apple. I've only played the 173 level. Have not gone in at 172.5. If I can get it, I'm down for that trade to be sure. Baba, did it break? No. Baba broke? Oh my goodness, Baba did break. Yeah, I didn't. So I didn't have a stop order on this. I got into NVIDIA and I got into Airbnb, but I didn't put a stop order for the break of 88.5 on Alibaba to have it trigger when I wasn't paying attention. But you know what? It's still available. So it's above. The volume's not necessarily the best on the breakout. It's actually quite weak, the volume here on that last little break. So I guess if it can survive the dip buy, kind of like Airbnb, if it survives the dip, gets back above and holds, I think it can still be a good long, but I'm not going to chase it just now on Alibaba. It's a significant price level, but that only went 10 cents off that break and is already starting to pull back. So let's be patient with this the way we're patient with Airbnb.
Someone who asked me about the levels on the NQ, Neil, and just realized that I hadn't actually sat down and done the leveling like I typically do on the NQ, so it's worth doing at the moment. So goes without saying that we are at yearly highs starting January. This contract, we're talking about the NQ June contract, really started trading early March, second week of March there. You can see that if I bring it up because you can see the volume represented there, so you can, oh well, can't see it, it's fine. Needless to say, we made new highs, so let's, with respect to the upside, now we're talking, I talked about the NDX being 13.7, that's not necessarily the same thing on the NQ June contract. We talked about the NDX having a 13,700 resistance level going back to August 2020. We talked about that one yesterday. But with respect to the NQ contract, let's look at the 15-minute chart, because really the only levels I can look to are the downside levels. And you have to think that 13.4, initially you want to see a 13,500 hold, right? You're looking for the whole level to hold the main resistance level. You have a lot of price action around there that dances in and around there going back to May 12th, and then we touch that yesterday again. We come back, we got to 13,481, so a little bit below 13.5. and then we accumulate around today, and we finally get the break, all with higher lows. It should be noted, okay? Going back to May 10th, higher low, May 12th, higher low, May 15th, higher low, and then today, another May 16th, another higher low. So all in the direction of the trend. Now you're just basically looking off tops and bottoms of troughs. Those are my levels. So if that's how I'm determining levels. I'm looking for any accumulation spots like 13.5, where we clearly rejected off as being a good support level if you breach at the high side, and the bottom of these troughs over here for support levels to the downside, because I don't have anything to the upside at this moment. So, you know, except the obvious levels like 13.6, 13.7, etc., and so on. So that's how I'm leveling my NQ. I don't think we're in the same position, though, on the ES. We are at tops on the NQ. I think we are at tops for the year on the ES, but not since the last peak. So let's have a look at the daily on the ES here. No, we are in a... What the hell is this? Let it go to this. All right, I'll have to load this. Futures contract. Then we're going to go to June. The future, baby. Now it's going to take its sweet time. No, so we are not at tops here. Well, this June contract only really started trading second week of March, but it has a higher top here at 42.50, which we didn't reach on this ES contract. So not much with respect to the ES, and that's been that way lately. It's been pulled down by some of these other weaker names in energy and banking. The same affliction hasn't extended to the NASDAQ, and that's why the NASDAQ's been stronger, especially as the money flows in to the more secure names in big tech, which are...
Well, not all of them.
Well, everything's usually... They're saying that the
Apple's
majority
flat.
of... yeah, but it's up on the year.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
look
the
at
longer
the
term.
year, yeah.
It's starting to slow down, that one, but it's been a strong move for it. It really has.
It's outperformed the market. The
It's just slowing
S&P's
down a
up,
bit.
what, 12% on the year? 13%?
Yeah, but that
Something
NASDAQ,
like
baby.
that.
We're back at the high, by the way. Well, okay, close enough.
Yes, we are.
We're not really. I mean, we're close enough that we're still looking at the high of the day. And if you look at, just come my 15-minute for a quick second here. So since we had 2 wick tops at 13.5, we had actual sustained downward moves. One of them lasted a half an hour, higher low. The last one, you know, we're like 1 15-minute candle, then we're back up to the top. So you still trend up at this particular point and retesting that high of the day. I'm in NVIDIA. Nothing else really came in to fill. We'll give it that high of the day as we just mentioned. I didn't get the dip in Airbnb, and Alibaba, it is on the break in Alibaba. I'm now looking for that long above that 88.5. That looks like a good one. I mentioned GDC and I forgot all about it, so I assume that's doing something pretty spicy. No, it's not. Look, I missed my shot to short this off the 10 level. That's an obvious one. I didn't get it. That's on me. I should have shorted this. I just didn't pay for the locates quite fast enough. I would have been shorting here if I had just punched in by the time I got the locates when you need to be shorting here. It's bouncing off VWAP, so that trade very likely done for me. Airbnb continues to go. I thought we'd dip a little further. It got to 107 in his bounce. So strong move for Airbnb, but it's Baba on that breakout that I got to get into. So it's now starting to make a bit of a pullback. But again, if you're forgetting, this is on the 15-minute, yesterday's high, Friday's high as well, so Thursday's high as well, 88.5. I just like above here, probably at least back into the supply zone at 88. Just give it some room to work. When these trend, when the Chinese ADRs trend, they can be extremely explosive, and sometimes even into the afternoon, but that's a level I can't ignore. Certainly could fail it, but I think it's worth it taking a shot. There's room to 90 if it were to make or sustain that breakout. Google, maybe not going to see that sort of obvious, easy push into 120. The way it's trading into here, I don't know that it's going to be an easy trade if you're looking to short the 120 level. I wish I could tell you I was long. At least we had a couple of longs going into this. None of them were alphabet today. But the 120, it's slowing down every time it presses into it. So I'd look for maybe an over-under or just a straight-up 1990 or 1995 short. Something ridiculously tight to the top. Or wait for it to make a break and then look for a false breakout. Something lower end of the risk scale is what I'm trying to get at if you're shorting. Like I wouldn't treat it the same way as NVIDIA, where I'm just sort of like, I'm now into it. I finally got some fills at that 95 level. Wish these wicks were real, but they're not. I'm taking some out in candle, 94s, then back into 93. I think once it hits 93, I'm looking for VWAP. Micron's still available as well. I do not want to chase Alibaba. I'm trying not to. C3AI, I keep seeing people talk about C3AI. Oh, it is getting close to 25.
Yeah, I'm looking right at it. Yeah, it
That's-
just went green on the day.
Okay, so it just made this little tiny break of yesterday's high of the day. My daily is still doing that thing where it takes a while to actually work when I move on over. But 25 is the next level up on C3AI. If you're looking for the next level, there was a consolidation lower after the short seller report, and it basically come to Shreve's chart. Yeah, it basically wicked that high after. If you look at the dip, 35 short seller report, blah blah blah. It bounced off 20 for the final time, and then it was bouncing off 20 there.
Yep.
And then you had like one little test of 25, and it rejected 25. No, a little further in. Like
Where
that
are you
one.
looking?
See
This
that
one
one
here?
wick?
Yes,
that was
yes,
legit.
yes, I see.
It broke 24, rejected 25 even. It's just only retesting that now. So above 25, there's a lot of room to run. But at these prices, I kind of like shorts with the market slowing down a little bit. So I'm doing some scalp trading. Maybe we get Alphabet, maybe we don't. Again, it doesn't get to 119.95. So just right now, just Apple and Nvidia for me. I thought we'd get right there on Alphabet.
Interesting little trade possibly brewing here on Meta. Meta made a nice bounce off the bottom at 235.50. It started testing, coming close to yesterday's close, which is 238.86. So we got all the way up to 71. So you wonder if we get up to these levels, do we find resistance in an area where you can take short? And if you are taking a short, what's your target, right? That's the trouble I have here. There's so many little retracement levels on this chart, you don't know really where to take profit. So unless you're going right back to day's lows, which is at 235.52. So I'm trying to think of this meta trade at the moment. It looks like we're finding resistance here when we come into yesterday's close. We're getting a retracement on the NQ as well simultaneously, bouncing off that 13.54075, which is the high. Now we're in the 20s, 13.521. Still, I mean, hard for me to find a trade in here, but look at this one, Neil. MICS getting going here.
That's a good break.
Holding that 170 or the 50 period. I don't know, however you want to look at it here, a 50 period on my 5-minute chart, and breaking up, testing 2. Do we break 2 or do we reject off 2 to, the whole dollar level? Let's see how it acts as an area of resistance. I'm not seeing too much size here, to be fair, on the book at that level. But again, with these small cappers, tend to be a lot of icebergs that show up instantaneously at some levels, right? So we'll see how this one trades. I've got nothing. I feel like I've...
Don't force it.
No, exactly.
You can't.
Exactly, yeah, there's
You
really
can't
no point.
force trades, man. That's the thing about it. Like
I
you've
got nothing.
Dry powder is a good thing to be able to have, so that when something comes available, you're able to sort of fire at it.
Ready.
You're not playing catch up, and you're not getting that. I mean, it's easy to get that FOMO. I mean, everyone gets that FOMO, but certainly in this market at this time of day, I'm not chasing any highs. I'm looking for if I'm looking for a long, and we're at that top, it's got to be like Baba's clearing at a pretty big level. So if it can hold above, I'm just waiting for it to look like it's actually doing that, and then we can jump into it. And again, you could already be in this breakout, but I'll give you the example of Airbnb, which was a very, very similar style break, where it was a pretty big level. I'm not saying it was maybe not as big on the daily, but after the gap down, Airbnb had a multi-day high, it kind of made that break for you. But it wasn't as if, okay, this is it. It got through 106, actually tagged that high of the day and wicked it, but there was no volume above. Then suddenly it did this. Well, to me, that's when it shows you the bigger move. Okay, you could be long, I guess, breaking back above VWAP, but once it's back above, it's like, yeah, let's go for the long off that 106 quarter at that point, and then you get the strong trend to the upside. It's the back end of the trade. Now it's a little bit late to the back end of the trade, but it's still the back end of the trade. Allow it to set up. That's what I'm looking for to happen on Alibaba. Okay, it's strong enough. It's through the high. Not a lot of volume. It's pulling back in here. Ideally, maybe you do retest 88.5, be forced to see volume, hold 88, and then it works back up, and then you're looking for the long back up at the top or just off of VWAP. But it still needs to set up for me. Google's still there for the 120. I mean, I don't know. It's consolidating lower. It would be easy to be back into this trade right now and just short it right here. But that's kind of what we were doing before. And that wasn't, it worked out for a bit. We went 1 for 3 shorting this name, and even then we didn't get it all out. So, I don't want to be forcing the action on that name. at all as strong as it's been. There's lots of other games out there in town. Tesla's already back. No, it's not. Yeah, 168. Sorry, I thought 167. Yeah, VWAP 167. That's where we kind of broke out from that second time there, and then stair-stepped up to 169. Ignore these dark pool wicks. 67 would be the next leg down to work. Apple, I'm still trying to get some VWAP shorts. NVIDIA, it's going sideways here off the 95. So I got my bids out there. Hopefully we'll get Huadunk down to 293. It wouldn't be a Huadunk. But that 93, I think, is a long if we do see it. If the market can hold up higher lows, then I would think that turns back into a long at 93. So I want to be all out of any NVIDIA short. But 10 cents in the money doesn't float my boat.
Yeah, I missed out on the meta trade. Didn't feel confident taking it. Wanted it actually to touch the level. I'm talking about the 238.86 level, yesterday's close. We made a newer high, 238.71, coming within like 15 pennies or so of yesterday's close, but didn't take it. It presented me with a really good opportunity with $1 plus. Assuming I didn't get in, excuse me, right at the top, it's $1 plus, maybe $1.10. Come to the chart here, Mod, if you're able to. Yeah, this is the top. Then you get the big boy move down. And it's still going, Neil. I guess I kind of answered my own question there. I had a question: where do I take profits? And the level that was pretty obvious that I didn't see because I was looking at the chart over here was VWAP. And I think that we may get a retracement here. 237.25 is where we may find a bit of a bottom. This is a very clear VWAP retracement. Let's see if this continues further. But that's where I would have taken profits. That was an obvious area. So I feel kind of silly not having taken this trade, especially having identified it, but just not punching in. So tough one there on Meta. But yeah, market retracing. The ES coming within 3 points of the lows. Now, to be fair, the ES has been very range bound, despite the fact that it is red on the day. It is very much within a tight range of like 13 points or so, maybe even less. The NQ much more wide ranging, to be fair, but 100 points plus there on the NQ with days range between high and low. So here we go. Meta actually finding a bit of a bottom right now at VWAP. So
yeah, you know what? If you kind of look at that, yes, it's a double top, and the market might be rejecting the highs, but it's still higher lows all the way through.
Sure.
So it's breaking trend. It's attempting to break the trend, but if it were to hold right there on Meta, there's still a chance it could go. I'm watching NVIDIA here. I got the one leg out in front of like 94.25, and then it's still, these wicks are nonsensical. It's holding 94 even. So it keeps bouncing off 94 even for now. If it breaks 94, I think we're good to go. But Alibaba is just, that's strong, man. Like Baba, I keep thinking,
it's making a higher
we're
high.
Dipping back in here, and I kept thinking, okay, well, we're gonna get a dip because the market's dipping, and Baba is just, it doesn't care. It just keeps on going higher. So I guess I should have just jumped in and not even waited for that dip. I suppose I like the 88.50 to go back in, so I'll get in this consolidation area. If it does dip back down in the same place we were just consolidating, I'll play that to 88.5. Or we could just be looking at an 89 even break. When a stock is that strong, 88.50 is the support. I'll take it. If it does this in front of 88.50 on a breakout, I'll take an 89 break on an Alibaba. So that's what's next if we don't get that dip buy that we're looking for. Just a weird one, man. Airbnb, I do still like that one for a bit of a dip as well. But my goodness, the one day I'm not short Coinbase. Well, I can cancel this order. Okay, we're not gonna get that one. It's like but that's how it works. Yeah. It was easy. Like the only easy short was the one off 60. Yeah. But at least like when it was here, I was like, just wait for it to get to 60. Well, it got to 60. I didn't trade it anyway. So, but yeah, and sometimes that's what it's all about. Like it gave you that level. That was a level yesterday. You had to be pretty. You had to be pretty patient with it. Yep. Is that because this is a flat bottom break at 60 the day before? So when it got to that level, I put the short on there. You take the hit on it, so I lost shorting like 80s into that high, so about 30 cents, and then it got to 61, double top. We got the short back into 60 even, so it went from kind of resistance level to support level. It opened right underneath it, like it's just telling you the key price. And so when it does that, you're just supposed to wait for it to get to said key price. Well, obviously, I'll be regretting the fact that I didn't play that coin today. But you only pick certain names at that open because you can't really focus on all of them. But the setup is the setup, and the setup is a good one. That's why it's about decisions, right? Like you're analyzing your decisions on the day. Like, did you make the right decision at the point in which you should have been making a decision?
Sure.
I always make the poker analogy because poker is so defined. You get your hand, you essentially know your position on the table.
Yep.
You have an understanding of what the blinds are, what everyone else's stacks are, and you can say, okay, well, if I'm opening here, early, then based on the strength of the hand and based on everyone's tendencies, like, is this worth a raise with this or not? And then you can judge that decision when it comes back into you. Then you see the flop. It's very defined. Every decision point doesn't matter whether it's right or not.
Yeah.
Like if you like I say it all the time, the aces get cracked all the time. But if you got it in good when you had them, then who cares? And if you get bluffed in a situation where it made sense and you don't mind giving it up there's no way you could have made that call reasonably speaking. Yeah. So the decision was right, the outcome was wrong. Who gives a shit? As a poker player, I'll tell you right now, if you don't have that attitude at the poker table,
yeah.
you're just gonna get your butt kicked.
And
trading is a little bit of that sometimes too. When you go back and look at it, okay, so I'm into Alibaba now. There's that breakout. So it sustains a break, consolidates above it, stair steps to the upside. I decide, after wanting it to get back into VWAP, no, if it's going to show me that consolidation, I'll take the consolidation above. A lot of times I would be short a wick like this, but it's above the breakout price. So to me, that's not where I'd short it. If it does that same setup at the 88.50, I'd be short than 8, but it's doing it above. So I'm long the consolidation and I'm looking for a continuation through 89. If this doesn't work, it doesn't matter. That setup to me can get you to 90 bucks. While risking, essentially here on the entry, I'm risking about 20 cents if you consider slippage. So I like that one, and we'll take it every single time. NASDAQ just bounced off 13 and a half.
Yep.
Again.
Exactly.
So I look over and see that happen and there's NVIDIA climbing back up to 295. I'm not reloading this. NVIDIA either fails here 295 and fades here, or I just stop out at the high of the day. I'm not going to fight this one. It's not dropping the way I would like to see off this level.
Yeah, guys. All right. Interesting levels we are at on the NQ, no question. We talked about that 13.5 being the initial level that you want to see hold up if you're ironing out your levels, and then obviously the low of day today, 13.426 would be my next level. Sorry, no, that wouldn't be my next level. It would be yesterday's close at 13.468. That would be the break-even point on the day, and then subsequent to that would be 13.426 of the day's low. All right, so let's talk about the small capper. Caught myself. Rejecting exactly off VWAP. And here's the thing. I'm not able to show you the VWAP on this chart, but here it is on MICS. Look at that. You get the break of 2, right? And so if you're looking at the $2 as a level, that's your breakout level. You were given the Rude Awakening. Remember that? By Rick Rude?
The Rude Awakening,
baby.
Awakening.
Well, let's not even get into Rick Rude. He's a whole dissertation on his own. He was an awesome wrestler, by the way. May he rest in peace. But yeah, that 205 rejection off VWAP. And then you get, this qualifies as a Hwaduk, Neil. Yes, this does qualify, and now we are making newer lows. We are at the 50 period on the 5 at the moment. We made a newer low. That low there for the range was 165. We broke below that, touched 62s. But MICS, guys, this is a chart for MICS rejecting off that VWAP. And, possibly giving these shorts a good opportunity there, but we'll see how it trades. Again, we keep talking about this one because it's so reflective of where we are in the small cap cycle, especially if you're a small cap trader. All right, now, Neil talked about that 13.5 bounce on the NQ. Well, that may also present opportunities for some of these large caps. Meta, for example, rejected off yesterday's close at 238.86. And then retraced right into VWAP at 237.25. Now it's holding there, key area of support, and now if the market retraces, you wonder if we get another test of that high of day, and in fact, maybe a break. So is this an interesting area here? Well, it depends on your opinion. Do we retrace higher on the NQ and make a higher high? Well, Neil was pointing out just a minute ago that we still have a consecutively higher lows on this. So the trend is definitely to the high side. So I'm going to consider here going in on this meta trade, and we are going to go and we're going to give it 50 pennies, Neil, and that's exactly what we're going to do on this. We're going to give it to 237.
Allah.
So we're going to punch, and there we got a poopy price. We got 60s, which is not great. The spread's wide at the moment. It's 5 pennies. You know, the spread's been opening up lately on that, to be fair. The idea here is we're looking for high of day tests, 238.71, high of day, 238.86, yesterday's close. We're looking for a curl, albeit in a risky time of the day. It's 11:47, and, you know, we're getting to that lunchtime. So do we hold these levels? The idea is we're going to have another market curl up on the NQ. So my risk is the break of 237. There are other levels that I can look at here with respect to my outs on Meta, my stop loss on Meta. What's going on with this thing? All right, so the first level is VWAP, which is 237.27. It broke through it last time. It didn't really respect it. So using that as a hard stop, not my cup of tea. Now, there's the low of this candle over here. The low was to 10s, 237.10. So if you're thinking, newer low, I'm out, sure, that's one way of thinking. I'm going to look at the whole dollar level. That gives me a bit more buffer. So I'll go to 237. That gives me 60 pennies of risk rather than 50, which is, and again, not the greatest thing here, but we'll see how this trade pans out, Neil. And yeah, that's it.
No, I like it. Like, you saw the higher lows. I think that's the important thing. Like, what's it telling you? What's the story? Can you form a trade off it? I like you already know where you're wrong first,
and I'm on the back end of it. Neil.
Yeah, you allowed it to bounce first. You know where your stop out's going to be. So you always got to know where you're wrong. So look, I got out of NVIDIA. Maybe it still works off this level. It could happen. You could certainly see, like, maybe it pulls back. I don't know. I didn't reload it. As it came back in, I just left my stop in at the top. I got stopped out. I just want to I want to stay up on this and allow it to make the decision for me as to what is next. Alibaba, it's making a run at 89, so I got the dip buy. So this up here, just that it's green, right? So I'm looking for the dip buy again, but I'm also looking for the 89 break, which I had mentioned. So I am looking to sort of break out at that 89 level as well on Alibaba, which has just been strong the entire time. I was Cody in the chat, was talking about GameStop, and I was like, is there a catalyst on? I was more asking because I have no idea. AI is making a push to 25. That's a level. If it gets there, I'm looking for a bit of a failed breakout for a quick little scalp short off that level. Maybe it continues into more, but I want like a fail break of 25 if it gets up there. But I was just curious as to what was happening, if there was a reason why GME was up 2%. It's not in an uninteresting area. It's just, for me, like what I favored about Alibaba probably applied to GameStop yesterday, right? Like yesterday at 21, like a continuation move today, no question about it, but yesterday breaking out 21, like that's the exciting one. Consolidate above and continuation move. I'm just not sure where that move is headed without a catalyst, so I'm not going to jump on over to it. I think AI, I know what's going on there. Baba, there's not a ton of size on Alibaba at 89 even, but I still think I like the breakout, just given how relatively strong it's been. I'm going to go back to Alphabet. So it still doesn't want that 120, but it's coming. Here we go. So this should be the test to 120 as the market grinds higher, retests the high. I think Alphabet's going to see that 120. Been waiting very patiently for it to get to that price. I was too patient with Airbnb. I wanted all the way back in just a little bit. We're going long on this breakout, 106.30 here. I was looking for a little bit deeper of a dip. I thought we were going to get it there just a second ago, right back up toward those highs. We'll get back in. We'll get more into this trend, I think, if it continues to the upside. Room to 108 and change on that one. And Tesla still going and going.
Baby.
Yeah, so no VWAP retracements. That's strong.
It's super strong.
Like all these names, like some of these names are not even getting to VWAP on a pullback. Like this is $1 away from it and it's going again. We're going to see 170 on Tesla today. That's way too strong. I think you got to start playing. The consolidations like this are worth the 20 to 30 cents worth of risk if you can get them when it's trending this strongly. But 170 is still a big level. It rejected it yesterday. There it is, like yesterday right at the open. They zoomed too far. There it is, rejecting shy of 170 actually. So I'd be careful for a double top break because if you go double top break, you're going long right into this level. playing the dips gives you a much better risk to reward, in my opinion. Yeah, you're getting some big time strength on these chips, which are getting to some highs. I was just in NVIDIA. You're back at the top in AMD. I'm just peeking back over at this name because I stopped out here tight on MU thinking we'd get a retest of 65. That is yet to materialize. This daily won't go back far enough, but trust me, it's about like 6 times in the last year and a half you've rejected 65 on Micron. It just did it again today. So one more push, and I'm playing that short in Micron again. It's not giving me a reason to leg in this early.
Yeah. All right, the NQ curling into to highs here again, Neil. 13,540.75. That's the high. We're at 13,534. Oh baby, we're knocking on the door. We wet our beak here a little bit on the profits on Tesla. Sean's laughing. I love it.
I see what's up.
Yeah, yeah. You know, I got a little taste. I got a little profit taste here. I'm taking on another little piece here as we're in the money on our friend Meta. And you know, Neil, I keep getting like partial fills on like 10, 15 shares, which sometimes makes me wonder, do I have a good price here?
Probably.
You know, usually when you get the partial fills, there's
It's a sign.
demand on
If it's hard to get the fill, then
Yeah.
it's a good fill.
Here we go again, Neil, at knocking on the door of 238. But I want to let you know that scalping on Meta is going to be a little tougher, as I just mentioned this earlier, and I want to mention it again. The spreads opened up on this stock lately. It's 5-6 pennies at times, right? Which wasn't typically the case with this one. Again, look, it's crossing my resting order there by like 3-4 pennies, and I'm still not getting the fill sitting there in the mid-90s. So the liquidity on this one, a little suspect. We just printed another high on the NQ. Oh, baby.
In a second, I need you to check the news on something.
I will, absolutely, if this thing works. What's up?
Just check SAP. SAP's halted news pending.
All right, so
so
I'm gonna have a look
SAP's
here,
halted
then-
news pending. If you're ever curious as to the reason why a stock is halted, just go to NASDAQ Trader. But a share repurchase, so Sean just mentioned share repurchase
Show,
program.
Sean.
So it looks like news is already getting disseminated, if that's already out. So 5
Oh,
billion
baby.
euros? Okay, so share
I don't see
5
it.
billion euro share repurchase program. Again, as far as the resumption time goes, I'll just check that site to see if it says anything. They don't currently have one, but if the news is out, it's just a matter of time. So there was a gap up and now halted. News pending just means indeterminate time. Like this could open in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour when the news is already out there. But if you look at that page, I'm just going to pull it over here so you can see. This is NASDAQtrader.com, NASDAQtrader.com, and then you look for trade halts. There it is. It's T1 news pending, but you know the news is out, so you'll see eventually a quote resumption time, and then 5 minutes later it should open. Pretty orderly. That's how it works. And if you happen to be long that one, that's not going to hurt. Not too bad there for you. Obviously, I'm not in it. Dual listed. I mean, that's going to. We're past the European close. That's closed over in Europe. And I'm hitting enter twice. Google still looking at that 120, not quite there just yet. Alibaba continues its move to the upside. So we had the dip buy in Baba. We rang the register in front of 89. It broke 89. We rang the register at 89.20. That continues to go. I think 90 is an obvious level, so 89.5 and then 90 even will be the next legs into the upside. So Alibaba stair-stepping to the upside, breaking that 88.5. That's starting to set up, you know, for one of those like afternoon runs. I usually think at about 2 o'clock or getting closer to that if the Chinese ADR slow down. So hopefully it makes the bigger move in the next few minutes here.
All right, we're finding a bit of resistance at the whole dollar level here on Meta. You know, we're 40 pennies in the money now, but that whole dollar level coming into play. I don't want to be the guy that, you know, just takes it out because we find like a little resistance here and there. We're trending the right way on the name. We're trending the right way on the futures. I'm talking about the NQ. We just printed highs. The only concern is we're just coming to an illiquid part of the day, and usually we get some consolidation or some retracements at this time of the day. Not always, but sometimes. And as a result of that, you know, being in a weaker name, and definitely Meta is the weaker name here when you compare it to the other big five. And if you want to include NVIDIA and AMD into that, then definitely the big seven or big eight, including Meta, it's definitely not the strongest name. So the play here was a VWAP hold and a test of yesterday's close, but we need a market continuation for that. And my concern is The lunchtime hour may bring some market consolidation, so we'll see. Chad, $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Chad. Would you check ARVL? Keeps having bigger spikes every day. All right, let's have a look at our friend ARVL. Don't know anything about this one. We'll talk about it in 1 second. ARVL. This name is Arrival. It's on the NASDAQ. We'll talk a little bit about what this bad boy does so we can put some context into it. It is a Luxembourg-based company which provides electric solutions produced by local micro factories to make air clean by replacing all vehicles. This company is working towards a transition to electric vehicles globally by creating products that are zero emission. All right.
What's a low floater?
I was about to get to that. Yeah. So what is the float on this?
7 million, I think.
Okay.
It's small.
Very small. That's what I'm seeing as well. On this bad boy, the average volume of the last 5 years does about 725,000 shares a day. Today, it's done 125,000. So intraday, no go. But let's go to the daily. Let's see what this guy is all about here. We'll wait up for the daily. So right away, I can see a bad-looking chart. I mean, I don't mean to rain on your parade so quick, but it's coming down from high levels. This chart takes us back to April. Let's go to the weekly. We need to get a bigger picture view. So this one looks like it IPOs back in March 2021. Makes a high here about 1,300. And it's been stair-stepping down since that time to the $2 level. So now let's go to the daily. Let's see what we have any local daily levels to be concerned of here. Okay, so I'm not sure what you mean by bigger spikes. Okay, clearly there was a split here. There's something here. Usually this means a split on the chart. So these levels may be different. So frustrating with these charts. All right, let's have a look. ARVL. All right, ARVL. Sorry, I'll get to that in a second. Bears versus Bulls. This is the one I just want to mention real quick. Yeah. I don't know. Do you have anything on this?
No.
No, this is not a good looking chart.
I'm not. Yeah, this, without a particular catalyst or a reason for hoping for the bounce there. Like spec plays can be fun. I've done it before.
I'm not sure what.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see the catalyst there, but we appreciate super chats. We always say thank you for them. Again, we're just going to look at the chart, give you our advice. So what do we see? Yeah. Like, is there a trade there that I would take from a risk to reward standpoint, or what is it telling you from a trend? And sort of analyze the technicals on it. That's what we're all about. Mr. Westamar, I did see it. We just wanted to make sure Shreve got a chance to answer that one. Asking OMH 1,000 shares at 750. Thinking in Bets, a great book, Annie Duke. Thinking in Bets. B, as in you're waiting for 750, because it just hit it now. Look, Own My Home has been like the, I don't know, it's been the recent crazy runner. And you saw it kind of rugged a little bit yesterday. A little bit, that's an understatement. Today it's Huadunking. Like this is, okay, so if you're ever wondering what a Huadunk is, like that's a Huadunk. That's a Huadunk. So 2 days in a row after making that 55 high, all the way back into 750. This is where essentially this whole thing started at that price. So we've seen this before.
Oh yeah.
Where stock does this a couple of times and then it lulls everybody to sleep at this level for a couple of days, has like a last ditch effort, it goes to like 10, everyone loses their mind because it goes 30%, forgetting the fact that it went 7x before. But yeah, you usually want to see it consolidate. Like when it happened last time, look, break up, Huadunk 2 days in a row, 1 day of consolidation, 2 days, 3, 4, then it starts going again. I would suspect if this is going to go another time, that's what you're waiting around for, a couple of days of catching a bid. So I don't think you have a need to be in this one long, hoping for it. Just allow it to make a bottom, see that bottom hold the next day, and then the setup is there. It's not vastly different from like something like the Airbnb move, which is ongoing right now. Bob is still at 89, so that's pretty much in the pocket. Alphabet, I know it's hard to stop looking at the same thing, but 120 on Alphabet, we're getting pretty darn close to it here. It's just, now I think essentially we're here. We keep breaking the high. You just got to 119.90. If I was ever going to pull the trigger, 119.90. It almost feels like that has to be it. It's now actually noon, so I can lock and load this one. The first time through, I probably want to stop out at the even and then just take maybe 2 cracks at it. So I don't have any issues this tight to the high of the day trying to get this next little consolidation, because every time it's done this, like it usually consolidates, either gives you the top or it consolidates lower. I will take both of those setups as far as I'm concerned here. And NVIDIA, that was the other one I wanted to get to quickly. NVIDIA, we decided not to reload. We decided to just clean stop out, and it goes higher. So we went from going long NVIDIA to trying to short. It wasn't really working well enough, sensed a little bit too much strength, just got out of that bad boy. It would have been nice if I reversed long, but I didn't. NVIDIA seems to want 300 today. Strong day for that chip name, at least.
Yeah, all right. Well, Meta continuing to find resistance at 238 as it does that dance, rejecting off that now, coming back into the $0.75. But the future still holding up, still near day's high. So we'll continue to hold Meta and see if we can get that print on the other side of 38s as I've got my resting order in and around there. So the play doesn't change. It's still that 237 out. So giving it room. But it's not the strongest name, to be honest with you. So a little bit on the fence with this one. Looking for a better play, but we got to get a good in, right? We're not just going to punch in at highs. Obviously, it goes without saying, Google, Amazon, AMD, and NVIDIA have just been absolute rockets. Tesla's had its moments. We're rejecting off that 169.5. We held 168. So stair-stepping up, series of higher highs and higher lows, but with it's moving up not with as much aggression as some of these chip names and Amazon and Google. So it's been their day today. And yeah, really that's it. We're embroiled in this meta trade. Not much else going on, don't you?
We are embroiled.
Oh, this SE trade. Oh, this SE trade. Yes, there you go. I want to mention this one real quick. Let's go back to the daily because we're getting to the level that we talked about on SE. C Limited, American Depository Receipt. This is the level we were looking at, 74s to 73s, bottom area of the trough that we made between April 25th and May 5th. That's the kind of the consolidation bottom. We're coming close to that again. We may find support in and around here. We were looking for the support at 75. We didn't have it. It was kind of a random level to look for support on. But sometimes we do get these even numbered support levels. Anyway, the technical support level lies between 73 and 74. So let's see what we get around here. We're knock on the door of 74 right now. In fact, 74.02 low. Let's go to the more micro view here. Here's the 15-minute. Yeah, so we're definitely going to have to zoom in a bit more. The 3-minute, we are at lows, it looks like, yeah. So the volume dropping off, we are at lows. Just because we get to that level doesn't mean I'm going to be punching in. You really need to see how it trades. Are buyers going to step up, or are we just going to consolidate and stay near lows? Right? Because just because we get to them doesn't mean we're going to bounce off them. We could stay above them, but doesn't mean really bounce off. So going to continue to watch this into the afternoon. We still have another couple of hours left on the show, so this one could do any number of things between now and then, but it should be noted the volume really dropping off. And for the volume, for a move back up, we definitely need volume to kick in. You don't need as much volume to go down, but you definitely need the volume to increase going up. Oh, do we just get an Amber Alert here? Looks like we did get an Amber Alert, and I will read it. We're looking for a male, 8 years old. Looks like the suspect is his dad. You never like to see that when the suspect that kidnaps them is their dad. And it's Thunder Bay. That's very far. That's 12 hours from here.
That's far from
here.
here.
Thunder Bay, very, very far from here. So that's like northern Ontario.
I like that system. It's like you hear them all go off on the floor at the same time. Yeah. It's always sad, but that's why it's there for. And you always hope that it's like nothing big. That's the thing. Even if it's nothing, it's always worth doing. Alert everybody out there. Yeah. Look, two things. One, BAOS, is this halt? So on our system, it's not grayed out, but this is halted. So every now and then, I'm not sure why. Is this a volatility halt? Let me just go back. Yeah, it's not trading. It doesn't look like it should be a volatility halt, but this one is indicating a 720 open. Now it looks like it halted pretty much at that price, but it's not really, or it's just not trading. It's just not moving at all. As far as Alibaba goes, there was a good question there from Trader One. Trader One, I like 88.50.
All I need is one.
So it's pretty simple. Like, we've done some scalp trading here, but if you look at the higher level time frame on the Alibaba, and I'll get out of here. Oh, I'm past time. It's past 12 o'clock, but that's fine. So there's 88.5 multi-day high. it has to at least test and break that level for me to give up on the long. So, when I'm scalping out there, it does open up the idea of getting a dip by an 88.50. That's part of the reason I'll rinse and repeat. The last thing I just got into might be the first thing to come out, but that's how it goes at levels like this, and that'll be Alphabet. So I'm getting in here in front of that 120 level. If 120 breaks, I'm out. It's just that simple. I mean, 120, we've been waiting for it. I wish I could tell you I was long this stock at some point today, but
It's
quite
an
clearly
absolute
not.
rocket. I mean, and remember,
Yeah,
can
there
we
were
talk
places
about
to-
this a little bit? I know you got to go, but I just want to mention this real quick. Michael Noss brought this point up on Friday, and I had no idea. He's like, because he worked at a hedge fund. He worked at several, apparently, right? And he's like, the way that these guys deliberate is, when earnings come out for something or a big piece of news comes out, there's committees at these well, I'm not all of them. And then they digest the information, they make decisions, stuff like that. So we often see price action afterwards, a big event. It's continuously going up.
Exactly.
It's those guys repositioning, right? And I'm not.
But that's why we talk
secondhand
about-
story, obviously.
No, but this is exactly why we talk about something like Airbnb goes down for multiple days in a row. Does it catch a bid? Do you start to see the signs of buy support?
Yeah.
And then when you see it start to go, okay, well maybe there's some people that like that value or like that trade. And Alphabet just could have been the same thing. There's about 200 and something thousand shares on the offer at 120. Well, we're at 120 now. So here we are at the 120 level. It just got to 99 even. So 119.99 just got put on the offer. Alphabet's been charging to the upside. The market also happens to be at the high, so there's a decent chance it could break out that top. Usually you get to a level like this and you're going to take a couple of taps at it. But if we do pull back, there's a certain aspect of this that should be a scalp trade. So whenever you get to the 120, if it dips to like 75 and runs at it again, it's going to print. So if I get that first 25-cent dip, I'm taking something out, even if it's going to be a bigger move. It doesn't matter. Because if you hold this consolidation after getting right to 119.99 and then go back up to the top, usually you're breaking the high at that point. So it's still resisting. There's still some people that are shorting the 199 level, or at least taking offers out at 199. And this is simultaneous to the most obvious thing in the world, because the strong mover today, well, one of them anyways, at the top, the NASDAQ is taking out the top. It's just that if you just stuck with all of the longs today, congratulations! But
Apple's moving
sometimes
too,
short
Neil.
setup. By the way, I just also got into Apple off of that VWAP. Now with Apple, for me, I was only shorting 173, then waiting for some overfills on VWAP. My out's already set up here. I got my favorite key in the world, which is back to working. It's that stop order that Sean and I have been reliably using, which I guess they must have fixed. Either way. Look, so I'm into Apple. Actually, no, I'm back into Apple is the way I should say it. It's just above that 160. I'm going to have my stop. And then as the aforementioned Google tests that level. What? I can say it. I'm going to sit next to you. That's not nearly as good as embroiled. I'm embroiled in a meta move over here. Aforementioned is literally, that's chump change, man. I might as well be a kindergartner.
Chump change.
Sitting next to you sometimes.
Come on now.
Well, that's fine. So my stop set should be good to go here on this Google trade. And of course, NVIDIA is making some charges, AMD as well. They're all testing the high. NVIDIA's now at 297. So
Unreal.
I'm going to short, if it gets to 300 today, I just think that's obvious. As far as getting back in the long, I'm not sure where. Maybe it's a dip to 95. We're not seeing VWAP for a while here, but if we get to 300, I'll take a shot at 300. But I'm going to get myself out of here. We got Google. That's going to play. NVIDIA is an absolute monster shot. I'm just out of morbid curiosity before I log out. Yeah, and AMD's breaking highs as well. So a couple of chip names at least holding the markets up.
Yeah, and we just took some big boy outs there on NVIDIA. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Neil, for being
all good.
on. See you
It's all
tomorrow,
good,
sir.
man.
And Neil obviously will be on the close starting at 2 p.m., guys, with Brendo and Sean. All right, let's get to Meta. It does break 238, but still dancing with it in all reality here. We're not really clear above the level. We made a new high on the NQ, 13,549.5. We're knocking on the door of that 13,550 as we trend up. To be fair, even the ES is moving. It's moving anemically, but it's moving a little bit higher, looking to stay above 4140. But Meta continuing to print here. It's been the weaker name. Let's call a spade a spade. This is the wrong name to be in. For the long, I took it for a specific reason, which was it was a VWAP hold and a high of day test. The high of day test comes to us via a 238.71 touch. That's still 60 pennies from where we're at the moment. So technically, there's some good upside if we can make it, but the futures are going to have to cooperate. So we shall see. Apparently, there's a hot mic. We good with that? Neil? Yeah, thanks there. All I need is a hot mic. All right, Sean is here, ladies and gentlemen, and he is logging in. So he will be with us shortly.
Take a second, and we'll log
People's
in.
Trader is setting up. All right, so this is the meta trade we've been talking about. We're letting that dance with 238. In fact, you know, I don't have any resting orders, Sean, and that's a no-go in my book here. So we're going to go ahead and sit here at 20s. In fact, actually, we're going to go ahead and sit at 15s as well. We're going to take a couple of outs here as we do that dance with 238, dropping below it now. As, you know, we may find resistance here at these even point levels. I was going to say even dollar levels, but I'm talking about the futures, so they're not dollars.
And here goes Google.
Everything's moving, baby. 120 on the dot, Sean. We got
I'm short,
on
so
Google.
I don't know. We're gonna see,
So here we go. Google 2.98%, looking to knock on the door of 3.
It's going to take it out.
Meta's pumping here again, Sean. We're back into the teens here, and again, the liquidity issue. An issue on Meta as it crosses by like 4 or 5 pennies my resting order. I don't get the fill. That's not the first time it happened. So liquidity has been a running issue here on Meta. Well, let's see if we get that continued here. Okay, I'm still not printing. It's like, it's unreal, man. I just don't get this.
You got to cross into it, my
Yeah,
guy.
I know. These resting orders, anyway. Okay, so we'll let this one do its thing. As, yeah, what are we doing here with Google? No. So we still haven't broken the 120 level on Google.
I mean, I'm short into it. I don't know if there's going to be a trade there or not, but, well, there's a trade there, and I think it's just a short. But wow, the size on here on Google doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I mean, that Microsoft, I see a lot of people in the chat there talking about that one and how great of a trade that was, and you're welcome. That's $1.70 now in the money, and we still have that. But yeah, Google right now, we only just now started shorting, and we only have one out at 85. I don't know what happened there. It was a huge move. Like, we tested that 99, and then we were right to 85. I was like, okay, I got to get something out. But right now, unless this markets itself down, I feel like this is going to break. We're in our biggest position all day here on Google, but that's like a 15-cent hit, right? So if you get out here at O's break, I have the order triggered to go. So if we do break O's, we're going to get out of that. But for right now, it is looking like a very, very strong. And then for Google, I mean, we've been wrong. We've been right by looking at it, and we talked about 116 long. Unfortunately, that never came in today. So what we started to do was shorting against the high of the day, and then we've really left it alone until it just came back up here to 99s, O's right now. So yeah, this is a trade that unfortunately you had to wait for, but now that it's here, I'm hoping that the patience does wind up paying. So it's kind of leaving me with a little bit of a sour taste here because, well, now it's back down to 87. Like, I mean, Sharif, man, I mean, these futures are just so high right now.
Yeah,
Not that they're at unbelievable levels. I'm going to log into eSignal in a minute when I get a chance. But we're still back at where we've been before. It's just, it's been a nice move, man. I was, and everybody knows this, and I said it on the air, was very, very bearish today. I thought that we were going to retrace back. I thought, and a lot of the bearishness got squashed because it was the same stocks why I was bearish that took out levels. Like, I didn't think Google would take 118. It did.
Yeah.
We didn't think AMD or Microsoft. I didn't think anyways. I wrote down Microsoft long through 310, but again, that happened too quickly. I didn't think we'd take 313. That's the 52-week high on Microsoft. I didn't think we'd take AMD to 103. 102.60 right now. Okay, now Google's falling down and we're making basically our whole day back, which is nice. So let's start to get a little bit out here as, I don't know if this classifies there as a quadunk. Of course it does not, but we are waiting for a much bigger move, but we'll take this as it just dropped in a little bit. So yeah, man, if I'm talking about putting my biggest position on board, then we do have to ring a little bit of the register right now and take a little bit of cash when that just dropped into the 70s. Now, Google, please just continue with this move, you know?
You know what is really frustrating?
I'm so frustrated.
I know you're frustrated. So am I. I gotta tell you, so we can share in our frustration.
Perfect.
Is the illiquidity on Meta, and I want to.
I don't know why you keep saying that. I mean, I have to look
Sean,
at that.
Sean. I mean, the resting orders. How do you get partially filled 15 shares?
you and I know
mean,
why.
like.
Let's just wait to see where that fills, man. So the only thing I would say about resting orders is it's actually a simple reason or simple way around those. Try to use a different gateway.
I mean, is Arca good?
No.
It's not for the good fills. It's expensive.
No, it's not that. It's like, why not go on something free? Go on a BYX. So the thing is that I heard you talk about hedge funds and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Do you think they're using orders that charge money that they have to pay for?
Not with that much shares. No,
Or are they looking to punch?
They're getting
right,
rebates
a BYX.
for sure. Yeah.
So you're sitting there on an order that potentially only gets filled when it gets run over. No, and I'm with you, man. I use Arca.
Yeah.
I use Arca, but I'm just saying if there was.
Hey, you're speaking sense.
Yeah, if there was a reason to do it, I would say that you want to be on the names that are the gateways that just fill a little bit better. But I like Arca. I use Arca more for stability rather than for the fills. I
got you.
It's there. It's on every single level. From what I've seen over the last little while, it's been really stable. Although,
yeah, I know, right?
knock on wood.
I know. You don't
right
know
now.
who's listing or
so what do you
what's
have
listing.
right now? You have Meta.
Yeah,
long.
we've got Meta long. We're 40 pennies plus. We're 50 pennies in the money now.
And you're just
but
saying it's not filling.
look,
the
I mean,
20s
here's the thing. Let's do the zoom in because I mean it crossed good. Well, this is obviously distortions, but here comes the zoom.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look. I mean, why are these
got
not
filled
filling?
there.
They're not getting filled. None of them are getting filled. We're crossing by a lot here.
Well, you're
And
not
these ones-
crossing at all.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Top
Look
order's
at that.
not crossed.
Yeah, this one though. Look
You
at
got
this
filled.
one. This one didn't fill. Look at this.
Wow.
This one right here.
We should move off of that because I think we may know why that's not filling, right? So
Yeah, it's tough.
it's tough. We'll have to wait to see if those are going to come in or not. But like I said, I think you just want to use a different gateway, man.
Yeah, I'll give it a try. Yeah, I got to set up the
That's-
keys for it. Probably not a good idea to do it now.
Sometimes, although we do have Reg NMS and things like that, the market will break a level and it might just hit like a dark pool a little bit higher, and it might not trigger your fill. I know it does suck, and I don't want to sit there and tell you to use dark pools because I don't. No, I don't use them either. I don't. I mean, the only time I'll use a dark pool is to get like one of those midpoint fills. You know, like if you're trading not even a Palantir these days, but something where it doesn't move that much and you're trying to get that middle fill. Obviously, you can't get those on lit markets because we don't light up the middle. So that's why I'm missing one more chart. All right, so the only trade that I'm in right now, and you guys can see, first of all, oil, double check on oil right now, down 0.39. Here's the NASDAQ 5-minute that I was looking for. So if you're going to just look at the NASDAQ over a 5-minute chart, I mean, come on, Google, get the down. Like we're just hovering around here, right? And if we zoom this back out to like a 60-minute chart, hopefully this loads up. That's that 13,480 that we took out. So we're well above this rate now. And if we even zoom even more, like the NASDAQ, you're taking out some of these levels and now we're above. So we got to try to respect these longs. We're literally breaking out. And I've been wrong, dude. I've been selling my tech names. You know that. Mm-hmm. You sold Meta, but you did a great on Meta. I mean, Meta, you got out what, 35s? I think it's right around.
I got out at
31s?
what I got 33s.
Yeah, so
It's $100 a share.
that could be that could be a great. Oh, wow. I mean, the $100 a share. I like how you had to throw that in there. But
Well, it wasn't random. It was targeted, right? Like,
no, that's great. Well,
yeah.
no, your out was. I remember
was,
you got out right away once the
specific.
earnings came.
Exactly, but because
You
it
were
hit.
waiting for that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. No, that's good. No, what I was saying that I think that's a great out on Meta. But like me, you know, if you look at Google, if you got out before the pre-announcement, or like that's up to 120 now. We're talking about that because we're short. Some of these other names, you know, AMD, like to believe that move, you had to have a little bit of sort of stones. I mean, this AMD, the way that moved,
Yeah, that was
absolutely
nuts,
wild.
the way that it moved up today, and especially not that
Just
on
over the
news
last-
that we really could see. I mean, I brought up that what was his name, Daniel Loeb.
Yep.
I mean, we're not even sure if it's that. That was just mentioned as a
I don't think so,
possibility.
man.
Yeah,
5
well, there you go. I mean, I
points.
don't disagree with you necessarily. It's just we're looking for something to hold on to. We saw Micron move yesterday as well, unexpectedly. For some reason, it was up 4.5 points. We couldn't figure that one out, Neil and I, on the midday.
It's just, it's this move. This is May 5th, $82. But do you know what the day is today?
It is May 16th.
Right, so you're up 25% in AMD in 9 trading days. You know, that's, you know, like you're up $20. You know the math, $20 on 80, 25%. So, I mean,
What a rocket ship.
like, but look where you are.
What a rocket.
We've done this exact move before. This is almost the same amount of days, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days to the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days to the top. The exact same damn top, which goes all the way back to August.
So are we looking for a short here, or are you more bullish because of the higher
Don't
lows?
ask me anything right now because I've been shorting, I've been longing, I've been doing it. Like, look at this long that we had
But
on
this is
AMD.
more macro, Sean. We're not talking about like intraday. Like you pointed out higher lows, and you pointed out that top, but.
Oh no, well I mean I've just
it
lost.
looks
The problem
good.
is I just lost on that exact short.
Yeah, okay.
So like we were doing fine,
Yeah.
you know, and then all of a sudden we took it again at 30s, and we got blown out at 55 or whatever once it broke, and then so now it's kind of hovering around. I'm thinking that
I hear you.
The long was so good, man, when it broke 100, that our last part out was only 101.60, and then we started shorting against 102. We got out, then we shorted against 102.50, and then that broke, and here we are. But you know what, man, we are. I mean, this is
There it is, baby.
now
There it is,
we're
baby.
back into where we're very, very comfortable and put this trade on, right? And I think it's just, wow, okay. Now that you zoom back in, I can see that I need to talk less and trade more right now because there it is right there. That's the big, I told you. And this is the one thing, dude. I talked about being more clarity on the show. Remember how many shares I said I had here?
No, I
Exactly,
don't.
but did you remember I said the largest position for me of the day?
It was on the, you
Was-
did, and you
was
were already
right
at
there.
like made your day when it was like 10 cents. So that means
it's
you were
not-
probably large.
No, but it's not. It has nothing to do with the share. It has nothing to
Okay.
do with the share size. Just the
Okay.
confidence of the trade.
Won the 120 top,
You know,
baby.
it's like if I'm going to get crushed going short early on this name, then I have to put on a trade when it comes back up to this area so that you can make it back.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. Let's see if we can make it back or not. I mean, if this drops.
Is the violet line VWAP? What is that?
this the violet line?
No, the one above it.
The pink line?
Yeah, pink. Well, to
That
me
is
it
the
looks
50
violet
period,
from this
50
side.
period moving average.
50 period, got
Yeah,
it.
so the bluish line down here would be volume weighted
Got it.
average price. So
VWAP.
we'll wait to see if we can Cardi VWAP this back in, and then after that, we'll wait to see what's going on. Hopefully a little bit lower, but I mean,
You want to know what's going on, Sean? Meta is what's going
There you go.
on,
You getting your
baby.
prints?
There we go. Now we're getting the prints. We break through 20s, and we're all sorts of strong on our friend Meta. Let's let this one run. We're now 60 pennies in the money on this bad boy as it knocks on the door at 20, holding 238. But we didn't really see higher prints, though. To be fair, on the futures, 13,549 and a half, the HOD on the NQ. We didn't print anything above that, but Meta, for some reason, stair-stepping up. We're also seeing Amazon quite strong as well, back up, right up into that 114.34. That's high a day there. It's Amazon, really, and Meta that are curling up. And hold on, no, let's check the chips, because the chips are, you know how the chips have been. NVIDIA taking some time off, but AMD still definitely, I think, 15 pennies off the high. So it's very much in play with respect to the move up. Sean, Meta, here's my thing on this one. I'm going to take the majority of this one out in front of the $0.50. Technically, the high a day is 238.71, and that's where I was shooting for. But this one has been quite anemic, and therefore I'm going to de-risk the majority of the position in the low 40s. So I'll hang out there, and there's my resting order in and around there. Should it make its way up, we shall trigger. But that is the move on Meta as we move back into 20s again. So back into 60 pennies in the money on this one. And not much else to report.
Like
That's
I'm not trying to like play around, you know.
Yeah, you're clearly not playing
Like,
around, bro.
like hopefully
You're clearly not playing around.
I'm trying not to. It's just been frustrating today because I think there's been a lot of different trades that we could have had that sometimes seem pretty obvious. DeSantis is launching, I thought we knew this,
What?
his campaign.
No, we already knew that. He's already been
2024.
advertising on CNBC.
Right, okay, that's what I said.
Heard what he did?
It says end of May.
You heard what he did? So Trump had a rally somewhere, and
He
he
showed
canceled
up
it.
somehow?
No, he canceled it because it was bad weather.
Yeah.
DeSantis filled in and just took the slot anyway. Just
Because everybody was there already.
no, I don't
it's
know.
the
I have
same
no idea.
spot?
Yeah. I think in the same city, not maybe the
That's
same
smart,
spot.
though,
Yeah,
because
I
if
know,
everybody's
I know.
there to rally
I'm just
behind
saying,
the
the man's
party.
making moves. Shot. He's not sitting on his, you know what? But
He's not sitting on his Disney butt right there.
yeah,
We
he's
can-
busy picking fights with Bob. I thought
Oh,
he was
man,
gonna
wow,
drop
what
that with
a
Bob
day
Iger.
saver.
There you go. Happy for you,
Ooh,
brother.
man, that was good. Yeah, thanks for that one. You felt those? That was pretty good, right there.
Good.
I haven't worked out. Okay, tonight, I know we talk about my kids way too much, but tonight is 2 hockey games.
Okay.
So that's good. We'll watch a little bit of sports. Oh, I got to get out of that bet. Prad. I wonder if those guys got out of that bet. We have the Lakers at 55-1 to win the championship. Now the odds are down to 3-1.
Okay.
So what gambling allows you to, or what some websites allow you to do,
Yeah, you can
is
change it.
it's called cash out, right? So
Uh-huh.
you can just, change it essentially, change your bet. So they'll say, so now that you're down to 55-1, they'll pay you, I think they're paying like 12 or something to 1 on, no, a little bit more than that, 12 or 13-1 on your bet that's left. But the way I look at it is very, very simple.
Huh?
It's kind of like a trade. You know, you got to put the odds in there. So you think there's 3 teams left. I mean, the Miami Heat's left as well, but the way Boston played and the way Tatum, I don't know if you were watching it at all, but the guy dropped 51 on a Game 7.
I'm not watching the basketball playoffs.
Although Jimmy Butler, like, Miami Heat does have a good chance to win. Anyways, I was just thinking that if the Lakers can get by Denver, so what I'm thinking is you cash out now. You know, it's like if your team was playing someone in the Prem and you weren't sure if they
Okay.
were going to win.
Yeah.
But you think that they may win the game after that.
Yeah.
So what you could do is don't bet this current
Yeah.
situation. Only bet when they win after the fact. So what I was thinking about doing was cashing out of the Laker futures, waiting for them to beat Denver.
I like how you called it that.
That is what it's called, futures.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. No way.
Getting out of the Laker future,
Futures,
and
yeah.
then waiting for them to beat Denver.
Okay.
And if they do, then re-put all that cash on the finals and just pick a side if I think Boston's going to win or
got you.
LA.
I got
The
you.
payout is less,
That's okay.
but I've
You have more
taken
control
the
that
risk
way.
away
Yeah, exactly.
from LeBron. But I mean, LeBron is quite nice.
He can play.
I did bet on LeBron already.
Yo, Mahad is telling him to bet on LeBron.
He wants me to keep it, so I think
Mahad wants him to bet on LeBron.
so whatever Mahad wants.
In case you guys don't know, Mahad can ball. Like I saw Faye
I
Faye's
just worry
Instagram.
that LeBron is old. He's not that old? Okay. The team is good, man, and they have Reeves is over there. AD is playing real sweet. I just worry about Denver, Mahad. That's all, man. I don't know. There was a funny joke. I think the coach of, I'm not sure who said it, but they said, "How are you going to stop Jokic?" And they said, "We're going to kidnap him because that's the only way to make sure that he does."
He dictates
not
the
play."
game, that guy. So I hear.
He's a monster. But okay, I mean, I don't know if you've seen Cat around,
Hola, like and subscribe today.
but if you didn't, you just did right there. What's the matter, Katrine? Were you just laughing at the Ola? Let's film another one. Okay.
When she gets her haircut, guys, she's going to film another one. All right, Sean, we're back up at local highs, knocking on the door of the $quarter here on a friend on Meta. And there goes 30, and we take that out. Now we're moving in to that $half area we were talking about. Oh, baby, we're spending the money on this one. Hold on, where are we at? Yeah, so we're decent. We're 70 pennies in the money on this one now. 237.60. Let's run through that resting order that I have there at 43, not quite making its way up there, but definitely the liquidity opening up on this one as it's doing more volumeage. Volumeage. Yeah, guys, sorry. Sometimes I get carried a little.
Fillage on that volumeage?
Not yet, Sean. We're real close, though. We're not going to complain about that. But yeah, we're knocking on the door of the $half here, guys. As we move up on Meta, we are also, I think, looks like we're retracing a little bit here on the futures, looking to test that 13,549. We're at 13,542, getting off that bottom that we made, a nice little bottom wicking candle that got bought up. Looks good for some of these longs. Amazon at highs. Let's see what the chips are up to. NVIDIA retracing in as well, back into the 297 area, dancing with that level at the moment. See what comes of this move, but yeah, got a lot out there on Meta, and now looking for that eventual, or not eventual, possible 238.71 high day test today on Meta. Still down on the day.
What was the 52-week high? Meta, oh, we're not even close.
245.
Yeah, 244.92.
244.92.
So a little bit away from that. I thought I had a bid on Google. Got canceled. Google just ripped up a little bit there. I'm going to take another bid here at 49. Why not do that? And again, let's just try to hold this. If we're going to think about where Google, there we go. We got, like, look at that. You get a 49, then it just rips back up. Okay, let's try to take a look at where Google might go here if we can hold it. We're out of more than half now. We only have about 35% left. So don't have enough left really on board for this. But when you're playing counter trend, obviously on a day like today, I feel like, getting some of these bottoms is going to be pretty important. So now that we're out of 2/3 roughly of this trade, I feel like we should be able to hold this now for something like a VWAP retracement. We do have Brian Shannon coming on, of course, and that's all about the AVWAP right there, the anchored VWAP, and we're going to talk about that. But if the number wants to come back down into something like an 1875, then we're going to be sitting there. I do not have, but I'm going to put another bid around 119. See if we can get that. But let's maybe we could talk about something else.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll
Shopify short has been right, but I got out.
You brought a nice little tidbit about Brian Shannon there. Did you hear the podcast with him on the compound?
Yes, I did.
You did. So you know about this story. Then I don't have to tell you. Well, maybe we'll tell our viewers.
Tell it.
He had a rich, wealthy West Coast client come up to him and tell him that he wanted him, that he's going to give him $1 million account, and that he wanted him to trade it for him on his behalf. And so, they worked out all the payworks and everything that, and they did. And so apparently it was good market conditions, so he's going hard. Apparently he's not warming up. He's taking the account hard, but unbeknownst to him though, and I'm talking by him means Brian Shannon, the owner of the account had set up in his home, on his home speaker system, for some reason, every time Brian Shannon took a trade, it would do a cannon.
Yeah.
I was like, boom, boom, boom.
That's a pretty fun
So
story.
this guy, he's listening all day to the cannons going off, and it's like, I think the louder the cannon shot was, the more the size was.
Stressed and all this.
Yeah,
stuff.
and he's like, I have a heart condition. I'm retired. He's like, I can't deal with this. I got to shut down the account. And he was up 3%, and the market was down apparently. So. Interesting story there, I think was hilarious. All right, guys, we're moving up nice here still on Meta. So we're taking some pieces in the 30s as we dance around that $0.50 again. We're still sitting in the low 40s for a bigger chunk. So Meta moving up well. The futures holding, by futures, I'm talking about the NQ, guys. I'm rarely referring to the ES these days, that it's been very flat. The NQ curling, looking at like it wants to break that even level at 13,550. It's currently 13,549. Excuse me. That's the high of day there. So yeah, we're doing well, and yeah, just gonna hold this and see where it goes, Sean.
I'm just looking at one last shot here because I do want to get more here for this play. We're gonna wait for 119.
Absolutely agree.
You know what? I was at 119.89 there, but now maybe we'll go a little bit different. So just talking about Google again, just trying to figure out where we want to get more short. I was up at 90. We're going to go to 80 now to see if we can get something. I feel like that could fill right away. So maybe we can get that right now. Google short more at 70 just against 120. If it takes... We have the order stopped out right there. If it goes out, we'll get out of that one. But what's triggering back in, and it's not a big position by any stretch of the imagination, but we do have a little bit of a problem here, and that's going to be Microsoft. Microsoft's pulling back decently now off of that 313.50. And oh man, it's too bad that I was focusing on Google just now, but that just ticked to that same top again of 313.50. So that was really a good one. We were long, no problems with Microsoft, man. We're still long right now. Microsoft was a good trade, and I know there's a lot of you that took that off some of those bottoms. So well done on that. But we don't have any outs at 313.50. My best out is 313.25. But now you're fading out a little bit on Microsoft. So nice move down to 312. If we're going to reload this one, it's going to be at 312.50. But I also, well, again, this is that sort of problem because you have issues here at 313.70, then you also have a problem down here at 312.50. So do you want to short Microsoft at these levels when the NASDAQ is really trying to take out highs? We've already got Google in our pocket right now, so this could be a problem, but AMD is not a problem. That keeps on going and touching these highs as well. Look at these wick highs. So the setup is here. But I remember some of the most disastrous days I've had are days when you just don't believe the move and you just keep on doing the same thing over and over and over again. And you keep shorting the tops and shorting the tops and they're wrong. And you're shorting the tops again and blah, 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 blah. So it just keeps on going. And I just see it's very, very dangerous. So we're going to reload the Google short with a 20-cent worth of a stop here as it's coming back up as well. And then just watch out for Microsoft because here it goes right back again up to that 313.50. Maybe we'll take it out if it comes back up there. That's actually 313.70 for Microsoft. What a mover this name is, man. There has to be other things that are going crazy. HYG leading indicator. Okay, selling off, breaking lows. That's high yielding. I thought that was junk bonds or something. HYG. Hold on a second.
Let me look. HYG.
I'll have it up here on ECL. Yeah, iShares. Yeah, high yield.
High yield,
Corporate
yeah.
bonds. Yeah, okay. So that's going the other way, which makes sense. And here's HYG here on a 5-minute chart. So it's heading to the downside there. You know, obviously as people want to invest less in bonds and more into the market, so you're getting some buy side action here in equities. But that's basically how I read that. So we'll wait to see where everything goes. Looking to get more short, of course, on Google. And then
Heard about
Shopify is a little disappointing.
Barker saying that they're looking at changing the agency's requirements for these financial institutions, how they date their long-dated assets, like the 30-year
You
bonds.
can only do a certain amount.
Yeah, so they're going to have to like revalue them
SIVB.
every quarter or something, like every time you do earnings or whatever it is. So like
That's what got SIVB in trouble.
Well,
Now,
exactly.
all those ones, right?
Exactly.
The wrong duration.
Exactly.
They didn't expect 500 basis points in 1 year.
no, exactly. So
I just wonder, like, if the Fed can have. Look, it needs to be run by smarter people, obviously, not just the Fed, but these banks, because they got to. You know, if you're running a bank like that and you're taking deposits like that, I almost feel like you kind of should have been able to see that maybe this was getting a little out of hand. Then you pick up the phone and you say, "Hey, Mr. Fed Chair,
yeah,
we are about to have a little bit more of a problem
Yeah.
than what you may be understanding." And they could have been able to figure that out. Sorry, Randy? Yeah,
well,
the banks.
Randy's saying the banks sit on the Fed board. Here's the thing, though. I mean, would we have had this issue? Would have this issue come to light if we hadn't had a run on the banks and they would have been? They were forced to sell their bonds at a loss to realize
You can't
that.
have one without the other.
Well, if we don't have the run, then we don't have the.
You can't have the run on the banks, though, if you don't. The reason why the run on the banks happened was because of the increased interest rates.
Yeah. Well, what was the real reason again? The initial reason on the SIVB poll, what was it again?
It's because the money they took
so
in.
much has happened, I forgot.
Hold on a second here. I'm just getting some more shares here on Google up to 119.75 rate. Well, sorry, we're still on Shopify, my bad. We just got touched a little bit there, but not fully in right now. You know, okay, quickly though, you were talking about an ETF earlier, and you said Boyle. People thought you said
Yes.
oil.
No,
because they were like, oh, you said Boyle was up 6% or something. But I'm just noticing right now that it's falling down pretty decently
Wow.
right now. So what this is nat gas.
Yes.
So, and it's 3 times, I believe, levered to the upside, right? So, let's see.
Yeah, everybody's talking about Boyle.
Yeah, so actually, and it's kind of, the reason why I was looking at this is it's bouncing off 325 right now. But I mean, again, if you're looking at a longer time frame, this has been an absolute disaster. I don't know what we're thinking about nat gas these days, but down here, 325, 327, this is a pretty well-traded name around.
Don, we're quietly $1 in the money here on Meta.
Yeah, the market, dude,
We're
is
quietly $1 in the money
not
here. We're
quite
over now, Sean, as we touch up those 70s. Now we are $1.15 in the money. So we're letting this one run. To be fair and to be honest, we took out the majority in the 40s there. Now we're holding a little piece. We're going to let this one run. To high of days. Now, I think we just did touch the high of day. Correct me if I'm wrong. 73s. Where was the high of day here? It was 71s. So we just did make a new high of day, albeit by 2 pennies. But here we go. We're breaking that high of day now. We just made a new one, 75s. The market's going up 13,554.5. New high of day on the NQ June contract. Meta printing higher. Amazon higher. Who else is higher here? NVIDIA high of day. AMD high of day. So the chips moving and big tech moving as well. But now there's a noticeable weakness coming in on our friend Google here. That 120 level looking like it's going to hold. And then also Tesla looking a little weak as well, Sean. This one doing a little bit of a dance below 168.5. It's looking to hold 168 here. A bit of a bottom, no doubt, brewing at that 168 level. That goes back to, this morning at 11:20, we kind of started multiple touches off that 168. So keep that in mind for a possible breakdown. But yeah, that's it. Meta continuing to go to the high side, and I'm holding.
All right. Yeah, you're right about Google weakness, man. Google is now, I mean, we just reloaded. I told you what we were going to do. So there is the reload on it, and we put on just as many shares as we got out of. So this time we're actually doubling our pleasure, doubling our fun with Double Mint Gum.
Oh, baby.
As this is coming back down. I'm just trying to get some more sponsors for the show, you know what I'm saying? So like if Wrigley's around or anything like that, I know Cat's working,
baby.
but let's see if we
Cat's
get
working
some more.
overtime, apparently.
Really? I didn't see that.
You don't, no, not like hours, but we got a new sponsor instead of Search Trader now.
Right.
Trade. You see this one? Follows the trades of other people. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
sure
it marks
who
down.
it is, but
yeah,
interesting.
I don't know if you necessarily want to follow too many trades.
Yeah,
but,
true.
yeah, that's good.
Depends
Zoom.
on who they're
What is
following.
it? Zoom something? Yeah, that's cool, man.
Zulu Trade.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. Thank you to all of our most recent
Yes.
sponsors there. Yeah. So, all right, AMD 103 just got taken out there. So what a monster move there for AMD, back upside, downside. Here we go. Beautiful move, 103.08 there for AMD, and cannot believe that we're even up $3 from that initial pump right there that we took out of a $100 break. So that was an absolute monster move back up to the upside there for AMD, and the chip names just keep on pumping to that high side. So yeah, it's chip names. It is going right now. Yeah. Follow Sean and Neil's trades. Yeah, I would hope not, but you know, if it does, that is great. You know what I think you can do with those kind of a program is where you follow exactly what you said. Dan Loeb buys AMD. So then that would, and I don't know how the product works.
Neither do I.
But to me,
I want to make that very clear.
You can't. Well, the thing is that you can't really follow.
learn for
the trades
yourself.
have to be public knowledge.
Yeah, so like.
So that's what I'm saying.
But
So
the
like,
reporting is usually delayed, right?
well, that's how I don't understand how
Yeah,
it works.
unless
We're
it's
going to
art.
find that out. But it's like if you found out that Warren Buffett just bought XYZ of Oxy, then I guess that you may get a trigger that says this is what's going on. You know, so check that out.
I think Wave Trader was saying something. Wave 3 Trader says, I played with Zulu Trade. It's a trade copier. Be careful, though, who you pick. So the person's obviously had experience there. So you can tell us your experience in the chat. And, you know, so that's a first-hand account. So there's full disclosure there. By the way, yeah, it's like this Druckenmiller. Everybody's talking about this Druckenmiller duo. Yeah, he's been making big boy moves.
What's he saying these days?
I don't know. They were talking about him on the compound last week about all his new positions. So might want to.
I think we should get some Josh Brown action up in here.
Oh, I like him. I don't know how you feel about him.
I like Josh Brown.
Downtown Josh Brown.
Yeah, why not?
He always seems annoyed on TV. He always seems displeased, but you know he comes off quite personable on his pod.
Yeah, and that is what he is. He's a
but it's just like it's funny on
He's a
TV.
man
He
of the
doesn't
people,
look
man.
that way though.
Downtown
it's
Josh
off-putting.
Brown.
Yeah, baby. It's an absolute print factory here though on our friend Meta, Sean, because we're breaking day's highs, baby. We're getting right to that yesterday level, the yesterday close that we talked about. I always earmark yesterday's closes. I know that you do the exact same thing.
Yep.
You look at highs and lows. I think I actually got that off you. 238.86. Yesterday's high, we just took some out there. Now we should, or we probably will knock on the door of 239. We'll see if we make it up there. The whole dollar could be another resistance level.
Amazon, like people are saying that there's a lot of different things breaking.
It's pumping, bro. Amazon is just an absolute rocket ship, up over 3% today, Sean. Likewise with NVIDIA and AMD. And you know what, to be honest with you, can we look at the Amazon daily here, Sean? Because ever since that debacle that they had with after the earnings call, look at this. Okay, so it's been a series of higher lows and now higher highs. This is the day. I'm going to remove all these trend lines here because they're quite distracting. Remove all horizontal trend lines.
That's an impressive chart.
Okay, so look at this. This is the debacle with the after the call.
Yes.
So we moved up big on the algo spike on earnings, and then they got on the call and they said everything about AWS, and the market didn't like it. And then we go back right to that trend line, right back to that trend line. And now we are making newer highs once again. So this stock getting bought up. I'm not pounding. I don't own this stock, right? And I don't think I'm going to get into it, to be quite honest with you. But it's retracing. You own it, huh? Yeah. Well, you own a bunch of stuff, though.
I own literally every stock.
Well,
name a stock.
Palantir.
Stop. Okay. All right. So just real quick right now. Yeah. All right. So Google. No, there was nothing. Oh, I want to say what's up to you, Daryl, in the chat there, because I'm going to say what do they say? Real recognize real. Yeah. Unfortunately, I hope you're still in this one, Daryl, because I tried Shopify twice, man. In there, out again. Saved a little bit. There it goes right down to the downside. So thank you so much for pointing that out, Daryl. Not because of it's down so far, but we had the short. I feel like the idea was at least right, but it did go up to that 62 marker and then failed there. I don't know if I could have seen. I mean, you could always hold for an even dollar level, but realistically, I was trying to get this off these top wicks right here at 61.50. So when those broke higher, we could have gone long, got it like. This is all woulda, coulda, shoulda, but again, nice little drop down there in Shopify. And we had it, but we just don't anymore. So unfortunately, that was that, but thank you for pointing that out because at least it sort of solidifies the ideas that I was looking at. Now, being out of it doesn't really count for that much, but again, a negative name, and the reason why we liked it a little bit negative was just how it's been looking off the daily chart. Almost the opposite of what Sharif just said about Amazon is Shopify. So Shopify, just great earnings report, absolutely amazing. We were able to sell some. Now it's starting to drip down a little bit. So the momentum here to the downside, where will it stop? I always think 60 bucks. So we identified this trade today, wanting to get the short, but just couldn't hold on to it. So it's nice that we had it. Sure, fine, great. But we are out of that one. And now my whole day, believe it or not, not my whole day, but pretty much now, is resting on the laurels of this Google short. So hopefully that can come out right now. Shout out to Sharif for sure, man. We've already talked about that on Meta, but I thought he took like 50 cents on Meta or something. But it's a good out for him there as Meta is coming back in. Let's just check out what the market's doing right now. Okay, there's the chart. Yeah, so great out, 238.80 right there. Great trade-off VWAP. And again, you know, I wasn't sitting here with him, but I just saw what he was talking about. And I think if you're going to trade off anything, like I said, VWAP, pretty good there. Unfortunately, I have that wick. Let's see if I can get rid of it for you a little bit there. But there's VWAP, there's VWAP, there's VWAP coming in. Nice bounces off there. And if I know he got something out up here near 239, so a nice pullback in on the market, a beautiful pullback for Meta. And yeah, there it goes. We're upset again because Microsoft goes as high as 50s there. It doesn't quite get to 70s where we were waiting, and then there's the drop down. But honestly, I have tons more shares on Google than we do on Microsoft. So Google, we just reloaded it twice. We got a whole bunch up here. So we just got to fill again at 55. Look, I want Google to tank. I mean, this will be, like I just said, that's a day maker for me if it does do that. So we're going to hold out hope that that does happen. But for right now, let's look at some other names. I see some talking about Alibaba right now. So again, another name that's really barcoding. You don't get much action for some reason on some of these ADR or these Chinese ADRs into the close, but I guess yesterday it was okay. A high of 88.50, low down there of 88. 50 cents, not great. What about the day before then here? Yeah, and again, like pretty rough until we get a dip down. So we'll wait. Maybe this is a decent short right now for Alibaba, but $89, wow. Their report coming Thursday night. Alibaba. So let's see if that one wants to print anything. But 89 high side there, 88.80 on a drop. But I don't think we're anywhere near a drop for that right now. What else is moving around? Amazon, we already talked about that. Tesla bouncing off 170, Nvidia at 300 right now. APLD up 51%. Is that halted right now? APLD.
That was up big earlier, but it gave up.
Applied Digital, it's not halted, so let's have a quick look. No, just up 51%. Did it halt earlier today? No, I don't
Actually, it
see,
stayed open.
I don't see a halt.
No.
And then right there, 525 or change or so, I guess. This moved and halted. It would have halted off the open, if anything, but that's in the pre-market.
Okay, dude.
So the open is actually right here. So the open's at 470 down there. Look at it hit the 200 period. Perfect entry zone right there. And then back up to the upside. And again, kind of held. The 200 only went down about 15 cents off of it the last time. This stock is APLD. Applied something? That would make sense.
Look at the NASDAQ large cap trader doing a small cap analysis.
No, I just want to look.
Multiple talents.
Well, yeah, let's hold off on that.
It's
$4.
like I'm not going to trade that.
No. I just mean on the talent part. Okay, we'll wait for it. No, we've made. Look, I mean, you know the nets of traders around here.
It looks good today though. What'd you say?
No, I said you know the nets of some traders around here.
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's up or down with some of these plays. Like some days you can hit them really great.
Yeah.
And all that. So
It's funny. Yesterday we were talking about that. What was that stock that was the worst on the floor, and then it was improving?
OHM or OMH or something.
OMH.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like we don't have too many traders that are trading these names, but like if you take 200 shares of something and you're right, and it's up $10, you've got 2 Gs.
It's
You
just
know,
how-
but then if it just doesn't work out for you, then it's.
To me, it's like, especially these halting ones,
Holy
I just
shit,
don't
we're
know
doing
how
pretty good
long
again
to
here.
hold. I mean, I can't.
That's so for me, that's the
Yeah.
problem. It's not. It's just like you see how I'm scalping out of these big tech plays because I feel more comfortable.
More predictable.
Yeah. I haven't done enough work on it. I think anybody can be successful at anything. And This is what I'm telling my kids. This is what I hope everybody tells all of their kids and every single person that you know, that if you put in the work and the effort, and then honestly, for me, this is why this show is so near and dear to what I do. Well, this is what I do, is because you have to be genuine in what you do. And if you enjoy what you do, this is one of the most overplayed things, but they say like you never work a day in your life if you, no, I consider this
You
work
can tell you like to
coming
come
in,
here, though.
but it's just, no, I like to trade,
Yeah, you like
to be
coming
quite
in.
honest with you.
So,
And that's
like,
why sometimes, that's why it's real emotion when I'm here. It's like, when I'm losing, I'm actually losing. Like, so when that keyboard gets thrown, you know, that's what happens. The keyboard gets thrown.
You brought it
And
up.
that's what it's about, right? I mean, I could.
Yeah, it was real. That
Anyways.
was Palantir that day. I'll never forget it. Left arrow key.
Oh, yeah, it was all the keys
left-
were a disaster
was it?
that day.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, there was one, and then I was hitting tab to tab over to the price, and that wasn't working. But you know what it did do?
It
Rob
did. I know.
ordered 5 new keyboards.
I'll never
Came
forget the Rob
immediately.
coming over here with
Yeah, he's
4
like, "Dude, is everything
keyboards.
okay? Is everything
Right?
okay?"
He had 4
Yeah,
keyboards.
So shout
in
out
his
to
hand.
Rob for that as well.
Yes, Rob always put in work, and he formatted the new computer up there, so working like a charm. Sean, let's look at this APLD trade because you
let's
brought
go.
it up, and I think it looks fantastic, Sean. This is the 5-minute on APLD. In fact, you know what? Let's go ahead and put that watermark on there because the chat is displeased when they can't see that, and I don't blame them, right? They're here to know what we're trading. APLD top right over here, guys. This one making a move early on at 8 o'clock. It's been bought up off the 50. At least that's what stands up to me. The 50 period on the 5-minute chart. The dips have been good. VWAP hasn't really been. I want to take that back. VWAP has kind of acted as a bit of a moving horizontal support and resistance level. Like, look at this. So you dance above VWAP, and then you're dancing below them. Then you reclaim it, and then it becomes your base, and then it becomes your resistance level. So it's been flip-flopping every time. But in the process, it's been making higher lows, right? So, and in fact, higher highs. That's what we're waiting for, a 550 break here. So it's bullish. I mean, and you buy the dips. So I'm going to be looking for maybe a retracement down into, let's say, 480, 490. The break of 5, then maybe we'll take a dip trade in and around there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up an alert. I'm going to front run the 50 level by a little bit, so I'll sit at like 486, 487 or so. And if it makes its way down there, I'll get a dip trade on that one. But I won't be punching in at these highs. APLD, guys, small capper, moving up nicely on the day. It was up a lot more than where it is now, 550 high. The float on this, just should mention for good housekeeping here, Sean, 58.5 million. So not a small float. It's not huge, but it's not micro like some of these ones that we see sub 1 million these days. So yeah, that's where we are in APLD. The other trade that we have is Meta, and it's letting it run up back into yesterday's close. Again, 238.86 yesterday's close. We're retracing back into those levels. We're back at 80s. So 238.80s. We're 6 pennies off highs.
I gotta say a shout out to my wife. I love you, and yeah, she's talking about the drama. Yeah, I'm full of drama, and you could see it. People saying they know when I'm losing because they can see it in my face, and I hope that you can also know because I actually tell you when I'm positive or negative on the day, and I don't have a problem saying that.
Are we going to have that up?
We are going to have that. I thought we had our names on this thing. We used to have our names at the bottom. I don't know. That was there yesterday, but not there today. So yeah, that's that's why. But I really. Oh, and she also mentioned to me to say a happy birthday to Just Tubin. I don't know. Someone's 84 years old there. She wasn't sure on his name there, but a happy birthday to anybody who is celebrating their birthday. And
my birthday coming up soon.
Ooh la la. As is my wife's. Hers is coming up pretty soon.
Oh, Gemini.
I could tell you what I got her, but apparently she's watching right now. So, and right now we're debating. I was spending all last night looking up hockey skates.
Okay. Oh.
Because my drama queen daughter,
she's trying out for select.
Dude,
right?
She already made the rep team. Her first game is in September. First practice tonight. It's May.
Awesome.
Yeah, real awesome. We got the email that said, "Oh, dear all players on the team, we've done a rough calculation on ice time, and there's only 14 people that made the team. Ice time this year for the team will roughly be $45,000. So just dividing that, well, because think about it, you play 2 times, you practice twice a week.
How much is the rink?
300 and something an hour, like a session. So that's like only 50 minutes. No, but you do 100, you do twice a week for X amount of weeks, however many weeks that is. You're at 100 real quick times 300. That's 30-something, 35 grand right there alone. But hey, why? That's why I do this, man. I'm doing this. I'm trying to make that money for the family, and that's what it's all about for me. And then my other guys, we have 2 hockey games tonight. So shout out to everybody that's has their kids and is super busy. We're definitely not the only family. I mean, I was bitching like this to my cousin, and he has 3 kids as well. He has 2 kids that are all doing very, very similar stuff. But it's just about staying busy for me, right? I mean, you got stuff that you're doing. You're going to the gym every day. You're buying cars. You're,
run a business.
You're trading. You're, getting haircuts. You're keeping your beard all nice and tight.
I love it,
You're wearing all these great clothes. You're wearing dress shirts and shorts the other day.
Yeah,
I mean, you're just killing it, man. You are.
Why can't I wear the shorts? The shorts they were golf shorts. They're classy.
That's
right?
What do you mean? That's what I'm talking about.
Hey,
you're styling.
I got the approval,
profiling.
baby. I got the approval from
you are
Big
styling,
Kahuna.
and who's that from? Brendan?
No, you.
Oh, me?
Big Kahuna.
Yeah, well, you have my approval anytime. That's.
Sean, we got to 239 on Meta. So we're knocking on the door there. We got to 239.
So it retraced to where is that? VWAP?
So
what is that line
this,
there?
This one here, the 50 period on the 1. Yeah, the 50 period on the 1.
Jesus. I wonder who started using that.
I don't know.
Anybody around here? Anybody? I know you started using it. Neil started using it. It's great. I started using it on the daily chart.
Okay.
And I started talking about it with the old stock father, Mark Roberts.
Oh, shout out to the stock father. He made me money, man.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I wanna repeat this story because
was it on Albertsons?
Yes. Oh, good memory. Look at this guy. Albertsons, Walmart, and Costco. It was literally, Sean, when Papa Powell got on Hill, November 2021, and admitted that Inflation wasn't transitory, and then everybody and their mother was scrambling to figure out what kind of play we're going to have. And he came on here. He used to come on every Wednesday. I don't know if you remember, but it was every Wednesday in the morning. And he said, here are my inflation plays.
Yes,
Walmart,
I remember.
Costco, Albertsons. I bought all three. I made money on all three. Shout out to the stock father.
I'm going to have to start watching some more of your plays and get these lines going on, but I'm glad that that's the 50 period. And that's what it's all about, is sharing different ideas. And I'm pretty sure Neil has the 50 period now on his 1 minute charts. You do as well. I don't know if the Mr. Teal man who's about to come through.
I think Max does use a 50
I think it was a 21 minute. Wasn't it 21 period?
He uses a 21.
Something, that's what it was, something unique. And I actually added on one of my e-signal charts because of this guy, the 21 period moving average, because I was like, what? I never heard of that. And I was starting looking it up. And yeah, it is actually a thing.
It's a thing,
so,
yeah, it's a thing.
I've added that as well. But one thing that I've added that may be driving me into the ground right now, as much as I love Google in my long-term account, and you know what, the amount of money I've lost today just trading it, I should probably go in and just sell some in my long-term account, just so I feel better about it. You know, I lost all this money short, so let's make some money long and get some out. But I do have some of this in my TFSA account, which is more of a that's called tax-free savings. So as it moves up here, yeah, exactly. Well, no. What was it? Opposite of that. 401k is like our RRSP.
Okay.
I don't believe they have it. There is a tax-free savings account in the United States.
Okay.
No. And they have PDT rule.
They do have the PDT. Well, we don't.
So we don't have. So tax-free savings is you could put in, I think it goes back now 15 years or 16 years. You could put in about $5,000 every year, and it sort of adjusts up. So I think now this year's limit is like 6,600 or whatever it is, and you can backdate it.
Yep. And there's the new home buyers, but this only applies for new.
You can only take it out on your first home that you bought.
Yeah. So if you already bought a new home, you out of luck. Sean, you are overtime. I don't know. I'm not going to obviously ask you to go, but Max is waiting there.
No. The people want Max, so I'm going to get out of here. But we do have just one last shot. I mean, it's Google. It's back here. And remember I told you we're getting out, we were reloading. So now this is going to be fine. We're going to give back what we made, a little bit of it, obviously. If it breaks higher, we're going to lose 20 cents clean on a 120 break, but it's coming right back again. That's why I get some out. You know, you're going to sit here with Arun, and he's not going to, you know, a little different style. Everyone has a little different style, like we said, but that's why we continue to learn different things, like the 50-period moving average. We talked about that over and over again. We talked about the 21-period moving average with Max.
Yes, sir.
You know, and like I said, now traders on this floor using the 50-period moving average on a 1-minute chart, which seems ridiculous to do that, but on this sort of feel, I like it. So if you're scalping, that's what we're going to do. I do have to get out of here, but I kind of hesitant to leave while Google's right at these levels, because
it's right at that 120.
you have little faith with some of these stop orders, that's for sure. But we're going to wait to see what does happen. Microsoft is battling back as well right now, but that's only 90 cents in the money. This was really, I'm going to leave because Max is here, and he's, you know, he gets paid to do a job, so I'm going to let him do it. Right? 'Cause we got to pay him anyways. You know, whether or not Max comes on here for 50 minutes or whatever, you know he's sending the bill.
Oh yeah, he's gonna want.
You know, he's not. So we're gonna pay this guy for what he's worth, and he's worth way more than what we pay him. So thank you to Max for that one. But Microsoft was a good buy down here. We finally went over to a strong name, bought some of these dips, and then was really able to take advantage of this swing move back up to the upside right now for Microsoft. So as that continues to work higher and higher, up there at 3,670, we talked about missing that fill. So right now we're gonna have to wait to see what happens down here at 312.75 for this name. But all right, you know what? Whatever, man. Google's now pulling back a little bit. This might be a good opportunity for me to say peace, and I will see everybody in just an hour's time if I'm still around.
Yes, sir.
So that will be that, and I will see you later. Thank you so much
for coming on,
Sharif.
Sharif.
Oh, that's the new, because yours is, like, that's the bigger screen.
This is the 6. Yeah, the bigger screen.
Why does the 6, this is later than a 6. This is an early, like a later model, like a
7,
more recent
there's
one.
a 7 and an 8,
What?
and then
I
there's
thought
the Ultra.
what size is that?
The big one. Well,
I
the
thought I
7 actually is bigger than the large 6. So the
This
7
is the 44 millimeters.
Yeah, so this is, I think, 40.
That's 46?
No, wait, I'll let you
More
know
than
in a
that.
second. Here it says 44. This is 44, baby.
No.
Yes, sir. It says 44.
My wrist is just so much bigger. Let me see. Oh, you know what? It's because it's. Oh yeah, okay.
It is. It's
Yeah,
the
it's the
same,
same.
baby.
Okay. I'm an idiot. All right. I just saw yours. I was like, because the new iWatch.
No, the
whatever it
Ultra.
is, that's
the
what I
Ultra,
thought
yeah,
that
yeah.
was. So I was
No,
going to
no,
ask
no.
you how you liked that.
They're reselling. I see them on Marketplace for like $800. They're
Yeah.
usually 1,000 plus in stores. But yeah, I haven't really been convinced by them. They look great.
got this
They're
off
a fashion
Marketplace.
statement. So did I.
Yeah.
Marketplace
yeah.
too.
I
Shout
love
out
how you're like a
Marketplace.
value investor, a value. You know, you got a great deal on the car.
Dude,
you
I
shopped
get a great
around.
deal on
Oh, me
everything.
too. If my wife is still in the
yeah.
chat, she will vouch for that.
Yeah,
needless
no.
To say.
And
I
I-
ask everybody, is there a cash price?
Can I tell you something? If I want something, I target it and I'll sit on it for like a month, two, and I'll
Yep.
wait to see what the market's like, what the prices are like. I won't make instantaneous decisions. I like that, man. Being thrifty is cool.
I'm down with it. You know, sometimes it's more of like
Satisfaction.
yeah, just like more of like a hobby.
Yeah,
Like
it
you're
is.
looking for something, can you get a better deal?
Yeah.
But whether or not you buy like I'm not saying you buy everything used, but you find it like wait for Best Buy to have that sale, blah blah
Exactly.
blah. All right.
All right.
All right. Let me get the heck out of here because it is Mad Max now, and Google
sir.
is coming back down.
There you go.
Offer some nice shorts there, so we'll have to ring the register on that at some point. But for now, I'm out of here, and let's let Max take this over and put the show in the right direction because I've clearly sent it the wrong way.
I don't know about that. I don't know about all
right.
that. But
Love you,
yeah,
Sharif.
here
We'll
we
see
go.
you soon.
Appreciate you, Sean. All right, guys. Let's get to this meta trade because it's the only trade I've had all day. Okay, it's the one and only, and here it is. The idea on this one was quite simple. It was a VWAP retracement. It's kind of distorted when you look at it here. One moment, please. Here you go. We got in here. This is where we got in. We got that 237.60, and I was complaining that was a bad price. 237.60, the idea was to wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high off the VWAP bounce. This is what I'm talking about. This is the 5-minute. So here is the VWAP bounce, right, that we get. And then this is the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. And you take that one. And it's just been a slow steer up. Let me tell you, I doubted myself a whole bunch of times on this trade because it was not the strong one. You had Amazon making highs, AMD making highs, NVIDIA making highs. And you're like, why did I get into this? Godforsaken trade, but you end up printing on it, so it's okay. I know, right? Right. But yeah, you get that 239 break, a test of yesterday's highs, and that's the idea there. So the majority of the trade out, it's been respecting this 50 period though on the 1-minute chart. You heard Sean just talking about that now, and it really has been. If you got a dip trade on this 50 period anytime after, say, 12:20 or so, you were rewarded because it's dipped off there every time. It's doing it again right now. It comes back into 50. Now we're tracing into the high 60s. Very little amount left on this one. The idea is to maybe hold and wait for a continuous market move. The thing is, why would I sell now? The NQ is at highs, 13,554. It's right there right now. So, there's just, for me to get out here, even though it retraced, just not the right time. So I'm going to continue to hold this. And, I'm looking for other trades at the same time because everything's at highs and hard to figure out what I'm going to get into here, if anything else. All right, maybe we'll talk about this SE because this SE we talked about a lot in the morning. We talked about this one having levels on the daily that we could utilize here. For a possible bounce, and we're right at those lows. In fact, we broke them. So, wow. Yeah, this one has been all sorts of weak. Okay, so this is what we were talking about. Talking about the 74 to 73 level. That was the bottom end of this trough over here that we made between April 24th and March 5th. We broke that. We broke it almost by $1. 72.12 is a low. We broke 73, no problem. This is SE, guys. I'm going to put the ticker. Let's go ahead and put that SE. It's on the New York, by the way. So there it is, top right there. You can see it, SE.NY. All the way down to 72.12, breaking that 73 level. We'll see where it finishes up the day. But yeah, if you were looking 73 dip here for the hold of the trough, I mean, unless you were giving it $1 risk, you're probably stopped out. So yeah. All right. Got the man, the myth, the legend.
What's going on?
How's your day?
It was a day. That's for sure.
That's good.
Yeah, you know, made some trades. Was trying to do the scalping thing today, but I guess I should have just been kind of holding long for the move because everything just went up, and then I tried shorting it, and that didn't really work so well. So last couple trades were like 5 times trying to short on AMD at that 103-ish area, and that just didn't work. I mean, it worked
Hovering
now.
right now, yeah.
Yeah, like if I was patient, for whatever reason, I have a level at 103.28 on the chart on AMD on my other platform, and that is the exact high of day. So if I just waited for that, I mean, that's
It was a rocket.
that's it.
It was a rocket.
That's it.
And I don't
Triple
blame
top
you
there
trying
for
to
whatever
short
reason.
It was up on no news.
Yeah, and it was giving me all the signs. Like it comes up here, kind of starts reserving on the offer, only goes 9 cents on the 103 break. We haven't seen 103 in a long time on AMD. How long has it been? Let me check.
Oh, there is news on this.
Since like August of last year. So I don't know. I'm thinking if this is going to break nicely, we're going to see like 20 cents right away. Didn't go, so I'm like, all right, short. See a reserve on the offer, punch short. Then it does a new high by 1 cent. Same thing. So I punch short again. But like those are paper cuts. Same with this. Like I don't know. It's like 5 cents, whatever. No big deal. These ones are the bad ones where you're trying to take that Momo through that 102.50 low, which also has been a level in the past. But yeah, it really holds at 102.50 well. So maybe that's where it holds right now, and when it comes down. But yeah, I'm not sure. Probably that's probably too many strikes on AMD for me right there. To get long, I had a lot of trades on AI.
I want to mention real quick, I said earlier that AMD didn't have news. I'm seeing here on my blotter, which is really delayed, that AMD shares are trading higher after Bernstein said PC shipments appear to be normalizing after pre-COVID levels. So that coming in on my blotter, no, I missed that. That came in around 10 o'clock. So not sure, again, if that's the reason, but yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. Sorry, Max.
Yeah, I was trading AI a lot this morning, looking for the long, looking for the scalps, and I should have just been kind of loading the boat around this level and, you know, holding it for the move, because that move was really nice, which I did eventually end up catching over here. Tried to reload that 24-ish level, and that didn't work, but now we're kind of consolidating below it. It kind of looks like maybe 24 is the breakout level now on AI. I mean, it's done a good amount of volume, almost 30 mil, and we still have that short float at 35%. So we'll see where AI goes today. I was thinking we would be breaking 25 in this area, but it kind of stops up there. And I wasn't even willing to hold it all the way up to there,
Have you seen
based
our
on how
friend,
fleshy it's been today.
Zella? XELE? You got it right there.
Oh, apparently
What
I do.
a rocket.
Wow. Did they
It's
do another
moving,
reverse
man.
split?
I don't know. Let's have a look here. I'm not seeing anything in my blotter.
That must be a reverse
Do you see
split.
anything? I see from yesterday. Is this moving from yesterday? Let me look real quick here. The 15, what do we got yesterday? We have actually a downward action.
Yeah, reverse stock split yesterday.
I see.
So what were we at prior to that? I guess they announced it the day before. It goes from $6 down to $5.
Yeah. That's getting
Now we're
bought
kind of
back up.
trading in the same range, getting bought back up now. So interesting on that XELA. That one probably has decent short interest. Oh, it doesn't.
What do you got there on yours?
3%. This one used to be like very, very high short float.
What do you have for float? Because I'm seeing large, 121 million. 121 million.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a larger float. It's not huge, but it's larger.
Because it used to be like a 500K float, I believe.
Okay.
I could be
Oh,
wrong
that's
on
right,
that.
reverse split.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, it's up. It's moving nice. It's $5 level. Again, I'm just getting acquainted with this stock right now, so I really haven't looked at how it's traded, what the levels are. As we cover it more, I guess we'll get to that. But it's up 64 points. I mean, and it's been stair-stepping up. Let's look real quick here on do a multiple time frame analysis. So the 5 minutes, just an absolute rocket. It looks like it goes red to green. That first 9:30 candle, you get a bit of a dip from 3 to about 270, and then it's been one stream of green 5-minute candles up into the right, 534 the high, currently trading above 5 at 516, so the strength still showing there. In fact, the volume's increasing. Look at this, Max. You can't see it here. Let me zoom out so you guys can. Yeah, there you go. You can see the volume there on the candle. This is the chart for XELA. I forgot to add that. I got to do this every time.
Is that a 1 minute chart?
This is the 5. Yeah, I'll look at the 1 minute real soon here. So XELA, guys, look at the volume increasing at a technically slow time of day, right? So looking good at the moment. Why can't I get this? Okay, there we go. Let's bring it down, Max. So let's look at now at the 1 minute chart. This is the 5. What I see here, do you see any support levels? I mean, maybe that 420, 440 top. There's a bit of a couple of touches in and around there, but it's
you
just
probably
random.
don't want it to get all the way down there either.
No.
You probably want to get it at like a moving average or something.
Or a 5 hold. Here's,
maybe a 5 hold at even dollar level. Google's also at 120 again. So reserving kind of at 99. Someone's reloading at 99s. You got 95 lots there now. Gets half of it filled. So potential for the breakout here. Oh, there it is. So hits 01s, and now we're back trading down below again. I kind of want to punch this short, but I wanted to be short at like 15s, kind of. Ooh, this is looking pretty juicy. I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do.
Deliberating. Well, take us through your thoughts.
Like, I really wanted it to get up above and get a lot of people in and get a lot of shorts out and then turn around and then get it back through. But the fact that it just did it by 1 cent, I feel like not enough people got squeezed out there and not enough people got long for that to be really a great play to short it right now. I am kind of just deliberating right now. I don't think I'm going to take that short. It's just so like...
it's just, to me, it's risky. It's counter trend. The market's at highs, right? So
yeah, the way that I like to play these is like they go 15, 18 cents.
Right.
And then like you wait to see something like a reserve on the offer or like a big bid that gets filled. And then you go short off of that.
Got it.
And now you have your risk to the high of day. Right now, if I go short, like where do I get out? If it ticks 02s, that's barely even a move. So I don't think I can do that. We'll see what happens on Google. I don't know. I don't know. I do like the idea of like the triple top here, but
yeah. My only concern, if I could make this case here on our friend Google, is what concerns me is the constant flow of higher lows. Like, look, you get the peak here, another one there, another one there, another one there. It's continuously higher low, compressing at that top. Yeah. And then you might get a big move up, and then a bunch of people.
Well, you want to see that exhaustion move, right?
That's the thing.
And that, like 1 cent is not that exhaustion move. So we'll be waiting on Google to get short. If you're short now, I still kind of like the play, 2 cents risk or whatever off of 99s. That's not so bad, but not the one that I want. That's not my playbook for these ones. But yeah, eyes definitely on Google right now, and I won't be taking them off. Man, that AMD higher low or lower high as well is a really nice short. I should have.
Yeah, and NVIDIA too, 298.70 top, now back below 297. It's dancing with the whole dollar now, 296 and change, above 297 a little bit. But the one that I want to focus on at the moment is our friend XELA. It is down into that $5 level again. I got to watch this on the side chart here on the 5 minute because I need to have that simultaneous view of the 1 and the 5 XELA. There we go. Yeah, so we're holding the 5 for now. It looks good. It's just concerning. I guess I can seek some solace in the fact that it's a higher float now and it'll be harder to manipulate. With 121 million, I say that like reluctantly a little bit because I feel like I say that, then the rug gets pulled from under me. But yeah, it's dancing with 5. Here we go, back at 5 again. Do we hold? Do we break? What's the deal?
I like that little wick hold kind of situation on that 5 level. I just haven't looked at this at all today. I didn't even notice that it was going, so kind of hard to get involved now. But I could do a little research on that XELA. That APLD, I don't know if you looked at that one today.
I did. Yeah, it looked good.
Just made a new high above 550. I was long the last time it touched 550.
Okay. APLD, let's pull that on the side chart again, though, baby.
Not loading.
Yeah, it takes a minute to load. 553 high. It's coming up to those levels. Here we go, double top.
Yeah, exactly.
I see what you're going through there. Okay,
I don't know. This one does have free shorts, I believe, but I got to imagine that means that a lot of people are stuck on the wrong side of this one. And if we do end up taking that 550 out for real, I mean, next stop is 570, which is like basically the all-time high. It was at 750 back in 2004. Okay. So yeah, this one's been a pump and dump for the better part of 20 years, it seems like. Trying to make the next leg up. But yeah, that would be like a 52-week high at least at 571. So getting pretty close there. There is a 4% short float, so that entire short float should be pretty much underwater at this point. So could provide a bit of a squeeze action if we do get above. What's XELA do?
It held. They give you 25 pennies right there. Yeah, that's a nice 5 hold. I mean, it didn't hold to 5 max. It went down to 493, but you know, you got to give this at least 10, 15 pennies, right? You get 25 pennies immediately off that 5 hold. So nice. What's his name? Twin Houston saying XELA float now 6 million after split. Oh, cool, because I didn't actually have that updated on mine. Thank you for that. So good to know.
I think they've done these reverse splits many times. Because I recall last time they did one to keep it above $1.
Yeah.
And then it just went back down to 10 cents anyway. So maybe it was at like 500 mil then, or maybe it was like $1 billion then. Then it went down to 120, and now we're down to 6. But yeah, they're just trying to comply with those listing requirements for NASDAQ.
Trying to stay on the big index, not get sent Jeff Mendel's. Someone in the chat there, Danny H. Thank you for the alert on our friend Megal, whatever. What's the volume on this bad boy? 1.4 million. Okay, it's still in light territory, but the chart is it's good. It's up 30%, 29.34%. 229 high, holding above VWAP. And look at that. Isn't this nice, Max? Look at that. You get a top break there, and then you get a retracement.
Double bottom.
Liquidity was a little suspect, though, at those levels, so not sure what kind of fills you could get. But anyway, yep, thanks for that. We'll keep Megal on watch here. Again, my blotter hasn't been working well lately, but I'm not seeing anything on it for now. If there is news, please tag me in the chat. Let me know what it is. All right, the position board is not showing our positions at the moment, but I'm still long Meta at 2.
Look at this guy.
237.60, still holding, but now it's retracing into 238.58.
Sharif the Meta Whisperer, as always.
It's been a minute since I traded this.
Yeah?
Yeah, it has been. So yeah, we're happy to be back, but holding just a little piece now, Max. Most of the out was in front of the $0.50 break, 238.5. Got it out in front of there, so now we're just holding small pieces, letting this one run. JL says, well, no wonder Sella is moving or squeezing up so easily now. Low float. Yep, that's what these low floats can offer you. And speaking of low float, what is the float on Megal? I know I'm sure I've looked at that before. 7.4 million shares. The float on Megal as it retraces here into that $2.29 level. It's at 225, 4 pennies off high. So Megal doing some work. Here it is.
There goes Google as well.
There goes Google. So 11 pennies, now 12 pennies above 120. 13, it's gone.
You got to think with all the trading that it just did below 120 that there's going to be some people offside that are going to have to cover on this.
Wow.
We'll see if we do get movement through the level. I was thinking short initially, but based on this consolidation, I don't know that I like the short now. Maybe back through 120 works, but yeah, starting to pick up a little bit of speed here. 18s now, 19s. This is where I would have been wanting to short initially. I don't think it's a short anymore. A lot of people taking a lot of fills in this area here. You can see that the volume was pretty elevated for this whole time. So you got to think the bets were being placed. Where do they stop out? Have they stopped out yet? We've yet to see, but I don't think that's enough volume for all those people to stop out. So yeah, let's see what happens on Google here. Looking like a long 120. When was the last time we saw 120 on Google? Pull up the daily chart here. Long time ago. And, you know, if this... Oh, lost the chart, sadly. All right. Pull up the new chart. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, like if this breakout happened at, 9 o'clock or 9:30 in the morning, 9:45, 10 o'clock, even 10:30, definitely would be taking that 120 to the long side with the volume backing it, pushing it higher and higher. At this time of day, I can't really take breakouts. It's not a strategy that has ever worked for me, unless it's like a small cap that's doing crazy amounts of volume. But this one looking kind of good if we can hold 120 on the bid here. If not, I think I may actually take the short because that is the exhaustion move kind of that you'd be looking for if this does get back in below 120. I guess I should have just taken the trade that I wanted and yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Get short 19s there, give it to 30s. Way she goes, way she goes. Sometimes you miss them.
I mean, that is exactly what you were looking for, so good call on that. But
Well, I mean, we haven't gotten back through 120 yet.
no,
so
not yet, but you got
trade's
20
not
pennies
on
right
yet.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is 20 pennies. It's not really what you're looking for on Google. At least that's,
Okay, here we
get
go. Just printed 99s.
Here we go, yeah.
You probably
Here
want to
comes the
see 97s based on what we were seeing before, like this little low here. So let's see what happens. Get short. Got some offers stacking. All right, now we're short on Google, already out of the money, naturally. Let's see what happens here. I want this to get right back below 120, or I'm just going to punch out of it and try again higher.
Yeah, it's a bit tough there. Okay, I'll take over and let you focus on that one. Let's see what's XELA is up to. Wow, what a rocket this is, man. Oh my goodness. XELA holds 5 like a dream. 557 high. Really regretting not getting into this. This is the second time I've regretted not getting into a trade today. Frustrating, but it's okay. Up.
New highs.
Yeah, man, this one is all sorts of strong. It's been up and to the right, and the best part was it held 5, right? If you had an opportunity to get in, I didn't get in. Just getting a little bit of shares, right? Just to wet my beak a little bit, Max. Just on that. Meta is retracing big boy here, guys. Very, very big boy is the retracement here on Meta, so we're rejecting the levels from yesterday, 238.86. That's yesterday's close. We're really rocketing down here. I've got very small size left, so no point even taking anything out until it comes down into my entry 237.60. So I'll let this one come all the way back down because I don't have that much share. So I'll just leave it for the dream until I get stopped out at my break-even point. The futures, and by futures I'm talking about the NQ, finding a bit of resistance at that 13,550. That had been like the even number level we were looking at earlier. And funny enough, we did dance around it. Now finding it a little bit of resistance there, dropping about 20 points, 13,554.5. That's the HOD. Now we looked at this NQ June contract daily chart earlier, and we noted that obviously this one started trading towards the middle to early part of March. This contract, because you roll over from the previous contract. And it hasn't been this high since it started trading. So it is, for all intents and purposes, we are at the highest point in the year. We're at a yearly high right now. So with respect to levels to the high side, we're going to have to look at obvious, even levels like 13.6, 13.7, et cetera. You guys get it. But with respect to the downside levels, that's where we can kind of make some educated guesses, right? And that's what we were looking at earlier on, I think we looked at 13.5, and it did hold 13.5 quite well. Let's go back to the 15-minute chart. Where is it here? Yes, this was the 13.5 retracement. That's a 15. Let's go to the 5. I think it's better looking on the 5. Yes, this was a 13.5 retracement, and it's been moving up and then consolidated around 13.50. So you could have got 50 points. This is where I was looking to get in initially on the MNQ, but I didn't actually punch in. So yeah, a couple of missed trades today, but decent action.
Yes, yes. Google's back below 120 now, and I'm thinking I want to try again for this short, but I hate losing twice on the exact same play, so I don't know what to do with this one. I think the play was the way that I wanted it before, up in the 20s, shorting it down here. You got too much stuff to the downside, and it's tried too many times today. So, probably gonna let that one go. Look at something else. What is happening with my, what was that one? APLD still consolidating below 550. So definitely interested to see what happens with this one through the remainder of the day. The ones that have free shorts tend to go a little nuts if they hold higher. And this one is just holding the 50 period right now. So nice dip there that it gave you. It was like 5 minutes ago. Should have probably bought that dip. Down into 520, high of this consolidation, low of this one, and the 50 period. You got enough confluence to make a trade there, risking 5 cents or whatever to try to get back to the high of day.
Oh my God.
Would have been nice, but yeah, let's see if this takes out 550 and holds. I think that's the money play where people are going to be screwed. Oh, we're up at that $6. So $6 is where we were trading at before it kind of quadrupled the other day. Interesting.
Yep.
This is where people
Some
start
size
to get
moving down with it, Max, at 592. Look at that. Size moving down with the price. So decent size at 92. Now holding it.
Oh, this is an SSR
There
name
it
as
is.
well. So yeah,
We talked about this
just reverse split.
quickly here. Neil, it all came in yesterday. It was a reverse split from yesterday. Yeah. And the float is now smaller than what you may see because of the reverse split. So it's able to, move. Dancing with 6 now, though.
Able to break that kind of SSR train that was on the offer there, that
Right.
was pushing it down. Let's see if it can break $6 again. I feel that if this gets back over 6, or at least maybe high of day instead of 6, then people are going to be quite offside on this name. 650, kind of the highs, and there it
Oh,
goes.
baby.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
okay,
baby.
okay. This
It's
is the one to get
squeezing.
involved with.
All of a sudden
right.
he's
Wait a
he's awake now.
second. What am I doing with
wow.
other stuff?
XELA is our rocket right now, looking real good.
All right,
looking
little
to
dip
dance with that
there.
50
Trying to
setup.
halt. Trying to halt right now at 635.
Yep.
I'm not going to punch into this halt, but
No, thank you. No, it doesn't halt at the moment. We're still dancing with 35s, though. That is the halt level. It looks like it's not moving up above.
Oh,
no, there it
new
goes.
halt level. So there
Oh,
we go,
baby.
blasting through. Congrats to the longs. Next level is that 650, and then I don't know. It hasn't really seen $7 in quite a while. So XELA trying to break out from some levels here. This could get interesting. We've seen this name run before. Like, I think they announced a reverse split or something back like last August, I want to say. And here's that SSR train that's happening. So people trying to get short, can't hit the bid. They're chasing it down. Now we break this potentially, and now we start to fly to the upside. Maybe.
Can you explain what that is? Because you're making a really good point, but I think some of the viewers may not understand.
Yeah, if you don't know what SSR means, short sale restricted. It means
Talk about the SSR, what was following it down.
Yes. So people who want to short it can't hit the bid, can't just sell. And here we go, hitting that high again.
Yeah, it's just a rocket ship,
I
bro.
should have punched that. That 620 was a money trade.
There
But
it goes.
people, they end up chasing it down, right? And you see all this size on the offer chasing it down. And then when that breaks, you can get this like relief break action where it pumps back up like 10, 20, 30 cents. And then that's when you can get the continuation if you're able to take out the high of day again. In this case, we did. No halt yet, though. 658 the high on XELA and not stopping. Also, that VKTX from earlier today, lifetime highs, going for that 25 level. I feel that the 25 break could be absolutely money on VKTX.
How did I not
As
like that?
wow, 670. Sharif,
I know,
should
bro.
be in,
I mean,
buddy.
like, the
I should
6
be
level
in.
was obvious, and then we're going to say the 7
Oh
level
my
was
God.
obvious, and it's frustrating with these small cappers, but oh yeah, this one's got all sorts of legs. Where are we here with days high? 670 max, days high. Where did you say the levels were on this bad boy? There we go.
$7.
679 now, the days high. Okay, well, let's pull
So
up the daily.
interestingly as well, when it is SSR, you can hit the bid when it's in a halt state. That's the only time that you can hit the bid when it's SSR.
That.
So, yeah,
Ah.
when it goes SSR, people try to short, and then they can actually do it. It's a very easy spot
When
to
it
get
goes into
short.
the halt state.
When it goes into the halt state, yeah.
Very interesting. I didn't actually know that. Okay. Learn something new every
So
day,
that's
baby.
probably why it's not halting, and that could mean that it just keeps pumping until it finally does halt, which would be quite the exhaustion move. I don't know if you've seen that VKTX.
I was looking right there when you mentioned it. I hadn't actually seen it today. It's going to go up on my chart right now. I'm going to get rid of SE because the play there was a bounce play, and that's not materializing. So VKTX, let's put that in. I typed it wrong, sadly. I'm doing everything wrong here. VKTX. All right, yeah, let's knock on the door at 25. Let's bring in this chart over here. Here's the VKTX 5-minute chart. We're going to add that commentary, VKTX. Is that NQ?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. So there you go, guys. VKTX.NQ. Look at this one. Now it had some. What is this up on for? Why are we up here? Higher Tuesday. Okay, trading higher after the company announced positive top line results from a phase 2B study of the VK2809. What to know? It's studying its novel liver selective thyroid hormone receptor beta and agonist. It's not antagonist. Agonist. In patients with biopsy-confirmed non-alcoholic. Oh, I'm not even going to say this word. Okay, you guys get it. It's a good headline. It's a science headline, and it's moving nice. Now, the pre-market saw some real big highs there on much lesser volume, 7 o'clock. Looks like that's when the headline got released there, 7705. It goes all the way up to almost 2705. Let's look at the daily chart to see where the levels are on this. Okay, so we are really at all-time, not all-time highs, but I don't know if it's all-time highs. We have to get out of the daily, go to the weekly. And no, we've been higher. Back in July 2018, we got all the way up to 29. So I'm looking for that 29 to be an area of resistance. That's this little thing over here. This is the weekly chart on VKTX. Goes all the way up to 29. Back in 2018, it is now with a high of day at 27.34. That was the pre-market high. It should be noted. So that should be the main level first, the pre-market high over here. And now we are knocking on the door at 25, but on much more volume. So looks good. Haven't been in it. Just got acquainted with it now. We'll keep it on watch on the side charts.
All right, somebody just got filled 350 lots at 640 there on XELA, so maybe covering a short, who knows, but stock dipping now, still hasn't touched the teal in about $2.50, so maybe has to come down and touch the teal here. Maybe just flies through the high of day. Hard to say, but every dip for now is getting bought on XELA. Yeah. I think if we test that 605 level again, that should be, I mean, it's hard to get long when it's up this much, but there is room to, like, I don't know, infinity on this one. My charts aren't split adjusted, sadly, so I don't even know where we are, but, like, you know, we're still not very high up on this. It was trading at, was it at 3 cents before this split?
I had no idea.
I guess it was at 3 cents before the split. So, yeah, we're just getting into those levels again. So we still have, like, you know, oh, I can use the trade ideas chart. That one is split adjusted. So
right.
Let me get that going here. Time frame.
Quickly, I just want to mention while you get that ready, that Google 120.41 high. It just printed a new high there. It's still dancing with that 120.25, but it is still continuing to print new highs. The chat mentioning that there, so be careful there, guys. This one's still moving to the high side.
Yeah, so like 640, 650, 660. Then we got $8, kind of split adjusted, but like split adjusted.
Mine's not split adjusted.
XELA was at $4,400 when it IPO'd. So there's room to 4,000 here for anybody getting long now.
I love how you say it with a straight face. He says there's room to 4,000, Neil.
Split adjusted, the all-time high of XELA is 4,400. So, you know.
I love it, baby.
You got room to go.
A lot
for
of
sure.
room.
To go. We are just like, yeah, so it was basically trading at $6 to $6.60 before the split. And, you know, a few days before that, it was at $11 split adjusted. So, yeah, I mean, we're just kind of coming into levels. There's probably room to go on XCLA. I mean, I don't know what the actual short float is. 2% doesn't sound right to me, but it's possible.
Trade ideas? Okay. I was going to say trade ideas.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We
checker.
are at some highs here on some of the more strong names on the day. I'm talking about NVIDIA, AMD. We're off highs, sorry, is what I meant to say. Off AMD, NVIDIA, Amazon as well, giving up back a little bit. With respect to NVIDIA, 298.70 the high. We're back below 296. We're at 295.80s. AMD a bit stronger, 103.28 the high. We're at 102.59. Likewise with Amazon, 114.79 the high. We're at 114.07, looking to hold 114. Actually, Amazon has an interesting 114 level here. Let's talk a little bit about that. We're at a key level here, I would say, on Amazon. Look at this attempt at 114 earlier. You have a rejection and then a second attempt here. You dance with it before the ultimate break up to 79s. Now you're back down at that level. Do we hold, especially if these futures hold, do we get another test maybe of day's highs on Amazon? This is the 5-minute chart on Amazon. Yeah, we'll
Almost
see.
got to 115, That's.
Pardon me? Yeah, 115. Yeah, you must be celebrating, buddy.
That's nice. That's nice. Still only 15% of the money, though.
Yeah, well.
Long off 100, pretty much exactly.
Yeah, you're outperforming. Well, you are outperforming the S&P because I think the S&P is up 13% year to date. So
Fair.
isn't that what everybody?
And I think Amazon was at like $85 in January. So you know, definitely outperforming in that sense, but not for my entry. Yeah, that VKTX is not doing enough volume, I don't think, to be interesting to me. I thought that might do like a 25 break, but it's really doing nothing. Oh, XELA is at $7.
Yeah, man, I was just about to say, where you at, bro?
Well, it just shot up.
This. Yeah, here rejecting off 7 now, but
For
now
now.
120%. This one, all sorts of strength, but yeah, rejecting off 7 for now. Like
That's a
you
good
said.
rejection there.
It is. It's a big red candle. I'm not going to say the Q word, but well.
Not yet.
Yeah,
Still
not
hasn't
yet,
taken
not
out the
yet.
consolidation low there, nor tested the teal.
Did it test the teal? No,
It has not yet.
No. It's extended off the teal, definitely.
It is. That's the problem. It's just got to go touch that for a second
Yeah.
and then zap back up, I guess.
Yep,
$7
broke
though.
There it is.
Did it break it? No.
No, 7 on
didn't
the
break.
dot.
7 on the dot.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's looking good. I think 7 break may be the way to go on that one, but.
I want to mention Meta again because I'm still embroiled in this trade. 238.86. The close yesterday on Meta were right back there, Max. Right back there. Technically, we did break 239. We got to 08. 239.08 is the HOD on Meta, but the 238.86, 238-ish, high 8-ish area, that's the level of resistance that we've been dancing with essentially all morning. And haven't really been able to reclaim. So I'm going to continue to hold the last little piece that I have here on Meta through for that eventual break. There's only like 17 minutes left on the show. So if it materializes, then great. If it doesn't, we'll take it out wherever it is. Now, Google, oh, baby.
Yeah, I'm glad I gave up on that Google short
Man,
because
this
that was
the
the wrong
long
play.
that everybody missed, I want to say. Was anybody in the chat take this long from the morning? I want to know because this is like the trade that everybody and their mother missed. 116.50, 120.50 has been up and to the right. Yeah, Neil has his hands in his head right now. He's just like, come on.
I was thinking short off the open through 116.
Say that again, Mac. Neil says he hasn't been long once on Google, and yeah, it's been a monster. Abu Bakr says I'm long 118.15 LOL.
Nice.
Killer. Happy for you. You know, I got to tell you, you're better than me because I did not anticipate this Google long, but then we talked about this with Neil towards the end there with respect to, how some of these bigger money funds, they do their positioning subsequent to a bigger news catalyst like an earnings or a development or something like that. They digest it, they take it to committee, they act upon it. And so, sometimes when we saw the I.O. event, a lot of that was being digested, I'm sure, over the past few days. And I got to tell you, I was kind of impressed with what Google can do. I have cautiously optimistic. And the reason I say that is because this past week, I was listening to the All In podcast, and they were using Bard. And Bard, like Max and I talked about yesterday, was misquoting people and it was giving you inaccurate data. So as optimistic as you are, you have to, assume that these things get fixed down the line somewhere. But yeah, Max, you want to talk about that? Now we're going to call it a Huadunk on XELA because that's 7 rejection and we broke 6.
Yes.
Quite quickly.
However, we have wicked 6 and we're back above. Not for long there. So I would like to see it back above 615, I think. If I was to get long, I don't think I can do that though. It's just so high up. Yeah, but it is kind of for now holding 6. So you could theoretically get in like low $6 and risk the low of this wick for the next up move if there's going to be one, but obviously highest volume on the day is on a red 1 minute candle there. Whatever that is, almost 1 million shares in 1 minute, dumping this thing from 7 to 6. So, that could be the end of it. We'll see if it can start to break some levels back to the upside. I haven't seen that like SSR train kind of thing happening where it just follows it down. So into 6, it can't break, and then you go long and it shoots back up to 7. We shall see on that one as that APLD makes new highs. So this one did break 550, come back, hold 554 or whatever that is, and now we're shooting back up. So 570, let me just check the daily on my other platform. That was the previous high, right? Yeah, 570 previous high, so pretty much air on this one. I don't see any like significant levels that aren't from 10 years ago. So yeah, kind of room to infinity on this VKTX, and Google making new highs again.
Man,
wow.
Google is just a rocket, bro.
Yeah, that was probably a mistake to not go long Google there.
Yeah, it's obviously somebody's got a buy program or something on there because it's just like one of those ones where it's just they're stepping up. Even Amazon, you suspected there was probably some sort of buy program on this one today. It was very strong. It's holding 114 though. We talked about that. Amazon 114 being a former area of resistance, current area of support. It's holding 114, retracing up into a quarter.
Oh, what a beautiful hold.
Yeah, you see that 114 hold? And now we're curling again on the NQ. 13,525 hold. We're now 13,540. Could we curl back up, test highs? 13,554.5. That's HOD on the NQ June contract. And oh baby, we're above yesterday's close again on our friend Meta, and we're knocking on the door of 239 like we did last time now, albeit we did reject. 239.08 was the HOD, and then we retraced all the way back down into 238 before finding a second wind and moving back up as we are now to test 239 again. Do we break it and hold above it? Time will tell, but the cards are, they're look. I guess, I don't know, the stars are aligning in the sense that the market's curling back up near day's highs. So if you're looking for support from the indexes and from the futures, you're getting it so far. Not so the ES, though the ES has, as we've described it many times on the show lately, quite anemic, especially relative to its friend, the NQ.
Like, how are we still holding below 4150 on ES when the NQ is like totally breaking out on the daily?
What would you say is holding us?
Below 4150 on ES.
The ES. Oh, the ES has just been,
just holding below there every day. NQ's making new highs, kind of crazy. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but
because
I guess because
the money's flowing into big tech names.
Yeah.
You have banking pulling down the ES. There's a bunch of things that have kind of headwinds at the moment, pushing back on the ES's ascent. So big tech's been lifting the NQ. It's been the NQ's time to shine, baby.
Yep. So while we were talking about that XELA, missed a beautiful 114 hold on Amazon, which that's exactly the way that I like to take those. And the exact same thing on AMD goes to that 102.50 level that I was talking about, wicks down, and within 1 minute is back above. That's exactly how I like to see these things hold. Potential for new high of day on AMD. Maybe the same thing on Amazon. That's kind of a long way to go on Amazon, but yeah, definitely a miss there on that 114 hold. What an easy trade. You just structure with that. It only goes to 96s. So you get in,
one right now.
back in above 114, like O2s, you risk it to 95s. That's 7 cents of risk. You're already 35 cents in the money. Easy trade there on Amazon. What a
Because I
miss.
just took a fill.
What's the high? 78s? All right. Yeah, Amazon potentially going to 115 today. We still got 2-ish hours left in the day for it to get to 115. I don't know if it has the juice for that, but
Does it
NASDAQ
got the
looking
legs?
strong, and Google is just pulling this market up by itself.
Well, we're getting into the more liquid time of day too. We're going to start getting, nearer to that power hour at 3. It's 1:50. We got 9 minutes left on the show, and to be fair, we're curling back up here on some of these bigger names. Now, Apple has had a day off. It's day off today.
Apple's
It's been
had a week
sleeping.
off.
Yeah, it's been yeah, exactly. We talked about, I think this like 2 weeks ago. We're like, are we going to see Apple at 180 like within a couple weeks? And I think both of us said maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and Apple's had a vacation. Now, that doesn't mean these other big cappers have, specifically Google and Amazon, Nvidia and AMD have had fantastic days. You got a bit of a resurgence on Tesla. This was weak into the morning. It went red to green. It was decidedly red, actually, and then it made a big boy move back up to reject off that 169.50 a couple of times. It gave you a couple of dips at 168. I know Neil was looking at this. 168 came in, but yeah, we shall see what Tesla brings. In case you're wondering, today at 4 o'clock is the annual general meeting for Tesla. And, there have been obviously rumblings and rumors of things that, may be presented at the meeting. They're talking about succession plans with respect to who's going to replace Elon. They're talking about a bunch of different things. So it'll be interesting to see what pronouncements are made, if any, at 4 o'clock. I know Elon plans on going on CNBC at 6. So, between 4 and 6, let's see what happens. And then, he comes on TV and he starts talking. I have, a suspicion that we may see some interesting aftermarket volume on Tesla today, Matt.
Yes, if you do trade after hours on a broker that allows you to do such a thing, Tesla might be the one to play this evening. That's not something that we particularly do around here,
No.
but
If you have an account.
yeah, I mean, if you have a personal account, you like trading after hours, you know the risks and understand
Yes.
the liquidity challenges that come with trading after hours, then that's probably the kind of event that you want to be trading. I imagine the swings are going to be nuts on that, though.
Oh, yeah.
You want to be in and out like that.
And there's probably good options volume too. If you use options volume to kind of give you indications as to equity, have a look at that. I also want to mention to the viewers quickly, if you're going to trade after hours, there's a couple of things you should know that market orders and stop market orders don't work after hours.
Yeah.
So you have to make sure that you enter limit orders after hours. You can enter limit orders with offsets. Those do trigger. But make sure that no market orders and no market stop orders, because they will not trigger. And that is one thing that I learned with deep pain using, I would be in the pre-market, especially 2020. Remember, everything was moving pre-market, man. You had things doing 10 million shares by the time like 9:30 got around. So it was the Wild West anyway. So I'd be punching pre-market, and a lot of these orders were set up, especially the stop orders. I had set up a stop limit order. It was a stop market order, and they wouldn't trigger and be going through your stop. Like, why isn't it working? And you just don't know the mechanics, and so you pay with tears, and those are the lessons you don't tend to forget.
Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of stuff where, The pain is real on those. Yeah, our flattening orders around here don't work after 8:30, I think it is. Or no, is it 9 o'clock?
They don't work before.
I don't know.
They work on the futures.
They work in the
enough.
pre-market,
On the
but only
futures.
up to a certain time on equities.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I've been using
better
the
practice
flattening.
just to not use them at all
No.
in the pre-market, and I found that out the hard way. Of course. Oh, here's a big bid on XELA, 620. So it did just kind of break out there above 620. Now we
baby.
got a bid of 500 lots on 620. So, you know, if that breaks, you probably want to stop out of this. But we are starting to cruise up. Probably should have punched on that second 6 hold there. That's the money. That's the money hold. If this was going to break down, it would have done it right here, and it doesn't. So now people are offside. They have to cover. Now the longs can feast potentially. If they can get this back over that $7 level. Yeah, 620, probably the stop on that trade. But
Your
maybe
friend
they just go and,
VKTX
did it
just
do it?
broke 25.02, but it's right back below.
Oh, a little wick high?
Yeah,
Maybe
a
that's a
little-
short there then. But I don't have shorts on that, and I'm not going to short a stock like that.
No. It's a little dangerous.
Yeah, that's a dangerous one. That's how you start losing dollars at a time or more. Not
Well
for me.
said.
Not for me.
It's dancing
XELA
with
is
25.
just cruising.
Come to
though.
my screen. I just want to show the book on. There was more size here. Now it broke it, took it out. So now we're getting renewed selling or the initiation of new shorts around here because that wasn't reflected on the book. Again, with these small cappers, you know, you're not going to see the full picture like you may on some other larger stocks. There's a lot of bamboozlement. Levels come in randomly. They're hidden. Here we are, 25 again. Not too much size showing up on the book. Yet we're stopping our ascent. 2 penny spread, so not too bad. What did we say the float on this one was again, Max? VKTX up 13 points. Blah, 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 blah. Where is it on my? How come it's not showing
The
up on my?
float is 91 million.
91 million,
As well
okay.
as like a 13.5% short float according to Trade Ideas. So,
Right.
you know, there's room for explosiveness on something like this. Obviously, the market cap's a little bit bigger than, you know, your typical like small cap.
40 million.
Oh,
Oh,
what
sorry,
are you talking?
no,
You're talking
that's
about
V-
yeah.
that's V-
yeah. VKTX is like 2.5 billion market cap
Yeah,
according to
sorry,
my thing.
2.49.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's bigger, much bigger. Viking Therapeutics. All right, quickly want to mention Meta retracing, rejecting again that close from yesterday, 238.86, coming up to that 239 area, finding resistance. Now coming back again to the $0.50, 238.5. We hold there. But that level coming into play quite nicely. So if you've been shorting anywhere in front of 239 on Meta, you've done well. So you could take Meta as short, even though it's been moving up, because that has been a rinse and repeat level. I wouldn't look for the long hold on here because we are high. We are near day's highs on the NQ. So a bit more of a bullish trend, obviously, to say the least. SE, guys, I want to talk about this one real quick before we end off here. Where is SE? There it is, man. Wow, this one has been all sorts of weak. C Limited, bad report. I looked for multiple areas to get the bounce here, and none of them materialized. None of the areas that I earmarked on the daily worked out. It was just an absolute short from the get-go. This is the initial move down right at 9:30. You had a couple of retracements, but it's been sell all day. You got over $10 worth of room. The stock is down 20%, right? It's an $80 stock. It's down 20%, so it's been a very big move today on SE to the way down, and that's the initial pre-market action there. That's the pre-market release of earnings. You get a 92 start. Wow, $20 max. Look at this. 92 in the pre-market. 72. We haven't even finished out the day, baby.
Yep.
SE has been all sorts of weak. What a day.
Yes. Who was it? I think Chris J saying Google top wick on the 5-minute. Yes, but not for long. Google just returning to strength. The next level that I have on the daily chart for this one is 122.50, I think. Yeah, 122.50. Now that we've cleared 120, I'm kind of expecting it to get there. I don't know that happens necessarily today, but I'm not thinking short now that we're in these areas on Google. It's like it's very clearly broken the 120 level in my opinion, and now kind of just cruising up. I just don't see anything for the short until we get at least to like 121 or that 122, 122.50. So I don't think Google's going to be a short for me today. I mean, if you have a different way of structuring it, understandable, but we're taking out the highs again on this. Just by like 2 cents there. But yeah, taking out the highs again on Google. So strongest stock today, right? Amazon 2.7, Google 3.5. So I was thinking short. My top large cap idea today was Google short through 116.
I don't think, yeah, man. Look, bro, it was a beast today. Google was a beast. Amazon was a beast today too. AMD obviously can't finish off the show without mentioning AMD, which I believe was almost at 6%, a bit off highs now. 103.28, guys, the high on AMD. But Max, we are now overtime, and the midday show is over. So we both will be in tomorrow, guys. It will be hump day, and we shall see you same bat time, same bat channel.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock as we head through the afternoon here on what's turning out to be a bit of a choppy afternoon, to say the least, as far as the overall market is concerned. We are back in negative territory as far as the S&P is concerned right now, but there is certain areas of interest as far as positivity we can talk about here. 0.25% right now overall for the S&P 500.